Wait, how do I even turn the camera on? Hang on.
Stop video.
Yeah. Should be down at the bottom, next to mute. Stop video, lower left.
Got it.
Cool. I will. You know what? I will also stop video. You guys see the nice buck symbol.
Yeah.
Hello, internet. Hello, internet. Just hearing my glorious voice. We are currently going to do a fireside chat before we do season 9's first session. A couple hours to introduce a few of the characters for those that are coming in. With us today is myself, Buckland. We have Alexa. We've got Sin.
Oh.
We have two newer characters that you have seen on other one-shots. We have Captois, who played Diane from the Jailbreak one-shot. And when he pops back in, we also do have Astro, who played Astro in the last one-shot, which was Cold Coffins. So this next couple hours or so is going to be me doing a lot of talking, as is Fireside tradition. I like the sound of my own voice. We're going to go over mostly characters. We'll go over a few concepts. And all so that you guys are armed with the knowledge of what are these people, why does this matter, what's so different about Arhor'ha versus, say, Forgotten Realms, Sword Coast adventures, so that there's some context to it. Going down this beautiful list, we will start with Ozzy. So, Ozymandias, who was introduced in Cold Coffins as a tiefling, a shortish tiefling with dark hair, horns, and a maul, who hired the adventurers of the Cold Coffins one-shot to go into the mountains and reclaim something that was taken from him and Orsid, his employer. In that case, that employer was identified as Jacob White, which we will go into later to talk to people. Ozzy is brash. He definitely has the I have something to prove, and I'm going to prove it with force personality. He has a rather large maul to do it with. Very short. And then both in stature and in temper. Other things that you guys have already learned about Ozzy. He opened his doors with his feet.
I love him so much.
He prefers the direct approach. He isn't above using other people to get what he wants out of, I'll just say life, but out of what he was trying to do. He traveled with a character in Cold Coffins, Morgana, who got a really good glimpse while traveling from Crystallis to Seoul, which is a multi-week journey, about how much compassion he has for people around him. Which is to say, if you can't hold your own, you're dead weight anyway. So he's not, by any stretch, a good person. He is strong. He killed a dragon. That was, weakened, bound down, and really couldn't do much but get beaten in the face. Yeah. Then proceeded to beat up, war priests in a temple. So he's a little bloody. He's got some anger issues he's working through, or working with, depending on your perspective. He broke. That's right. And you are broken. Allies of Ozzy, tentatively, Astro, who I'll let speak for himself when he returns, as it gave a bit of a quandary for that player character as to what had just happened. And Ozzy currently is traveling with Astro back to the White estate, Jacob White's estate. Other things you guys need to know about Ozymandias. He's a king among kings. He's definitely a force. Since you played with him, at least two of you here, do you have any outstanding questions about Ozzy? Like, something that didn't grok, or something you wanted to know?
Well, we know he's a teenager. For age, he's young.
Yes.
And he works with Jacob.
Mm-hmm. 2 truthful facts. So age is an important factor, right? He's in his late teens. Like he's approaching 20, somewhere between like 18 and 19.
Huh. I'm trying to think of any questions. I feel like I had one, but then I forgot it.
Okay.
And I can't think of it.
Hey, Buck, quick question.
So
So you said he killed the dragon. That's
Correct.
like not an easy task, right? That's like a pretty difficult thing to do.
yes.
Okay.
So I'll pivot a little bit over to away from the character list and towards the concept of dragons in Arhor'ha. So killing a dragon is by no means an easy task in standard Dungeons and Dragons, nor is it an easy task in Aurora's flavor of Dungeons and Dragons. The dragons themselves are, well, the main ones are immortal. Like, you can kill them, you can absolutely destroy their physical form. They're not going to be doing anything, but they're going to be coming back. Effectively, what's left of their soul is kind of stuck here on Arhor'ha, so they'll eventually coalesce into an egg and just be reborn. That said, there are lesser dragons that are more traditional, that are created from the energy, the wealth, the power that those dragons amass. And a dragon will either do one of 2 things when it amasses that amount of, we'll call it raw power. It'll create another dragon through an egg, which is more of a ritual than it is, you think, traditional. And it'll hatch and be a dragon. Those are lesser dragons. Or it will use its power and gift it to more human races to create a bloodline, like retainers. You can see examples of that in other cases in the seasons, such as the Targaryen family, which are silver dragon-born sorceresses. They have the bloodline of, because their bloodline traces back to a pact and a boon from the silver dragon Targaryen. The more chromatic dragons generally go for strength, so lesser dragons. They saw that last in season 5, Slayers, because there were 3 small dragons that were in a cave outside Duodecim, and then there was 1 larger dragon, Vine. Killing a dragon is not easy. Even the lesser dragons are very strong. The bear tribe, which I'll have Astro go into a little bit, the elves themselves end up keeping that from getting out of control. And for the most civilized people, they don't see dragons. Like, you'd have to go out into the wilderness to even find them. Their numbers are extremely low. But as of the past 5 years, that has been shifting. So Ozzy went and killed a dragon, effectively by himself, which is no easy feat.
Is it unclear why it's changing, or is it well known?
It is unknown.
Got it.
There's no shortage of events that could be causality behind it. And the season will start exploring the dragons of Arhor'ha a lot more.
Got it.
So, kind of hit dragons a bit. I guess I'll hit that up a little bit back when Astro pops back in, as it's very pertinent to his tribe, which are a bit Dragon Slayer-esque. And I will swing on down to Clemens. Clemens von Wolfengeist has a bit of a history. He is the youngest son of Albert von Wolfengeist, who was the primary antagonist in Season 9. So where Iolanthe in Season 1, 2, and 6, 1, 2, and 6 was trying to save the world in some like cosmic battle of good and evil, the other side of her, like the opponent, was Albert. So effectively, he's the youngest son of a major villain of the world. Let's see, other things about Clemens. So much to go through this little bean. When he attended the academy in Crystallis, so there is a high probability that Keptois is very well aware of him, if not in name, then by person, as Keptois would have graduated before Clemens did. But during that time, his father was the head of one of the houses. Like, he was very well thought of and esteemed for a group of people, which, now that I think, Captois is from Hearth, right? Question.
Yes, he was when we were working on him,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So with
Sorry.
this current revision of Captois, he's Hearth, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So then, absolutely, you'd know. Captois would be aware of the headmaster when he was at school, which would have been Albert, who was the headmaster. That's the owner of that house, and his sons, Thomas and Clemens. Now they don't get super special treatment. It's like one of those gossipy things. And Clemens is when he was attending school was very much more towards botany, herbology, alchemy, very, very simple things, nothing like evocation and blowing things up or tricking people with illusion magic. Very earthly pursuits. He was in a one-shot, which was an academy graduation type one-shot that another DM ran. And he had a friend, Fabian, who had a demon possessed with him. And with that possessed demon and him being under effectively like demon watch from the crimes from his father, he got detained. They burned down his garden. Like, very much persona non grata for Crystallis. People could do without him. Everyone thinks he's the second coming of something bad. But he's a good being, which makes people more suspicious.
Like, he's a good guy.
Well, that's therein is the problem. Like, he portrays himself and holds himself as very much a good person, but the problem that society is gripping with is that Albert did the same thing. Like, everyone saw him as like humanitarian aid. He would give food to people that don't have it. He would cure people that are sick and don't have money. Like, Hearth is all about that. So from like a stance of, they said this happened. Like, it's not it could, or I'm paranoid about it. Like, it occurred. So now that entire family, there's nothing they could truly say or do to convince that they're good people, because they're just deceiving. In everyone's mind, they're just trying to deceive someone else. So since that time, Clemens has worked outside of Crystallis as the food stocks that exist outside, because people need to eat. It's a very important part of society. And Hearth has the biggest stake in keeping the farmlands that are out there, arable and maintained for the populace of Crystallis. So he works out there. Hearth has like a homestead out there. He'll be making his way back as the events between the last time we saw Clemens is the food that's being developed, or the crops and people, they're getting sick, like badly sick. So Clemens has been working on artifice and alchemy to try to find a cure to the things that are affecting the people and the food that threaten the welfare of people, because the people that are going to starve are not going to be the rich people in Upper Crystallis. It's going to be the common folk. So he's on his way back. He would have been at the estate a little longer than anyone else has, but not more than Captus has ingratiated himself with the White's affairs. So that's Clemens. There's a lot to unpack with that little bean. He's had a past. It ties a lot in with previous seasons.
What would I know about his brother? And
Thomas?
is that even relevant? Yeah.
That's his brother and his father are extremely relevant. So his brother was very charismatic. If you're going to go like Hogwarts style references, he's very Draco Malfoy. Like, he's kind of like smart, charismatic, comes from a family where people like know who they are. Very social, but he kind of went off to do work with his father. Which turned out being the crux for kicking off the great game that could have threatened all of Arhor'ha. So that's the headmaster and his eldest son, Thomas, were involved as a nemesis to try to like take over the entire continent.
And is Thomas still alive?
No, Thomas is very dead. He was in the Gate series very briefly. Like, he is a soul or shards of his soul are imprisoned from the output of it. So after that, like, it's assumed that Albert was killed by the Targaryeses, and so was Thomas in the fight for Arhor'ha.
Got it. Okay. Cool. So Clemens is basically the only one in the family left, and
Well, his mom, but yeah, his mom's
yeah.
still around. But they treat her like absolute crap, because she's the only adult that gets the brunt from her husband and eldest son, their actions.
Makes sense.
As a candle, so as the candles, they have him under heavy watch. Evelyn, who's not as huge into this list right now, but one of the candles who was more like Alexa was keeping an eye on Clemens, because he's just a kid, whether he knows anything or not, if he's implicated anyway in these activities. And then another candle, whereas his methods were more through like torture, like the hard angles of getting information out, which is praxis. So Evelyn, who's very much observe, report, take the hard line, but do it with data. And then there's practice saying, I think everyone's evil, and I'm gonna very Old Testament get it out of you. Currently have their sights on Clemens, and have since the whole entire thing with his father got out. Now, since this season has two different candles, it's interesting to see how their methods will interact with Clemens, because he shows up in the reports. He's a known threat watch.
So I would have been sending reports back saying, like, I'm on this thing with Clemens.
You would have had reports, so you ingratiate yourself that Clemens, Belania, who we'll cover in a bit, and Lissa, who we'll cover in a bit, they only arrived recently, so you probably have them in your most recent report, because they've only been here today.
Got it. Okay.
Any other questions for Clemens von Bienengeist?
There is, I was going to say, like, in general, there is a prose written about how they've investigated Clemens.
Yes, there
For
is a
people
prose
who want to
about
read
that.
it in the World Handful.
If you go to World Handful,
sweet.
I forget the name of it, so if someone's capable of doing a quick search and tossing it in just stream chat, that'd be coolio. But there is one going on what happened after the one shot where he graduated, and how the actions that players took changed his destiny a little bit.
It's sad.
It is sad. It's sad, but also not completely unreasonable. Keep in mind how his father was and how he tricked everyone for at least a couple of years.
I mean, mainly his older brother. His older brother was a dick.
Yeah, but that's the fun of like politics, right? When you're the head of all this stuff, it's assumed that the father is the one
In charge.
He was and Thomas was a champion. He wasn't the holder of the dark heart.
He was also a dick.
But these inside asides was that in season 6, like Iolanthe led the champions of the good side, and Albert was leading the champions of the bad side. It was assumed that Albert was this really bad person doing really bad things for very bad reasons. Fair assumption. But as more information came to light, it was more his eldest son that was doing some of the worst of the actions, and Albert was taking accountability for all of it, so he did not look to deny it because he enabled and made that possible. So there's this shared blame situation, but Thomas was very, very sinister. As I get to Belania, there's pieces there as she was effectively like really tortured by Thomas to get her to become the champion they needed to do the fight. Yeah, lots of sadness here in Arhor'ha. We don't have many happy endings.
We've had 2.
We have had 2. Wait, what were the 2? I know that the thing with Lillian was a very happy ending. A very Merry Arhor'ha was a happy just everything.
Yeah. 2. You get 2.
That's well, those are the 2. All right, any burning questions? Anything from your perspective I may have missed about Clemens von Bienengeist? Von Wolfengeist. He's a little bean, though.
He is. I think I know I'm good, because I'm very familiar with him.
Okie dokie. Boop, boop, ba-dooper, boop, boop, boop. Well, then I'll roll down to Ford. Ford Desier, who is fucking enormous. He's Ford is a assault warforge, a large juggernaut made of metal and copper. Metal, so like steel, copper, wood, leather. He's big. He's a big bean. He was a player from the Relic Hunters campaign and has a lot of history with Jacob 100 years ago, with the historical events with the fall of Freeport when it was purged. He has a lot of history with the Thatcher family, which was later revealed Sin has a connection into. Man, how to start with Ford? Ford has a few proses too. Mm-hmm. So we'll start with. I'll just go with. Here's your life story, because there are just so many small points here that end up tying into how Ford relates to season 9. So Freeport was first shot with a cannon by the elves. The first time they rebuilt better, stronger, more moralistically gray. When they built back the second time, it was attacked again. But in the second time it was attacked by celestial hosts, as they weren't too keen on what Gig was doing with the city and other angels. So Ford was a bit of and the Thatcher family wasn't directly involved except for being bystanders or participants of that. And Ford was part of the Thatcher family trade, which was effectively piracy. Going out in ships from Freeport, which was a coastal city, finding people, finding treasures, bringing it back to Freeport. So he was the very big bruiser of many that were on that sort of vessel. He's got large chains for like grabbing and binding people up. When Freeport was attacked, he was able to get what he could of the family through the city, as it was being like divinely shelled by angels. Out and at the perimeter, he ended up, and there's a prose for it. I think it's Hearts of Steel and Fire, Steel and something. And he didn't make it out alive. The two of the Thatcher kids, to his understanding, did get out alive, but he kind of went Hearts of Steel and Fire. Thank you, Baka. But he didn't. He used a thing that Warforges have where they can just detonate, which is like blowing themselves at their soul up because of their core. And that's how he took out the angel. And as far as he knew, he didn't know whether or not they made it or not, if it was enough damage. So lo and behold, he wakes up about 100 years later, reconstructed by the White family, for purposes unknown, because the second he got up, he gave very little shits about what they wanted to do with him, and he just left. He forced his way out and went to Freeport and found it in ruins, and then from there went to the new Freeport and was like, I need to just get on a ship, just let the heat die down, and things will be fine. Hence the Relic Hunters. That's where he met people like Arhor'ha, who won't be making an appearance, Trash Panda, who won't be making an appearance, Cedric, and a few others. From Relic Hunters, like Melisandre will be making an appearance here in Season 9. I won't be going too deep on this with the 2 hours we have. Ford left, came back, and this is where Ford met Sin in Season 8. So Ford was already damaged, probably more ways than one, for losing the souls of the Thatcher family as an event in Relic Hunters. So he then found out, he thought no one made it. Then he found out some people made it. Then he found out, now all their souls belong to Raijin, or the Manticore, whatever trade that James just made with it, James being the head of the family. So it's been this huge roller coaster for the big guy. Then he goes back and finds out that Sin is a Thatcher, and now he's like a metal teddy bear, will not leave her sight, whether she wants it or not. He's working on his stealth skills. Just a small shrub that covers about his head.
He's doing so good.
But he has a unique ability to resonate, either through attraction, to attract things to and bring things together, or to disperse or inverse it and pull things apart. That was discovered during relic hunters. Normally, that's the sort of thing that keeps, like a magnet, allows your big, heavy object that falls off of a large ship to not be at the bottom of the ocean. Instead, that was somehow modified, and now he can take magical things and either try to pull them, mostly like souls, kind of go into the theme of our season 9, or for soul seekers, like pulling souls apart or putting them together. That has a strain that was unexpected, and that's what's causing part of his internal core to erode. And that's why Sin, Alexa, and Ford are going to collect a crystal to basically repair that piece that is needs replacement. It's been being damaged. Otherwise, he's got like 2 or so years till he just stops functioning and goes back to quote quote sleep, because Ford dying is like very difficult. He's a Warforged. Let's unpack with Ford. Any questions?
Yeah, you mentioned he has this like resonate ability that can like pull souls apart or put them back together. Is this any set? Like, could he take Gig and Wrath and put them together? Could he take like Solus and Nova and like put them back together?
So I'll go with so far what has been tested.
Okay.
That it goes that. So there was a character in Relic Hunters, Trash Panda, and the big thing with Trash is that he had a piece of infernal. He had a piece of infernal soul with him that was a part of his soul. So part of it was that he did to do that was to extract out and separate that piece of his soul. So the idea of if there was Gigareth, or maybe a smaller version of it, could they then separate it out? That seemed to be within the extremes of his ability. And likewise, when things went to awry, to like attract it and then compress and put things back together. It is by no means a very surgical thing. It is very brute force-esque, like applying magnets and pulling across. If you've seen like was it his Dark Materials? It's a lot like Brute separating, what they do there in the Golden Compass series, or Brute like forcing things together. Or since I just recently watched Made in Abyss, very similar to that elevator shaft where it's like forcing powers to different directions or forcing them that would be different to combine in one place.
So is the idea that when you combine them again, you're not going to get, like, let's say something had like Nova and Solus,
sure,
right? If you tried to combine them together again, you're not going to get the same thing that you would have gotten pre them being wrenched apart.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
So even if you'd wrenched, we'll use the Solus. So for context, and Solus will down this list, Solus was broken. And if you took Solus and then just ripped her apart and made Solus and Nova, even if you then did the exact inverse of that and then put it back together, there would be the idea of like energy lost. There'd be something lost. To Baka's point, it's like taking Play-Doh and smashing it together and pulling it apart. Only it's the elasticity isn't there. Like it's more the dirtiness of humanity or reality, in that you're going to lose things in the process. You don't have complete energy retention. But we're talking about soul energy, so that's becomes very questionable. The other thing to consider as we talk about the concept of souls is that once it's separate and stable and lives for a while, it's growing on its own. So it's more like something grew for a while and then smashing it back together. It absolutely is not going to look the same. Yeah, we're gonna go right down like the sad train for Sin. Like, we're using Solus and Nova as an example.
You doing good there, Sin?
Hang on.
All right. So perhaps to make it a little, I don't know if kinder. I don't know if that's like the bone I have in my body of when I do D&D. But we had the Pisces Forge. The Pisces Forge effectively took like little soul fragments and made them something whole again when they weren't like much of anything. The idea of attraction would be taking like a good 100 to 1,000 like pieces of these small little tiny slivers and making something that would be its own new soul. That would be an idea of things using attraction. Separation, I think we've had a few cases of that with the idea of breaking, where you take something and it gets broken apart. We saw it a lot in the Gate series.
So this might be like too technical or too much minutia, but like let's say you had Nova, right? And
Yeah.
your point was if you take a soul and you let it go on its own, it's kind of like a plant. If you cut off a twig, you put it in a pot, it'll start growing on its own.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of what's happened with Nova. Is there a way to almost break her new soul into a bunch of pieces and only collect the stuff that was there before? Does that make sense? Like
Yeah. You're basically doing surgery. Like, if you let a bone grow for a bit because of how a bone works, you're re-breaking the bone, resetting it, letting it heal back together.
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
like, is there a way that Soulless and Nova could just become soulless again?
Yes.
Even though Nova.
One might even say it's one of the plots of season 9.
Got it.
Good. Oh no, I just thought of very mean thoughts to think of. Like, well, what if you put Soulless and Nova back together, but it's more Nova than Soulless?
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost feels like it's got to be perfect, right? Like it's like even if you just took Nova, you'd have to break the soul into collect all the pieces that are like specifically original, and then what happens with all the extra pieces? Like that's someone else's question to answer.
Yeah,
and then
it definitely throws back to, I think it's season 7, which is Wayfinders, with the Alara situation.
Mm-hmm.
Because Alara was alluded to being one of, I think 600 is the number I said? Around 600?
Yeah, that's around
fractions of Celestian's paramour.
Yeah.
Yeah! Keeping down this sad train. Other questions regarding Ford? There's a lot to the big bean.
No.
All right, I'm gonna do a quick pause.
Yeah.
Reaper, is your I saw your video. Is your audio good?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'm alive.
You're alive. Before I move on to Lissa, we did quickly go over. I don't know if you were able to watch on it, but we quickly went over dragons, and we'll go over it again before we go into the bear tribe because their heritage of hunting them beasts.
Yes.
Okay, but before we do that, let's go down to Lissa Targaryen. So I briefly covered dragons. As I go into Lissa, that becomes more relevant. I think I'll just recap that right now. Dragons in Aurora are not the same as the dragons that come from like Sword Coast and Forgotten Realms due to one major variation. There are dragons that are iconic and they're immortal. So like there's a silver dragon, there is a red dragon, there is a gold dragon. And the one of them is immortal. You can absolutely kill them, their physical shell. They will die. But their souls aren't going anywhere. Eventually, they'll get enough like power where it comes to like divine or like the weave or the aurora or the ground. And eventually, they'll have an egg again, and they'll just be reborn. It was highlighted a little bit in season 9 about a Targaryen being reborn that way, which is something Skybreaker was trying to do. After a memorial dragon is finally back into the material realm, it will attempt to amass power because all dragons are prideful, greedy bees. Even the good ones. They like power, they like wealth. These dragons are no different. What they do with it is different. Generally, the metallic dragons do it in good ways, and the chromatic dragons want to be more evil and sinister about things. So once they amass enough energy as though they could create another egg, they do just that. They will hatch a lesser dragon. Those lesser dragons are more what you would imagine when you think like dragons. They will have genders. They can make baby dragons. They are beasts. They are smart. They are sentient. They will have layers. But everything they do goes back to that main dragon in some way, shape, or form. If something happens, if all of, say, the black dragons get eradicated, the immortal dragon will eventually be reborn. They'll attempt to make more little baby black dragons and move forward. Making other lesser dragons isn't the only thing they can do. They can also give the mortal races a bloodline to work with, becoming more retainers, smart retainers. So instead of having a beast of power, it's a bloodline of some nobility. Hence the Targaryens and Lissa, which I'm about to get into. So when you see those that are typically dragonborn, actually every dragonborn that exists in Aurora, that came from Aurora, traces their lineage back to being blessed by one of the immortal dragons. Okay, Lissa. Before I go any deeper than that, any questions about dragons? There's the idea of like how the dragons, celestials, and infernals or devils work here is a little twisty, but very foundational to Aurora lore.
Yeah, I got a question.
Sure, what's up?
And in case if you want to talk about dragons later, that's fine too. But you were mentioning
talking about a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you were mentioning that there's a lot more dragon sightings and whatnot, or reports of dragons.
Yes.
Is it one specific type of color, or is it just like all types?
In general. So thanks for reminding me about that. So earlier I mentioned that dragons were more mythical and scarce. Like if you lived in a civilized location, one of the city-states, the idea of a dragon beyond dragonborn is a myth. The idea of these huge beasts with wings that fly across the sky, and they're like boogeymen for people that go down the roads. They're trying to scare people into not, profiting off of trade routes, which the trade routes are dangerous enough as is, so it's not too difficult to really make that story up. But people haven't seen dragons until about 5 years ago, the short-lived races, when a blue dragon flew across Aurora from the waste of the west over to Freeport and went and attacked the damn thing. And even then, people are like UFO sighting it. Like, it's, clearly paranoid dragons, yeah. But they have been more of them as of the past couple years. No one knows why. The people that do know that dragons exist, very well aware, are, the Dragonborn lines that can trace it back because, kind of like their patron in a way, shape, or form. And the elves, because the elves live in the wilderness. They be the ones that see when a dragon is trying to claim land or get power. And a lot of the tribes, because they're responsible for their area, will then cull them, throw back at them, work with them in some way, shape, or form. Because not all dragons are bad, per se. I mean, Bahamut and Tiamat have those really big polarities. But they all desire dominion, power, and wealth. Even the good ones.
And the blue dragon was flying from, on the other side of the mountains.
Correct. Yeah, she flew over the mountain range, flew straight east to the eastern coast, and, attacked a city.
She's a murder hooker.
Because she's a murder hooker.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Got it. And it's unclear whether this was a lesser dragon or an iconic dragon.
It was the iconic dragon.
It was an iconic. Yeah, so as far as lore goes from players' perspective, the common populace is debating whether that exists or not. Those that do make recordings like the candles would probably have accurate records of. It was a large blue dragon. It was probably the immortal dragon. And I think at a certain point someone probably made a report because Clyde was there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Clyde would have then said, yeah, that's Skybreaker, the immortal blue dragon.
Cool.
So you can kill her. She'll just come back eventually. Just won't be bothering you for a few decades. Or a few years, depending.
You had mentioned that, and this is just not theoretical, you mentioned that, the candles have ways of killing people that, actually kills them?
Yes.
Could Clyde theoretically kill an iconic dragon such that it never comes back?
So, Clyde could absolutely attempt that. No one has tried to, we'll just say for a lesser part, eradicate any of the immortal entities in Aurora. The closest they've come to doing that is by separating them, and that's what they did with Gigareth.
Got it. Okay. But, so we don't know what would happen if the candles or whoever tried to, actually kill for real an iconic dragon, because it's just an impossible task.
Well, and there's kind of a pros there. Nothing's truly impossible. There have been people who have been experimenting on what to do with that quality of quote-unquote immortality they have. And the mechanical function, how their immortality works, is that when they die, their soul doesn't go anywhere. It's not leaving very far. It's not going to, the fugue plane. It's not going to Avernus. It's hanging out. So it's sitting between, the astral plane, the material plane, the Feywild, or the shadow plane, but it's not leaving very far like souls would typically do. So it's truly just waiting for its time to reform itself. If you're familiar with the Lord of the Rings trilogy, it's very similar how Sauron keeps on being reborn.
Okay.
dragons. The same thing is true for the Celestials and the Infernals or the Devil, which I think you guys lovingly keep on referring to as Gig.
Good. God, Gig.
Okay, let me get to... So that's dragons. Lesser dragons are just like the dragons you think, know, love. They're in a dungeon. They love wealth, all that crap. But they, much like how there's typically... I think Rise of the Dragon Queen talks about a bit in Tiamat. There's an intermediary between those dragons, their immortal dragon, and Arhor'ha. And it's alluded to a little bit in the prose about Bahamut and Tiamat.
And are lesser dragons sired to their, like, if an iconic blue dragon's like, hey, lesser blue dragon, I need you to go burn the city down? Okay.
Yes. Very much like, I think, Final Fantasy XIV, where there's a sort of hierarchy to dragons. Yeah. So, basically, that immortal dragon has dominion over his vassals, and that would be the lesser dragons or the dragonborn. You saw a little bit of that with Tai and the Rage, and you saw a little bit with Io.
Yeah.
Because it's effectively that mortal dragon or that bloodline demanding it do something. It's difficult to resist.
Okay, makes sense. And could a iconic blue dragon tell a blue dragonborn to do something? And okay, and like
it would
really
be very I don't want to go like Lovecraftian, but be very Call of Cthulhu. It's like resisting the call.
Okay. So, like, theoretically, all these Targaryens, like, if a silver dragon would be like, told them to do something, they'd feel like they have to do it.
Yeah.
Yep. And if that has happened, It
has happened. So it's a great question. That actually has happened in the past. And it has affected quite a few things. The very few things in our work on, like, absolutes. So how a sentient creature then responds to that. Do they resist it? Do they go with it? The big part of the great game, which the big season 1, 2, and 6 activity, was that Targren's will was to constantly fight Gigareth. So he had, Dragonborn that did it. So he had his soldiers for eternity. And he was definitely, how you look at that, like, making people do things to his will. Sounds oppressive, but for a good reason. And that's how a good dragon works.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. And so Gigareth is an infernal.
Gigareth is an infernal. He's like the infernal.
Yeah, he's like the big guy.
Like the immortal devil effectively is Gigareth and like permutations and splinters thereof.
Which we learned in season 8 that even though like in season 6 we thought we killed Wrath because Gig is now out. You can't really kill him, so there's just parts of him that are contained in gates throughout Arhor'ha.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because much like the immortal dragons, that's part of your immortal devil.
Okay, and so from that prose that you wrote or the story you wrote this morning or last night, you were mentioning that basically the dragons and the Celestials teamed up against the Infernals.
Mm-hmm. And in the history. So a bit back, when the dragons came to split up and do their activities for power, they did it by allying with Celestials, because at that point it was good dragons. So very, very metallic dragons made very much sense to ally with those looking to do order, but by creating that imbalance, then the chromatic dragons had to be created as well to balance it out, or else they were going to just go over and become like crazy. And
so the chromatic dragons have sided with the Infernals, or are they more chaotic in the sense they don't side with anyone?
No, the chromatic dragons, which are metallic dragons of like gold, silver, copper, brass, bronze, like they're still good dragons, but as things progress, they started by allying with Celestials, and this is like ages past, mind you.
Yeah.
In ages past, they allied with Celestials. Very few people know much about the first and 2 eras as a result. One, because it typically doesn't pertain too much, but history builds upon itself. They allied with the Celestials. They try to keep this war slated towards good so it doesn't go cray. Bad dragons happen. Balance is restored. When the mortal races ended up having more power than the immortal influences, then the dragons ended up siding with the mortals. So they're not as beholden to the axiom of freedom and order. Like the Celestials will never ally with anyone but themselves. Like they believe what they're doing is absolute, because they are absolute order. And same with the Infernals. They don't ally with anyone because they just feel like freedom is the most important thing. They won't listen to anybody. But the dragons are more flexible. Any path to power. Cool. Good topics. Any questions about dragons before I go into Lissa?
Is there any distinctive qualities of what a immortal dragon looks like compared to like a lesser dragon? Like visually, would we be able to know the difference?
It's visually, no, you would feel it. Like the idea of how dragons have that fright presence, that aura to them. Yeah, when you're in the presence of an immortal dragon, you can feel it bearing on your very soul.
Yeah.
Very oppressive.
Oppression.
Yeah, it will make it hard to breathe, depending on how much power they've amassed. Okay, I will pivot then over to Lissa. Lissa hasn't been talked about too much. So Lissa Targaryen is the eldest matron of the Targaryen family. So in season 1, which generally followed Iolanthe Targaryen, a young dragonborn sorceress thrust upon the requirement to go save the damn world. Her mother was Lissa. So Lissa, in the absence of her husband Sigwald, who died in the final battles, and you can read a little bit about in the novel. She's been doing a lot of things of court in the Magiocracy and for the house. She's been very administrative in nature and helping her one existing. Well, she's got Alberta, but I'm not gonna go down that road. Helping Iolanthe with things of court, things of academic administration, the responsibilities of being a noble. So she's a noblewoman. She is the eldest female that's been talked about alive of the Targaryen family. So she's got a lot of family responsibilities. She'll be in as early as this session after our Fireside chat. But there's not a whole lot that has been talked about her. Like her personality is one might imagine when they think a noble court. She has a high degree of noblesse oblige, so it's like her responsibility to help those around her, like the commoners or those within her charge, which is very noble. But she's also been through a lot, so she's very tired.
That's fair.
Yes.
And she would not like Targaryen is one of the 4 houses of Crystallis, right?
Yes.
Okay, so from Captios's perspective, it's a house that, like, you know, he would never get into because he's too lowborn, blah blah blah. So there's an element of awe as well as just like anger.
it's like being in being the presence of like a Rockefeller, like it's being the presence of someone who was born into greatness.
Got it. Okay, and then Clemens would be afraid of her in general.
Yeah, because they're also born into a greatness of someone who's responsible for the military might and safety, like the military forces of Crystallis. So yes,
And his family like basically went against that.
Who's
the
Captain's
Hearths,
family?
yeah,
Oh, the
'cause-
Hearths. Yeah. Well, the Hearths didn't have so
Sorry.
much like a Hearth versus Targaryen issue. It's like Albert. It was like Albert versus the world, and he happened to be. Yeah. So if you look at the axiom, I think the Hogwarts joke is Hearth is very Hufflepuff, very warm, cares about people, and the Targaryens are very Gryffindor. Like we're awesome. Look at us, we're amazing. And they really perpetuate that almost in fraternal style across all of the academy, all of Upper Crystallis, and they have that sort of mentality to them.
So I guess my question is, when Lissa meets someone like Clemens, like that's not a good place because she probably does not like Clemens' family, right?
I'm glad you asked that. So yes, Lissa is is none too happy with Clemens at all. At all. Neither is like Iolanthe for the most part, and Clemens is not a fan of them either. So in his mind, these are the people that killed his father and his brother. In their mind, this is the offspring of the person that killed my husband and my son, or my brother and my father. Brothers, sorry, plural. Willis also died. So there is this natural sense of, you didn't personally do this, but you're from a family that was responsible for this.
Got it. And Clemens knows that his father and his brother did this, right?
He's got opinions.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so part of Clemens as his personality is that people keep telling him that his father is bad, but he keeps on telling them that's not the man who raised me, that everything you say, it's like the idea of popular opinion or the sway of the masses versus the person you know. And he's like, you keep on telling me this, but I don't believe you. And that goes into a lot. He's very Neville in that aspect, Neville Longbottom, because you can tell him that, but he'll trust his heart a whole lot more than what he hears.
Got it. Okay.
Neville.
Yeah, but in that aspect, that's what just keeps on getting him shit hands. He didn't turn in his friend Fabian, because Fabian was the one who was possessed. It's like, I don't turn my back on my friends. He's just a good being, and he happens to be the youngest son of a family who did end up doing some bad things.
Got it. But he could be like a
sleeper. He could actually be trying to trick
a sleeper
everybody.
Anakin Skywalker almost, where he follows his heart so much that.
No, that's absolutely, and that's the educated argument against that. For every good argument where he's just a good being, leave him alone, there's 2 more that would say, didn't his father do that? Aren't they proficient with doing that? He might not even know he's doing that. Maybe his father hid something inside of him and it's just waiting to come out. Because, if immortal dragons can come back like that, how do we know that he's just on a vessel for Giggurath to come back? And he doesn't even know.
Yeah.
So, Lyssa, Silver Dragonborn, basically running the Targaryen stuff right now. That's her. She's a tired old lady. She's got mixed feelings about Clemens and all that. We're gonna move away from some sadness and move to deeper sadness.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about Solus.
Good.
So, Solus is deeply embedded into Sin's background and has connections with the White family. Both Sin and Solus were part of Jacob White's charge. He effectively owned them. One might say adopted them. One might say owned them. I think that Sin would say probably own, considering it felt a bit more like slavery than it did, adoptive parenthood.
Yeah.
Yes. Subjected both Sin and Solus to a very difficult childhood that culminated with having Sin kill her closest friend Solus. Now, Solus was much like Clemens. She was just of good being variety. She was the favorite. She was the good girl. She was just the sweetheart of the group. So it's a lot like, taking a flower, crumpling it up, burning it, bringing it back to life, burning it again. But the person that could end that cycle was Sin, as Jacob would, whenever she did not do what he asked, which was to kill Solus, he would kill Solus, resurrect her, and just keep repeating it. So Solus was very, very badly tortured towards her last years. And eventually, Sin did kill her, which segued towards Sin going towards and being taken to Avernus. So that's Solus. She's just this real sweet bean. And Sweet Bean was last seen in the Gate series. Mm-hmm. So she was in a crystal encased in a faraway place within the Gate. She showed up when during Crabber's ritual, a character who was fighting for his soul. She appeared briefly towards the end to help heal people like a cleric, and she disappeared with a different character, Palo. That's the last she as Soulless has been seen. Not to be confused with Nova. So any questions on Soulless before I pivot over to Nova?
Yeah. So I just want to confirm, Cosmos, one of the things you're trying to figure out is, like, from what I understand, what you guys have told me, Jacob isn't like naturally a sadistic person. Like it's like if it's not going to help him, there's no reason he would do that. So what was the point of like killing Soulless, causing Sin to like forcing Sin to do that, and like making their childhood hard, right? Because like if he has a bunch of like money and whatnot, right? That like seems like a mystery there.
Well, we have theories on that.
Yes.
I don't think it's confirmed, but something that has kind of been put through the world is the idea of breakers and builders. And you kind of have to be activated to be one of those two. And so the theory that we have is that Sin had like the genetic makeup to be a breaker, but she had to be activated. And what breakers do, they essentially, anything they destroy kind of like separates it into different parts. So like the idea of like the Nova and Soulless are from the same person, but they're different, like the different soul parts. So the theory is that he was trying to activate Sin by making her kill Soulless.
And so the whole thing was just like a long play to activate Sin. Is that like the going theory?
Yes. So then he could have a breaker in his collection.
Okay.
And like the idea, I think, was that like Soulless was supposed to be something else, but she turned out not to be. So then she was just a way to activate Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting. So he basically collected a bunch of children with potential, and then whichever ones had potential, tried to use them. Whichever ones didn't.
Sometimes the best thing a flower can do is die. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Cool. Any other questions about Soulless? Sweet Bean McSmashed Face.
Wow. Wow.
Well, good. Well, now we'll go over to Nova. So, when Sin did, break Soulless into bits, there ended up being a fraction of Soulless called Nova, who was present, confirmed at the very least, in Jailbreak. So Nova looks a lot like Soulless, but the big difference is that she thrives in pain. Like, she seems to be working with Gig, as she was there to recover Gabriel, a person who was in season 8. Also a sweet little rebellious being who lost his arm and created sort of like an elemental gauntlet of awesome sauce before the elves were like, cool, I want that. Chopped off his arm, sent him to Elftanimo Bay, and Nova went in to, in theory, break him out. What turned out happening is that she's a little crazy, and she deals in these idea of like red crystals that'll grow out of people that don't kill them, but put them in a great state of pain, which she thrives on. So from Sin killing her friend, inadvertently created Nova. Someone Baka said the villain that Arhor'ha needs. It's just stabby, crazy smile. Nova.
Good.
3 questions.
3 questions.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's Nova in a nutshell. What were your 3 questions?
The first one, just out of curiosity, how does a breaker break someone, or how did Sin kill her?
I'll let Sin answer that one.
How did you
kill your friend?
Oh God. beat the shit out of her with my bat. Well, because
Walking Dead her. Negan will be proud.
Well, pretty much. It because it also happened with Reth in the Gate series too.
Mhm.
I attacked him, and like I don't think Sin at the time with Sola she didn't know she was a breaker then, and it was only recently discovered that she was a breaker. So like I don't think she actually knows how, which like Ozzy, he seemed to know what the hell he was doing with it, but I don't think that's something that Sin knows how to like choose what she will break and what not break. It just kind of happens.
Got it. Okay.
For now.
And- okay.
That's my understanding of it currently.
And when you, so Solus basically gets smashed in the face a bunch by Sin, dies. Then how does the transformation into Nova occur?
That we don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Cool.
yeah,
That-
nothing explained.
Cool. Okay. And then my next question is: does Nova thrive on her own pain also?
So the quick answer to that is yes.
Okay.
She definitely thrives off of her own pain. She just thrives off of pain in general. So the problem or the twist in the Jailbreak was that Gabriel's pain was like Coke to her. So her own pain is like, yeah, I don't know, a cup of coffee. And then meanwhile, this sweet little gnome boy's pain was like just a line. And just like, oh, give me more of that. This is all I can feel. So just, yeah, I'll take 2, please. So she definitely thrives on others and her own. Other people's pain is like music to her. She'll get more out of it.
And I remember you saying during the Jailbreak afterwards that like if we had tried to fight her, the fact that she felt pain would have increased her strength.
Correct.
Okay.
She's a very difficult opponent. Dealing pain to her makes her stronger.
And you also mentioned that like when Gabriel like did his whole thing, brought the whole thing down, Nova is still alive, right? But like
Oh yeah.
that seems interesting because like is she an immortal being now? Like what exactly like when you break someone, the two halves that get split from the soul, like are those now stronger? Because I imagine that Solus was not like hard to kill.
No, Solus was not particularly hard to kill. I mean, I think that there's some abject, like, Miki to this, where, the act of killing her is difficult. The physical, mechanics behind it is not as much so. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
As far as, like, immortality, Nova's not immortal. Neither is Solus. But they definitely are characters of interest that haven't played out their story yet.
Okay, because I remember you also saying in Jailbreak, if we could have stopped her, but we couldn't have killed her.
Yes. Well, that's for different reasons, though. Like.
Oh, okay, got it.
Gig has a say in a few of these things.
I see. And so, sorry, I'm just like asking a bunch of questions just because it.
No, this is the time to do it. Like the purpose of the Fireside Chat is to start the season with an understanding, as these characters and these concepts will show up one way, shape, or form.
Yeah, because like we'd rather have you have these questions now versus like when the character shows up and they mean nothing to you. And you're just like, cool.
So I keep punching her in the face and like noted.
So Sin then made a deal with Gig, to get Wraith, right? Wraith, and then also there's some sort of Blood Knight thing there. Did Gig know? Like Gig knew she was a breaker, right?
It's a active question in the community.
Okay. But like both breakers and build, like Gig is a builder. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is a confirmed fact. Yes, the great and wonderful Gig, the great builder.
But he's half of Gigareth, which was an infernal. Mm-hmm. So there's room to believe that Ref could be a breaker also.
I think that's the active theory amongst the community, that Ref is the breaker half and that Gig is the builder half.
So theoretically speaking, there could be a builder half to Sin.
one might say
Not-
that that's possible.
Oh, maybe.
Okay.
Huh. Because, like, you made the comment too, like, it's definitely desirable for a builder to have a breaker and a breaker to have a builder, because they work so fluidly together to, like, you need a breaker to break things down so the builder can build those things.
Yes.
So, like, it's like a dream team combination. So it's very desirable to have two of those. Is
A
my
pair.
understanding.
Yeah, a pairing.
Yeah.
So is that basically how all like the Celestials and Infernals work, in the sense of like they have both powers and therefore they can kind of like do whatever they want?
It's an interesting theory. I don't think we'll go too deep
Okay.
on it in
Yeah, no
season
worries.
9, but it's worth like hitting on very briefly. So in the quick prose of it, a history lesson that's in there, when they were whole, all the power existed, but there was just so few of it that there's limited capacity. When they started breaking themselves down, say into Zodiarchs or into Gigareth, Giganreth, or into one of the Immortal Dragons, that limited their scope, so that codependency is more required, which grants more balance.
Okay.
So it might be argued to say that if, say, all of the infernal entities merged together and came back to the origin in the first era, they would have immense power. And let's say maybe if all the dragons came together, they would have immense power.
Okay. Got it. And at the end of the prose, that was what they were talking about like creating a fourth era where like they have immense power.
Yeah, the fourth era would be what's the major era defining event, and it depends.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Yips. So that's Nova. We're gonna shift beans for a second. We're gonna shift to a sweet bean. We'll talk about Belania.
Aw.
Sweet bean Belania. That has a horrible story. So let's go down this road. So Belania was in, I think, as early as season 2.
Mm-hmm.
Belania is like half siren, so like a type of Triton sea elf. Very, very beautiful singing voice, who lived off of the coasts of where Freeport was. The waters of Arhor'ha are dangerous as shit. I cannot emphasize this enough. There's the reason why there's not as much maritime into Arhor'ha is the seas naturally are dangerous. Things like krakens exist. Like, think like Lovecraft. Like, your ship go McSmashington. So you have to be pretty bold, pretty lucky, pretty prepared not to make it if you're drowned, or like be a sea creature. Sea creature, Belania. So the society that was very Triton-esque did not accept Belania as she was a half-breed. Her father was related to a different one, Nazdaman, who was a character in season 6. A very well-traveled adventurer that was a very much diplomat to races that didn't get along, as he like traded things amongst them. Very bardric in nature. Her mother passed away, and when her mother did pass away, she was left by herself, and it was not much of a life down there. So she went out to see her father and looked for her friend Safina, who was in multiple seasons. Multiple seasons. He was also a sailor and had some tragic story time. Belania did end up finding a lead to what she thought was her father, which was actually Thomas, who could change the way he looks, similar to the way Perdita did in Cold Coffins. So for this entire time, she thought that she had found a new life, and there were some questionable things that she had to do to maintain that life, but it was okay because she was their family, because she's a sweet bean. And then after a while, it came to a point where her father was never there, and her father was dead, and they effectively emotionally tortured her for quite some time to make her a champion of despair. So like a dirge. Belania just wanted everything to end. She was very depressed for a lot of it. She's like a very realistic, like sad character and a sad singer. So all of her songs would then bring people to great despair. So the one thing that she was good at, which was singing, would like cripple people. So she couldn't even do the thing that she liked to do. The end of season 6 saw a very touching moment with Nas, which Nas is Balania's half brother to Balania, and where Nas, who was a bard of hope, like a hero, and she was unfortunately of despair, they kind of cancel each other out so that the good side did not lose, and Nas lost her sister, his half sister at that time. The Great Adventures of Balania.
Wait, Balania died at that time?
Yes. Well, she died, and her soul was drifted to a place where Tai was, so that it didn't suffer the fate of the Dark Champions, which you kind of saw a bit in Thomas in the Gate series.
And it drifted there because she was inherently a good person.
Because she made a deal with Tai, or rather, Nas made a deal with Tai to protect a sister for a sister. And this is like some of the turning points where, Tai was a bit of a jerk, but he was very stubborn and unbound. So he traveled with Balania in a shadow realm of Arhor'ha, so the shadow plane, the Shadow Fae, that eventually connected to the Abyss, which was very dangerous. And breaking the Abyss into the material plane is very dangerous as well. And that's exactly what happened. Balania and Tai finally made back to where they could leave and return to Arhor'ha, but there wasn't much time and only one person could go, which is a bit of a kickback to what happened with Iolanthe and Tai during Phalor's trial. And Balania there's this thing where Balania makes it out and Tai doesn't. And Tai is, at this point, saw like dozens of women, children. Like, he's not a good person. But Balania makes it out, and Io then resents Balania for that because he lost her brother because of it. Just huge dramatic mess. Balania blames herself as well because she also cared for Tai, and now he's dead because she's alive. So she kind of goes through like this depressive state again.
And he's like dead.
Well, we'll cover Tai a different day. I feel like that's its own Fireside chat. Needless to say, Tai at this state isn't dead, and more complicated. If there's time left for this, I'll kind of cover Tai for a moment, as Tai will be in season 9. So Balania gets tired of being depressed. A little help from Paolo and Panger. Kind of like gets on her feet again. Goes through a bit of an emotional rehab, and starts doing the thing that she loves, singing. So she's a bit of a famous singer now and does singing tours across Arhor'ha that has a very sad undertone to it all, but a very positive message that when things are bad, you can make it through it. One of those types of singers. So she traveled. Yeah. So she's taken some horrible events that have happened to her and chosen to shape it to be more inspiring. And she does that now. She has very close connections, which is very precarious, with the Targaryen family, as there's a bit of noblesse oblige because of how responsible this was, and she was a bit of a victim in all this, but yet she was responsible for things. So I'd let Alexa kind of talk about how Iolanthe feels about Balania, but Lyssa feels responsible, but almost really pretty close to the way Iolanthe feels. Like her duty is keeping her from her emotions.
Yeah, like Io's in a rough spot because Tai got stuck in the Shadow Realm because of a trial with her champions, and she saw him getting stuck there, and she was going to make it her mission afterwards to get him out. Like, she, in her mind, thought that there was no way he was going to get stuck in there, that she would always get him out and be fine. So when they finally came up with a way, and then it was Balania that came out instead of her brother, she has a lot of rough feelings about that. And so she definitely, there is that underlying just like resentment towards Balania, but at the same fact, knowing that if it was her brother's wish that she was the one to come out instead of him, that she doesn't want to, sully his desire to make sure that she was taken care of. So it's a rough spot she's in. Like, she wants to make sure that his sacrifice was worth it, but at the same time, she's still upset because
he sacrificed, and she just wanted to, like, after she finally understood her brother, she lost him. So it's a bit of a rough spot.
Melissa kind of shares the very similar state. She has like a little bit more empathy, but Targaryen is go to Targaryen, which is a silver dragon. Silver dragons are cold, so they're a bit cold. Like they're very like made of like ice queens, sort of in that aspect. Very methodical. But so from Melissa's stance, it's Balani is my ward out of
Mm-hmm.
obligation. Like she definitely has been through some things. There's some politics behind it, but much like it's like I now have neither of my sons because of you, because of that choice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a constant struggle to like honor their wishes, and she's everywhere, and that's what kind of makes it harder too. Is that she's constantly like singing? You can't not hear. So of all the people that are present, I don't think Sin would give two shits about singing or like the musical arts. I think Alexa might know it in a very like the top 5 Aurora Billboard awards go to Belania. Like okay, noted. I don't think Astro would know about it, but Keptoys would. Like that's a thing that be very well aware of. He'd be aware of Belania because she also lived in Upper Crystallis, and she has that sort of like outsider feel because of her story. So there's that this inherent relatability. She's from the outside and doing the best that she can, and trying to inspire people that it might seem unfair and the world sucks, but you have control over these specific things. You can do something. You just have to not give up. You have control over not giving up.
Got it. Okay. And you said she was emotionally tortured by
Thomas von Wolfengeist.
By Thomas. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Very much like if you're familiar with Game of Thrones, what Ramsay Bolton did with Reek, to the point where like you don't even trust yourself.
And so, if she sees Clemens, she probably does not like Clemens.
See, right now, I don't think she knows.
She doesn't know
who Clemens is in relation to.
Oh, interesting. Does she know that Thomas tortured her, or does she know that some people tortured her?
She's aware that Thomas tortured her.
Okay, got it.
Right. Like, because it made her very beholden to responding to the von Wolfengeists. Like, these are your masters.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is there any way that Clemens could, like, bring those back up? Like that, just out of curiosity.
Like, bring the old wounds up? Or, like, the idea that...
like, almost like a
sleeper cell? Here's the command,
exactly.
Command word, do as I say?
Yeah.
I think she would believe that's the case. I don't think that... Like, Clemens was very removed from everything that his older brother and father were doing.
Okay.
So if he does know, it's like one of those Bioshock moments where it's like, would you kindly? And he doesn't realize that's what it's doing.
Okay, makes sense.
Doop, boop, boop. Which brings down to the corner. Down to the corner. Under the sea. I'm going to stop talking and give it over to Astro for a moment. So, Astro, I talked a little bit about dragons and bear and how they relate to the bear tribe itself. Will relate pretty closely to our very first plot as we're going towards bear tribe territory. And I won't spoil what the plot is because you'll find out in about, 40 minutes. But it bears noting what the bear tribe is and what they're all about.
That's a very good question. Who is the bear tribe? Where are they? And what do they do? So the bear tribe, before I get into the bear tribe, it's important to know what kind of people make up the bear tribe. And the major races that make up the bear tribe is Eladrin, which for people who don't know what an Eladrin is, it's basically elves, more connected to the Fae. They're the originals, they're the first elves, as one would imagine. That would affect how they see the world a bit, as they're the first to, probably the first elves to be made during creation, as Buck could confirm that for us.
Truth. First generation Elfland, people that came from the Fae, like first
Yeah.
stepped over.
So, the bear tribe. So now that we know about the Eladrin and that this is the major race that makes them up, they essentially worship several different deities. Most importantly, Sylvanas, Miliki, and Eldath, which I'll be going a little bit more into detail about that in a second. But first, the tribe is essentially split into 4 different roles that they expect their people to fulfill, and all these roles have comparisons to how a bear behaves during each of the seasons. A little bit, not 100%, but we have Ursa's Wake, which is the first role, the most important role of the bear tribe. They're the spiritual leaders, druids, and the healers for the tribe. They ensure that everything is in order. They have a direct connection with Sylvanas and Eldath, as Eldath is the one that helps fuel their healing capabilities, and Sylvanas is the one that helps guide them in the forest, because that's where the bear tribe resides. They live in the deep forest, away from most of society and most of the other elves that they don't like too much. And then we have the second role, Ursa's Revel, which their roles is they're ritualist, event planners, storytellers, and guardians. I'm going to go over the first 3 things quickly of just... They're essentially the heart of the tribe. They ensure that overall morale is up. Everyone's having a good time. There's, different festivities during the end of each season that they're in charge of. And this is very important to ensure that most of the tribe doesn't fall into just complete despair, because Eladrin's personalities are also skewed with the seasons. If an Eladrin's completely depressed and in despair mode, they're going to turn into a winter Eladrin, and each season has different effects on Eladrin's personality. Then we have row 3 here. Before I go to row 3, I forgot. Ursa's Revel also has the Guardians, which essentially help protect the heart of the tribe. They're the people that stay behind, while the next part that I'm going to be telling you about, Ursa's Hunt, the Guardians of Ursa's Revel kind of sit back, protect the town, and ensure that no lesser dragons destroy the beautiful little bear tribe. So, on to Ursa's Hunt. Essentially, they're the farmers, the hunters, and the gatherers. They get all the food, all the supplies, herbs, and medicine, everything that has to do with gathering. That's what Ursa's Hunt do. Very straightforward. This is the part of the tribe that worships Miliki most, which Miliki is essentially the god of rangers and the forest queen, stuff like that. And that's kind of where they get their power from. Then we have the last row, which is Ursa's Might, which is probably one of the less known roles of the tribe, because they're made up of assassins and scouts. Essentially, their role is to make sure other nearby tribes aren't trying to plot against them and just say, hey, bear tribes out there, let's go send some people to wipe them out. Yeah, Ursa's might will just send an assassin. Suddenly, the leader of that tribe wakes up dead. So very in the shadows, kind of the darker side of how the bear tribe operates. And that's kind of the major 4 points that kind of make up the bear tribe. And then, yeah.
Which one are you?
Astro was actually part of Ursa's revel. This was the role he was assigned to, although he did have a couple years of kind of transfer over to Ursa's hunt for a couple of years, which is something that you can do in the bear tribe to allow that the people of the bear tribe to kind of have a fresh mind. You can essentially go to another role temporarily and master some of the techniques from the other parts of the bear tribe. Yeah, I mean, that's the bear tribe.
Well, and if I remember correctly from reading what the bear tribe, they're currently handling both the lesser forms of green and black dragons, correct?
Yeah, so to kind of go on about dragons and how the bear tribe relate to dragons, yeah, the bear tribe hates dragons. This is true through and through, as the bear tribe, their original lands, essentially there was a war going on where basically a bunch of lesser black and green dragons were at war for territory. And unfortunately the bear tribe was right in the center of this, of just, well, damn. Green dragons, they infect the land. They're very deceptive creatures. And black dragons are the epitome of, we don't give an F. We're just gonna cause as much pain to everything around. We're gonna kill the bear tribe if we can, and anything in our way. So the black dragons are essentially evil incarnate, and some of the effects that black dragons had on the landscape of where the bear tribe was turning most of the land into a swamp, while the green dragons were just, mutating the nature. And, think of just that normal tree that you used to walk past to go usually hunting, and all of a sudden that tree's attacking you with thorns and wrapping vines around your neck, and now it's extremely dangerous just for the bear tribe to go hunting. So bear tribe was caught in the middle of this horrible crossfire, but luckily the bear tribe got a vision from Sylvanas, and Eclipsa, Astro's sister, helped guide the people to another area of the forest for them to have better chances of survival. So they essentially traveled north, away from these two forces that are constantly clashing, and now they're all the way up north of the forest, but they still have, a couple of lesser dragons that linger up there, following the scents of just, hey, what's up, bear tribe? And the bear tribe ain't gonna have it. Bear tribe hunts down the lesser dragons to ensure the survival of their tribe, and bear tribe suffered a lot of loss to a black dragon, which is part of Astro's story of just in the middle of these two dragon forces fighting, a bunch of little lesser black dragons trickled in, broke through the barrier into Astro's town, and just have had it. Black dragons being black dragons, love seeing people in pain, love seeing just gore, blood, everything. And yeah, that's part of Astro's story, and bear tribe as well. Just that was one of the main reasons why they had to leave. Of just there's too much carnage here. there's too much potential of things can go wrong. You never know what the green dragons are plotting, and you never know when the black dragons are just going to swoop in and attack.
Dragons. Any questions with the bear tribe?
Yeah. So how close is where on the map is the bear tribe located?
Let me open the map in the World Anvil. But it should be, if you look at the map, the major forest there that hasn't been explored much. Way up, yeah, way up,
north.
yeah, way up north there is where they would be right now.
Like all closer to Elohim than to Christamos.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And how does the bear tribe feel about Dragonborn?
Well, the bear tribe probably hasn't had many butt-ins with Dragonborn in general. They've had butt-ins with dragons, but not so much, not many interactions with other races that aren't elves. Like, they've dealt with other elven tribes, but they don't really go into any of the major cities or anything. They're very tribal and spiritual, so sticking to the forest is generally what the bear tribe tends to do.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Q, anything else? Sin, Alexa, and thoughts
Good.
and feelings.
Yep, I'm good.
Panic.
Panic!
But like
Panic.
white panic.
The disco. All right. So, as we talked about dragons, we'll wrap up our last Dos Topicos with Vine and Jacob. So Vine, I've talked about their immortal dragons. We've talked about green dragons. Talked a bit about black dragons. Vine is the immortal green dragon.
He's also a dick.
He what?
He's also a dick.
Yes, he is also a dick. He was a major character of the Slayers Anonymous of Season 5. He was the final battle between fighting him in the Shadow Plane, where his spirit was, like, lingering to move over to a vessel, and his physical vessel, which the champion of the Dark Hearts, the Lord of Corruption, was trying to obtain the power of a dragon for the final battle. Although the Season 5 crew, Slayers, was not directly contributing to Season 9, they indirectly did quite a bit of help by reducing that, and also Nullish presence, which their insatiable hunger was inexplicably tied to this green dragon. There were experiments that were being done outside of Duodecim regarding this green dragon. There were 3 smaller green dragons, which the key Witcher 1 point, your actions have downstream activities, right? That the group went down and gave these baby dragons some water that they said they could not get from a temple of Lathander and Mask. They were very happy to get it. This mysterious water from a sanctified area. Meanwhile, they went and fought a version of Vine that was in the cave. They stole its heart, so they effectively defeated it. We're not going to go into the heart-stealing thing, so it's not going to be a Season 9 thing. And Vine, good old Green Dragon Land, with all the activities that are happening to the forest and people getting sick, it does seem a lot like the sort of thing that Green Dragon Corruption does to a land and the people that rely on it to survive. That said, the Bear Tribe is so far north that the area of place to happen, we will not be running into the Bear Tribe, but we'll be seeing that the nemesis of the Bear Tribe in this season.
Oh, good.
Oh boy.
Which brings me to our final nemesis, where everyone's going, where everyone knows your name and no one's glad you came. Jacob White. So, Jacob White. Outside of the adoptive/owner of Sin and Solace, the White family is known as very wealthy collectors. If there was an Ash Ketchum of Aurora who's got to catch them all and they're all artifacts, that's the White family. There's more than one, mind you. They have a lot of property that's not traditional in Aurora. They owned an outpost, which is a very dangerous investment here in Aurora. They have houses and manors in all the major city-states. The one that Sin and Solus grew up in was the one near Freeport, for example. The one you're going to is the one near Crystallis. They, if you need something unorthodox, generally you'd go to them, or like the black market, or if you're truly in the in crowd, you to the shadow market, as a major source of relics and economy. So he's very much a very interesting being. There's definitely something going on. He's a very kind man. He speaks in a very slow, very warm southernist accent. Of course, Aurora has no north and south. They're called directions, but that's just the way that the White family speaks. They also have a major place in the Zodiac Observatory. They kind of like own that township that was seen in season 6. No one visited that White, but that's fine because it would have been too hardly relevant to things. But know that it's not just one guy; it's a family of dudes. They collect things. They have a lot of wealth and power.
No women, just dudes.
Just dudes. The family of dudes.
Family of dudes.
Bruh.
Bruh. The fraternity of the... Oh, no, I'm not going to continue while I'm on stream with saying that. I value my house not getting torched down. So, Fireside chat. That's Jacob. The reason to go through some of the motives, and then we'll switch over and start the session after we do a quick A/B check.
Ooh.
Is the reason that Alexa and Sin are going to Jacob White is that they came across more wealth than I think anyone in any season of Aurora came across.
Yeah.
And part of what they did with that money is to buy Crystallis crystals to help, which is a rare material, very condensed magic. It's like getting uranium. Very condensed magic to help a few people from the Relic Hunters. The 2 for Roya, 1 to help Cedric, who was like one version of his soul was stuck as an orb, and the crystal could help focus and like either bring him back to life or put him in a homunculus or a warforged frame or something, but give him some material form again, resurrect him. 1 was very similar to Roya's call it Ward, Tiny Fang, which has a very sad history. I'll let Alex talk about that at some point in time. So 2 crystals for Roya, 1 for Trash Panda, who is using it to help his friend, a big old bear Dakota, and to bring him back and not be like abyssally infested. And then 1, which we're focusing on with season 9, which was Ford, and it covered with his core, his resonation capabilities of repulsion and attraction, definitely puts a strain on his existence. And a Crystallis crystal, as rare a material as that is, would save it from hitting like an overheat, like a core meltdown situation where he can't function. Which would mean he'd be like trapped in an immovable statue for all eternity. Another reason, which I'd say is a pseudo-ulterior motive, is Sin wants to beat the living crap out of Jacob. Some fiber of her being wants to see his head bashed against a wall, I'm sure, for what he did to her growing up and had her do to her friend Solus.
Correct.
Ozymandias is beholden to Jacob White, and like he was doing work with it. Astro would know they kind of refers to him as a father figure as opposed to like an owner. And Ozzy is traveling with Astro on the way back to the estate. I don't put words into the players' individual motives, but my impression is that there's a chance at redemption arc with Ozzy and Astro, especially given all the darker activities that came out of Cold Coffins. So a little light at the end of the tunnel there. Whereas Keptois is there, and if I keep on saying your name wrong, man, you tell me. Because
I think it's Captios.
Captios? It's going to be Captain eventually. So Captios is there as he is a candle, much like Alexa is. And he is playing like a game where he's a step ahead of Alexa, knowing that she's going to be there. and his main mission right now as a fresh like academy graduate sort of situation is to monitor Alexa for being a threat. Not that Alexa currently knows that, so we're pretty good at separating in and out character information here. But Captios, the Candles are concerned that Alexa is compromised. She has been in Hell Avernus for some time. She has been extraplanar in the Gate series. It's not too difficult to think that her essence is corrupted, and that would possess a great threat from the intelligence community. That means she would have to get retired from the Candles.
Which means murdered.
Which means, yeah, you're dead. And you're not coming back. All right, that's all of the major characters. A few of the key concepts that you'll need to be armed with in your noggin, in the brain pan, before we go ahead and kick off. We had a handful of viewers watching for that synopsis so that they can know the relevance to at least the first sessions with information as seating exposition. Any lingering questions before we switch over to an AV check and set up our session?
Is there anything I should know about how Targaryen views elves?
I don't, much like how isolated the bear tribe is, I don't think that in character Astro has any context to.
Yeah.
Out of character.
They don't really look down on elves, because I remember Farron was an elf, and like they used Farron as like a ranger, and he was like one of the champions. So I don't think they look.
The good dragons. So the good dragons look favorably towards the elves in general. Yeah. They it goes back to the kind of like the older deals, and elves came and they effectively seeded life on Arhor'ha using the Fae. So the good dragons see that as good. They don't have any most don't have any prejudice against the elves. It's the rest of civilization that sees them as savages.
Gotcha.
Just out of curiosity, you keep mentioning champions.
Yes.
Do we need to know what that like entails or anything, or is it literally what I'm thinking of, which is just like great heroes for a side? Because it feels like there's something more.
There's more context. So the yeah, we can cover that real quick. The idea of a champion in seasons 1, 2, and 6 was that there was one person that held a Heartstone, which was the essence, the kind of like condensed direct connection to either the dragon or Gigareth. And these were the people that were responsible for putting together like the 5v5 dueling team for Arhor'ha, the MOBA of the century. But so Io was a heart holder, and it was her responsibility to find, train, prepare, and ultimately do battle with the Dark Heart holder, which was Albert von Wolfengeist. Their champions were the people that they found, like selected, trained, and those people became champions.
Okay.
So Thomas was the first champion of Albert's, of the Dark Heart, of the Gigareth side. And they have very specific. There's some lore back in Discord, and I think it's made its way into World Anvil by now. What kind of power they're granted by either Targaryen or Gigareth is very specific to their role as a contributing champion. Like Balania was fairly useless. Like you wouldn't expect her to fight or be like very durable and hold a line. She just had like one very, Kamehameha, spirit bomb sort of activity that she'd be able to do. And that was her entire function. She's your Hail Mary play. And hers was Ultimate Despair. So like the strongest thing possible, because she can only do it once, and that's it, was like Ultimate Despair. And the same thing was true with Nas, who was a positive champion, which was, ultimate like hope. So the two kind of cancel each other out. We covered like Farron, like I said, it was a champion. He was a hunter. So if you think of it in like more chess terms, like the idea of like having a knight, he could get around things, is very trap oriented, very stabbins oriented, a very strong, versatile type of a champion. And it was responsible for Io to figure out like who would be the right people to take up this mantle. Like the Fellowship. You'll have my bow, their axe, this sword. And that's why they called it, season 6 was called the Crystal Fellowship.
Got
Well, let's go ahead and get our AV check. So for those that are currently watching on stream one, thanks for hearing us talk. Rap about characters in our little world here. We're going to switch over to a be right back screen. Bloop. But we will be here. I'm just going to mute for a moment as we set up the session.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do a quick bio break, but I'm gonna pull up my
Yeah,
video
just turn your video on, and I can go from there. All right, we'll be back in about 15 minutes, y'all.
Since freaking out.
Yeah. So
Like, okay.
audio's back in. For those that are still hung out, welcome back. Those that did not, missing out. We're gonna kick off our session with. You know what? We went through like 2 hours long of just exposition and data dropping and all that crap, like study time. It was like a lecture hall. So I think I am going to start off our very first session with trivia.
Ooh.
Here's how trivia works. First off, when you're in a campaign, everything's XP based. I'll put there's a channel for XP. I'll let you know what it is. So as you get this, as you win XP, please update your sheet. You're responsible for your sheet. You're responsible for what's on your sheet, including items. Please keep your world animal update because it's kind of your backup. We introduced an interesting new rule where if you get the first one right, you cannot go in the second one because a few people are just really too good at this.
Sorry.
I think I'm pointing to the right.
You are. I mean, I'm properly on stream pointing to the right direction. I think if you point straight up.
Yeah, I'm above you.
Oh,
On the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Wait, you're all the way up.
Yeah,
there.
all
Yep.
like you, Astro, and Captios would have to all be like together as one.
Hey.
All right, here's how it works. Be on roll. First off, be on roll 20. Secondly, if you type something as let me not do it like that.
Let's roll 20.
Hopefully,
thought
where
this
everyone
was
currently is
fantasy
in,
ground.
according to their tokens and stuff. All right, so here's what you have to do. I'll ask a question. The very first person on that screen that responds to anything, you put a 1, period. You can do what like Baka does very effectively, like write the answer as your buzzer. Writing something down as your buzzer, I will ask you the answer to the
But
question.
like preemptively, like before you ask the question.
Yeah.
Like,
And he was right half the time too. Like just
Was.
he was. You will get typically experiences in buckets of like Jeopardy, 50, 100, occasionally 200. Like for really obscure stuff.
Who was paying attention?
Yep. It will be who's paying attention? Time for a pop quiz. Yes. All right. We'll start off really easy. Ready?
I'm ready.
Ready.
What's this guy's full name?
Oh, damn.
Captios.
Ford. Don't know his last name.
50 points for getting forward. Would someone like to steal the last name for 50 points?
I'm
Cass.
It's like Davier or something like that. Like D.
It does begin with a D. He is a bit of a D.
And it's like kind of French.
Yeah.
It is
yeah.
French.
Oh, shit.
I thought it was like, oh crap.
It is not D. Oh crap.
It's not too. I thought it's like Davier, like D.
It is very phonetically close to Davier.
God damn it! I'm like, it's so close. And you said it very quickly, and you said it once.
That's why it's worth 58 points in and of
Yep.
itself. That was a cat.
That Pinger.
That's.
Dave?
All right, cat.
Thatcher.
It's not that.
It's not Thatcher. Nice try.
Hold on.
Davier.
Not Davier.
I don't know.
It was very similar to. Hold on. I can do this.
All right. Yep.
Nope.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Diacier, which means steel.
Gosh darn it! I was so close.
Okay.
So our trivia mistress has sunk down.
So sorry.
It's okay. We'll blame the drugs.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. All right. Next, let me clear the palette here. Boop, boop, boop. Series of questions, starting with someone else. First off, what is this dude's full name? Cassandra.
Oh, god damn it.
Lemons von Wolfengeist.
All right, so that's 50 XP. For 50 more, name his elder brother and his father.
Do you want me to do it, or do you want
No,
someone else
nope.
to do
This
it?
is rolling it forward.
Am I
So I-
not allowed to answer this now, or can I answer this?
No, it's a series of questions.
It's
so
a series. So
yeah.
for
Oh,
me,
okay.
Until she gets it wrong.
So father was Albert von Wolfengeist, and his older brother was Thomas von Wolfengeist.
50 points. For 50 more points, what did he study at the academy?
I mean, I know herbology. He focused in herbology.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
It's herbology, botany, and alchemy. Correct. All right. For 50...
Neville character.
Yes. So if the final 50 points, there are 2 candles specifically that were charged for looking after him. What were their names?
There was Evelyn, and then the Dick.
Then the... So I understand your out here is that if I don't know, they're obviously assholes.
No, I know. He was the one that tortured him. Of course, he was a dick. Crap. What was his name?
Would anyone like to steal for the 50 points by the name of the second dude?
Oh crap! I'm trying to think of what was his name?
He's the guy that like waterboard people.
Yeah. That's
no,
torture.
like
Not
what I
my
say.
note. God damn it.
I can't, and I know it's in one of your pros,
Mhm.
but he's only brought up in that one pros.
And just a moment ago when I talked about...
And just a moment ago when he said his name briefly.
All right, 5.
Did we go with the D?
Does not. He's not. What's with the D? Candle.
He's everywhere.
Candle praxis.
Praxis, that was it.
Prax.
What was the first guy's name?
The first one was a she, and it was Evelyn.
Yeah, the woman, yeah.
Yeah,
Evelyn, yeah. And then Praxis, that was it. I'm going to write that down because I can't just keep saying that he's the dick, which he is, but like...
I think it's canon now, to be honest.
It's all canon.
It's all canon.
It's like how Skybreaker is a murder hooker.
Yep. I mean, and just like Brienne of Tempest is really trying to fit in with the guys, grew a beard and everything.
Oh God, no, man.
You did that.
You did that. That happened.
You did that. That was you.
That was me being completely zoomed out, and I should be wearing glasses, but alas, I do not.
Look,
It's okay.
that just reinforces that everything's canon. You really can't do the wrong thing. We'll find a way to roll forward with it.
Instead, you made a bearded lady.
All right, here. Let's do something with this dude.
I mean, seriously, look how dumb I look with glasses on. Check this out. I have them.
Wait,
This.
now that Alexa's in food, am I allowed to answer again?
I feel like you need to have a library book. Bring out your journal. Hold your journal, like for dear life.
Look, I don't even have it. It's too far away.
But yeah, I answered the last question, so I can't answer this next one. So anyone else can answer.
Yeah. So the next one you can't answer. All right, this one's, if you're paying attention to, was to the last session that we did. All right, I've cleared off. What does Ozymandias use as a weapon?
Oh,
Oh my God! Sin. What does Ozymandias use as a weapon?
He uses like a what? It just disappeared from me. Oh my God! Like a
You flipped it out of your brain. You
like
took this.
Like a what's the term? All of a sudden, it just
It's a-
not a hammer. Like fuck.
I want to help you, but like
It's a D.
It's a D.
No.
no.
Make it
It's all
Begin with a
D's.
D.
doesn't begin with a D.
It's not. I keep wanting to say club, but it's not a club because that's what Sin has. It's like a ham. It's like a. Just someone else do it. I give up. It was right there, and then it just disappeared.
I know what it is.
I got so excited, and then it's gone.
Can I steal?
Reaper, would you like to steal? What does he use?
A mauler.
He used a maul for 50
A
points.
maul.
Fuck.
Which is like a gigantic sledgehammer, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Damn it. Ugh. Yes.
I will add that.
So to follow up that, what is he infamous for killing as of recent? And Reaper for the series of questions.
D.
Yep. So it's like Jeopardy. It's like or Family Feud. You can keep on going until you don't have the answer. What is he infamous for killing recently?
The ice dragon in the basement.
50 points. Killing himself a white dragon. All right. What did he say? When he killed said dragon, what did he say specifically?
Now you are broken.
100 points. Good job, buddy. It's a bucket of 200. And keep in mind, if you're not as highest level as the highest level, that's double. And I think that you're not level 5 yet, so it's
He's
all
not.
doubled.
Yeah.
I
so
was supposed to be doubling everything.
Yep, until you reach their level.
So you just got 400 XP.
Math.
Math is hard.
200 times 2.
Yes.
All right, we covered Ozzy, we covered Clem, we covered Ford. All right, make sure she's not there. Clearing this off.
Weird. Like,
We cannot adult today.
How to adult.
Or any.
What is the name of the female Targaryen that's in charge of the Targaryen house currently?
Damn it!
Cassandra.
Fuck!
I feel you.
I feel it.
Lysa Targaryen or Lysa Targaryen.
Lysa Targaryen is correct for 50 points. I feel like asking any other Targaryen
Please
questions
ask me all the Targaryen
is
questions.
fucking cheating, so I'm going to stop. But I will say this. I'm going to clear that off and say anyone else besides you, because again, cheating.
That's fair. I get kicked out of a lot of questions, and it's fine.
Yeah, if it's fairly too obvious. Anyone can take the rest of this. So, Lysa Targaryen is the head. Name one other Targaryen. Captios.
Iolanthe Targaryen.
Iolanthe Targaryen for 50.
That's really the best one.
Sin, can you name one that's not Iolanthe or Lysa?
Hi.
Ty Targaryen for 50. There's at least 2 more if anyone would like to keep on going.
I imagine I'm not allowed to answer.
You're
these
not
questions.
allowed. No, you're
Yep.
banned. You are banned from this line of questioning. Captios.
What was the dad's name? It was like Sindel, or like started with an F.
It did begin with an S, not a D.
Fuck.
There's no D's here.
Yeah,
It
there's
was like-
3. There's 3.
There's
other
3,
options
yeah.
people they can
I
pick.
completely forgot about the guy with the S.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. It's like I feel like there's like L's in it or something. Fuck, I don't know.
Yes, there is an L in it.
There is, right? There's like
There is an L.
There is an L.
There is an L.
Silver? I don't know.
damn it. All right, I can't. I can't.
You yield the question back to the floor. Does anyone else know any of the other 3 Targaryen siblings, familials? All right, Alexa, rattle them off.
So there's Sigwald is the S name that you're trying to
What
think of,
it
which is the father. There is Willis Targaryen and there's Alberta Targaryen.
Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot about Will. Oh, I'm
You
so
forgot
sorry.
about Willis.
Oh my god.
Valentine's
it's fine.
Day.
No one really talks
It's
about
really
it.
sad when
Fine.
we went down in the book.
I'm super nervous today. My mind is not where it needs to be. I'm so sorry. Oh god. Just kick me off the campaign.
No.
Am I
Okay.
allowed to answer things again?
You know what? No, I don't want you or. Well, no, absolutely not. You answered the very. No. So,
Okay.
Sin, you can answer this one. Alexa, you can answer this one. So this is for the 2 newer people. Let's see here. What is the name of the person that Sin killed in her childhood?
Oh, damn.
Captios.
Solus.
Solus, 50 points. Going down the question train. When she killed Solus, who did it create?
He created Nova,
50
which we
points.
know of.
Yeah, that you know of. Correct, 50 points. And for the Stinksy question, for 100, who does Nova work for?
Gig.
100 points, buddy. Don't forget to double it.
Cool.
All right, now anyone can answer these.
Yay. So they said no one can answer these.
No,
That's
well, I mean,
awkward.
maybe not.
No way.
Otis, you're up.
Oh my god. How to phrase this question in a way it's not completely fucking obvious is the question. All right. Who in this wonderful group that you've seen was a champion in season 6?
I could answer this.
Cassandra.
Melania.
Okay, 50 points.
Because I can't see her on my thing, so I had to look at what the
Oh,
stream
got
can
it.
see.
Yeah,
So I'm like,
that's-
who can we see?
True.
That took a second.
I should have said, or people that we've covered.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So let's go down this line of bullshit.
Okay.
Make them hard because it's you.
Thank you.
What was her title as a champion?
She was a champion of despair.
What was her what of despair?
She was a hero. Not because I know that it was like the opposite of a hero of despair. Because she was one that had like the one big moment.
Correct. It is something of despair.
It's not a hero of despair, correct?
It's not the hero. It's the other side of the hero.
It's the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. 'Cause I remember the. I can't remember. I can't remember the first thing out of despair.
Okay.
I know it's the opposite of hero.
The villain of despair. Correct, Mundo.
I remember you compared it to like a rigger or something.
A rigger. Yeah, like the one shot. Someone you bring in for that one moment.
Mhm.
And she was a bit of a dirge. Still on Belania. Anyone can answer. What has Belania been up to? What's her current occupation? Cass.
Essentially, like a bard. She goes around and she sings, and she's trying to turn her talent into good, and creating songs of happiness. Top 5 charts.
Top 5 chart. 50 points. Yes, she's currently a minstrel. She's a wandering singer. All right. Person who cannot answer this one is Reaper.
I don't think I can answer because I just got the last one right.
You can't. So really, this is just Syncapios.
Right.
Your time to shine.
How many call them seasonal houses exist in the bear tribe?
See, I know this one because I've read his backstory
Captios.
so much.
There's when you say seasonal house, there's 4 like groups.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah.
Okay. There's 4. 50 points. 50 points for each one you can name.
Oh.
Like the
Oh.
official title.
See,
No, that's all
I
I
got-
you. Fuck no.
I can name at least 2.
There's hunt. There's
Hey, I got
so
the Google.
the hunters and gatherers. So I have them in fucking English over here, but I don't have like their names. Fuck. There's the scouts and assassins, which is fuck, I can't remember that one, but there's one that's like Revenant or starts. It's like starts with an R.
Oh,
No, it's pretty
Vigilant.
close. It's
pretty close.
Oh, so close.
It's not vigilant. Okay.
It starts
I
with an
don't
R though.
It does start with an R.
Okay.
Am I able to answer some?
Once he reaches the bottom, make it struggles, then we'll field it up for steals.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
you
think-
guys
I
can-
don't-
You
I
guys
don't
can
think-
start stealing. 'cause it's
All
not-
right, fielding up for steals. Please use the board because there's 2 of you. Reaper is banned.
Yeah, I don't think he can answer his own
That's like it's
backstory.
like IO stuff.
So like, you want me to just put down the one for like what they are? Like,
For each one you can name, it's 50. So you get the 50 for the one.
okay.
Cool.
So there's Ursa's Wake. There's Ursa's Revel, which was
Wow,
what
that
you're
was
talking
when you were
about with
so
the R.
close on. Yeah.
There's Ursa's Hunt, and then Ursa's Might, which is Winter.
Okay, so you get a buck 50.
Yeah. I've read that backstory many times to make sure that we could get him in for a session 0. So like, I got you. I got your backstory. Don't worry.
All right, so Cass, then you're banned for what?
Oh, no.
What race? And Reaper, you're banned. What race is the bear tribe primarily composed of?
Fair.
Captios.
So really, it's just you, Sin.
I know.
Eladrin.
Eladrin.
Yes, Eladrin's not high elves. Correct. 50 points.
You got
Oh yeah, it's still gonna be back. Failing trivia. Oh yeah.
I am
Feels like-
paid to lead, not to read. I'm paid to smash,
things. Can I just
not
kill
to
things?
rhyme.
So bad at trivia. I have always been.
Hmm.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's good.
it sounds like you're doing good. You're just feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about motives for a second. So you can answer for your own motive. You can answer for only others. And we'll go with, what is Captios' motive for being at the Jacob White estate?
Oh, I can't answer this.
You cannot answer for yourself. Cassandra, why is Captios here?
So there's a couple. So he is there because Alexa did tip off the candles that he was collecting, that Jacob White was collecting children, and so he has like a kind of a small side quest of trying to figure out why he's collecting children, but he's mainly there to investigate Alexa because they have concerns due to her going into Avernus and going into the many planes inside of the gate that she's been compromised.
I mean, Captios, you get to be the judge on this one. Does that feel accurate for your character?
Yeah, it seems accurate.
50 points. All right, we'll move to Astro. Why is Astro here?
Why is he?
Why is he here?
Why is it?
All right, Captios, why is Astro here? Our noble
So-
bear elf, Belf.
He's here with Osmandius. Specifically, well, he's here with Osmandius, and then he's also here because of the issues that are going on with the Blight, and wants Jacob's help in order to like basically figure out what it is.
Astro, how's that feel?
Pretty close.
Can I ask?
Is there any are there any gaps you want to cover down on? We're at 50 points. Any gaps?
I mean, I can cover at least one of the gaps is that since Jacob is a procurer of items, he thinks that he might have some components that will help find a cure for
Yeah.
his sister.
For my sister, Eclipsa. Gotta save her.
Gotta save Eclipse.
Do I get points?
All right. I feel this is danger mode, but why is Sin here?
Murder!
Captios, you got the last one, so you can answer this one, so it goes to Cass.
Oh, okay.
Cass, why is Sin here?
Well, a murder, but that's like a side, just an inner.
That's the subplot,
thing.
murder.
She is. Well, it's kind of difficult. She's traveling with Alexa to get the Crystallis crystals that they had purchased that have been left there. Also, she wants to kill him and destroy everything that he loves, I'm assuming, and revenge.
How's that feel, Sin? Does that feel accurate for Sin's motives?
Yes.
Is there more you want to add in? First 50 points is close enough. Any gaps you want to cover down on?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
For myself?
Yeah.
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 They
Yeah,
say-
like any gaps that we missed.
Did we miss anything?
Everything, like, was Solus, like, why she was in the crystal thing.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
Oh,
also
yeah, that's
answers
right, yeah.
about Solus. Giggity giggity goo.
Good.
Concern.
Concern. Why? This is easy because why is Alexa here? Captios.
She's here to make sure, so for a couple reasons. The crystals, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
for the
Obviously.
same reason. And then also she's here because she doesn't want Sin to bash Jacob's face in.
You're not wrong.
Mainly
Don't
because-
do it.
Mainly because it's like, if Sin kills Jacob, first off, there's like issues with the candles where like all of a sudden the candles are going to become way more involved. I mean, Alexa's already worried about that, and she
That's
doesn't want
actually
her to go into like a barbarian like rage or whatever.
She becomes
Sin
the
normally
new
doesn't.
Dark Lord.
Yeah. So Sin,
Evil.
Alexa's basically trying to save Sin from herself.
A little bit of cycle there with Ozzy and Astro too. How's that feel, Alexa? Does that feel accurate?
So weirdly enough, the things with the candles in Sin is actually her smallest concern.
Oh, interesting.
She is trying to stop Sin from, killing Jacob because she thinks it won't do anything. She thinks that actually doing that will do nothing and Sin won't get what she actually wants. So she's there to get the Crystallis crystals, but she's also going to try to take this opportunity to understand how his organization works because she feels that killing him it's not going to solve anything. He's just going to come back or someone else is going to kind of fill that void. So she is always concerned that the candles will find out about Sin, but
Okay.
that's like the smaller of her concerns. That it's just going to do nothing.
Well, she also
Yes,
doesn't
Sin?
want.
Sin, you feel like you got something to say.
Okay.
Calling on Sin on the back row.
And also when we first left Avernus, like we had that discussion where one of your goals is to kind of like help stop the slave trade that's been going on.
Which is why she wants to figure out how his organization works.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's... You definitely got the 3 points for answering for Alexa. We'll do one round of questions for things that weren't exactly discussed, so they'll be each worth 100.
Ooh.
But you can't answer because you're going to be about your characters, so you can't answer for yourself.
Sure.
And I will go... I will go start at the top. What is Alexa's patron?
It's going to be real easy
Sin.
when you look at
The Raven Queen.
100 points. Her patron is the
Yeah.
Raven Queen.
So I got a raven.
I'm going to skip over Capius because I'm going to end with him. So, what is Astro's race or races? Cassandra.
He is an Aasimar with like elf heritage. So he presents himself as an elf, but he is an Aasimar.
That's correct. 100 points. What is the title, the new title that Gig gave Sin?
Wasn't it like Blood Knight?
Concerned? It was originally Blood Knight, and we changed it in the past week to something else, Blood something Knight. So I'll give 50 for the Blood Knight piece, because that was historically true. Captios.
Is it the Blood Break Knight?
No.
Okay.
You're thinking Fire and Blood Breaking, which are abilities as a Blood something Knight.
Got it.
Does anyone want to steal? I think that's just Cass that can steal at this point.
I don't think I was. So I think she's a blood fire knight, correct?
For the other 50
No,
points,
that's
Blood
weird.
Fire Knight. So we
How
already
many
have a
points was
Blood
that?
Knight, and her name is Dahlia Thorn. And she Blood
Yeah.
Knights very well.
We can't have too many blood knights.
It'll
We
get
gotta add
confusing.
something
It's
different.
not this world's confusing enough. I'm confused. The common Aurora statement. All right,
Danger.
and we'll end it on Captios, and then we'll kick off. Captios. What is Captios' primary school as a wizard?
Oh.
Sin.
Divination.
Divination magic. Yay, 100 points.
Yay!
Speaking with the divination.
Guys.
Speaking with the divination wizard, we're going to start with you, Captios. You have been at the White Estate for, we'll say, about 10 days. You had a little bit of travel. You had no difficulty getting a job, having skilled labor over there. Today was no other day. You have a nice series of shit to translate and some menial tasks that go with it, which feel like above your station. But you learned very well in the White Estates that it's very... He says something, you kind of do it. And he'll smile at you and be like, oh... You poor soul, I think that you should take a rest and like outside my estate without money.
Got it.
So you have your chores ahead of you to go to the reliquary and do your work. When you notice that there are guests, the first guest that arrive is a highborn dragonborn, which you would immediately recognize from your time at the academy as Lyssa Targaryen. She arrives with the song Balania, and immediately you have a catchy tune of one of her songs, a fight song that gets stuck in your head. She then goes and has first court with White there as Balania is stuck waiting. Not too shortly after, a sweet young bean here of Clemens ends up at the gate like it's open house the White Estate. Evidently the guards are very surprised, although you don't see tokens. This is a very well fortified institution. The guards are very surprised to see Clemens there, but they let him in and decide to drop the Portella so that there's not this weird flood of people bothering Mr. White during his afternoon tea time. Balania and Clemens end up with an interesting conversation with Captios there as they currently are waiting for Lyssa to leave. So we'll start there with Clemens looking at Captios. Now, so Clemens, for description, he's a very like lithe little dude. He's like kind of wiry. He's got satchels, like medical satchels and chemical ingredients like all over him. Like he lives out there and does field work. black hair, but yet he has a face of someone who's probably been noble blood for a while. And you know him from the hearth, and he looks at you, Captios, and doesn't know that you're undercover at all. It's like, do I know you?
Clemens, yeah, you know me. I'm a Captios. Do you remember me, Captios?
Captios. He's like, yeah, Captios. You can see him like thinking, like, who the fuck are you? Like, you look familiar. Like, you have a face.
We were at the academy together.
Yeah.
Don't you remember?
I think you might have had like an herbology class together.
Yeah, way back when. What are you doing here?
This is the guy you have to go to when you're looking for very exotic things. Wait, why are you here?
I actually work here now. So basically, after I graduated, I really only had the option of becoming a librarian, and I was like, I don't want to do that. So I ended up coming and working for Jacob White instead. I just started a week ago.
Oh, great. What do you do here?
Well, for right now, I'm just archiving, basically being the librarian here on the White estate also. But I'm hoping to move up really soon. That's why I'm over here now. I'm going to ask Mr. White if I can actually do something else completely.
Other than, you know what? You're one of the smartest guys that I knew at the academy. I'm sure that there's just great things waiting for you. And he's a very wealthy guy. He leans in for a little bit. It's like, he hasn't been talking at all about the stuff out in the fields, the hearth fields, the farmers, by chance. He hasn't.
I mean, I haven't heard anything. I don't really get to spend too much time around him, but when I do, he hasn't mentioned anything, and no one else on the estate has mentioned it, so I assume not.
That's getting really bad out there. Like,
wait, what's going on?
He scratches his head for a little bit, and instead of like just talking about it, you see him like ruffle through one of his many satchels, and he pulls out a book, and he opens the pages, and it's sketchings of plants and different stages of their growth, and he's like, well, remember that botany class, like plants should grow like this even when you add like magic to them to help quicken their growth. But when we put magic into it now, it doesn't grow at all. It withers away. So the current yield is less than a third by the time of harvest season. A lot of people are going to be very hungry soon if we don't find out why it's happening.
Wait, where is this happening?
The fields. And he points out to the distance. Like, so like the Hearth family, like and he realizes like he sees like Balani is there, and she's like practicing her scales. And it's like specifically does not say his full name. He's like, my family, still maintains a lot of the fields there. Like, we have been moved to the more difficult fields as of late. It's like, but they feed a lot of Crystallis, and right now they're not growing that well, and some people are getting sick that are trying to eat what is growing. Like, he flips some pages and shows like some like lesions of the skin and boils, and at some point you can like see where he sketched out. We can see like the bones on the arms.
So I'm super short, so like
Clemens isn't like, super tough. He's like, he just like drops down. It's like Clemens like literally does a little squat. Just shows you a book. He gets like a wider stance.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like looking over his shoulder, like
two nerds looking at books together. About. Yeah, that's exactly it. But Balani is like looking at you like nerds. She's not saying it, but she's saying it with her eyes.
I'm like, I don't care about Balani because it's just like it's basically literally like a nerd that like just doesn't care about pop culture.
Yeah, and she's like the popular girl at this point because she's a known singer, right? She's like, I'm surrounded by nerds.
And I'm like, well, one thing you could do is possibly, are you here to talk to Jacob White about Mr. White about the plants and see if there's anything he can do?
Yeah. I'm seeing that if you've seen this before in any of his other texts, like if there's something that happened maybe 100 years ago that we haven't seen in a while in our books, or maybe there's some sort of influence that we have to do, a ritual, anything. I think that if anyone would have an answer to this, it would be him that I can rely on right now.
Well, Clemens, I have access to the entire to all the major books at the library here.
You don't
You
say.
wanna-
Can you?
Yeah.
Let's go to the library. And he doesn't know
Well-
that you probably shouldn't be in his private library.
Right. And I'm like, well, I don't think Mr. White would be very happy if I just took a stranger into his library.
And
In
Clement's
fact,
like,
I'm not really
Clement leans is
supposed
like,
to be
wait.
in the
It's
private
like,
library either.
but Captus, people are dying. I think that's worth risking getting angry at looking at books.
I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah. Okay. You might have to. Maybe I can go. Maybe I can just go to the private library and look for things.
I can distract the guards. And at that point, during that point, we'll shift over because at this point, Alexa, Sin, and Ford's very hard to miss. He's huge. Are approaching a guarded, portellus dropped gate of the estate. And we'll switch over very quickly to that group as they need entry into this place that is now barred with two guards. They're just looking mostly at Ford because he's like huge.
So we've got guards there.
Yes, it's a guarded gate.
So I'm going to step forward. Alexa will step forward and say, excuse me, we're here to procure some items that were sent to Jacob White by the candles.
The guards that they just kind of look at you. They don't look like the smartest bunch of people out there. Like, name?
Alexa Stone.
Is he expecting you?
He should be. He has my items.
The two guards look at each other. Should be? Or is?
Is. Yes,
Is.
he is.
Totally is.
Is? Is
Yes.
expecting you?
Yes.
Alexa,
Mm-hmm.
you're a radar. I'm not even going to ask you to roll.
That's fair.
You notice that you're being watched from the ramparts up top.
Can I tell by who?
Yes. It's you first notice it as like two like pointed like horns peeking out from like one of the rampart tops, and then some white hair and like two eyes that go about to like this level watching you.
Oh.
No, don't go. We're here to kill them all. Alexa. No.
So you're being watched.
Okay.
So the two guards look at each other. It's like, we'll let them know. And they stand there and stare at you.
Like, I am assuming you're either using message or one of you will go over and get him, correct?
Oh, the message is getting over to him right now. Right? He's like, yep.
You also may want to make him aware that we are returning some of his property.
Look at each
I
other.
give Alexa the craziest look. Just, what the fuck did you just say?
Ford
Alexa-
also looks at, they both like turn their head and like think of like,
Just like,
Alexa is, because she does have message, so she sends message to both of them. Like, I don't think we're getting in any other way. I'm not.
so you hear
I'm
Ford
not
reply
turning
back.
away.
It's like, oh, I can open that gate really easy.
I also
Violence is not the
I
answer.
have a solution.
But and then Alexa's answer. How do the guards look? Do they have anything on them to insinuate something that would make them work faster? To get the like, personalities. Or are they just
like
lazy?
where their weak points going to Sherlock their personalities?
Yep.
Sure. So I know what your perception is. So go ahead and roll insight to go along with it.
Okay.
First roll.
First roll of season 9
Let's
is
hope
an
it's
insight
not
check.
shitty.
That one. I seriously hope it's in that one. Just
Why? Why would you hope it's a nat one?
It's a nat
You
one.
spoke it into existence. Hold
you
on. Wait,
willed
hold
it
on.
into
Wait.
existence.
Hold on. Let me double check.
I
Shoot
have
investigator.
You rolled a 1.
I can roll a d12 and add it to the result.
I will save you your limited pool of shrewd investigator. That you roll a 1.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with a 1.
I blame
Tell D&D.
Sin in
Yeah.
this situation. She spoke it into existence.
Yeah, so I'm not looking at
How
the
do you
6,
feel about that?
which is how some DC's checks works. I think as book it's a 6 because there's like nowhere. It's like I'm looking at that 1 saying we're gonna have fun with that 1. So you roll a 1. You think that one of them would respond very well to violence, and one very well to bribes.
Oh god. I'm gonna go to the one with the bribes because she's trying to hold off on violence for as long as physically possible.
That's fair.
She knows it's going to be difficult, so she goes up to the one that she thinks would be bribes.
Okay.
She's like, "Is there anything I can do to incentivize you to get him to come to let us see him sooner?"
You say it just like that.
Yes.
He steps in, a little uncomfortably close. Like, what are you suggesting? These are dudes.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I have my hand on my Grey Club right now.
Right.
Fucking close to that Grey Club.
It depends on what would make this the most successful. Like, she's not gonna flat out say anything.
He says about 15 minutes.
Oh god. She stops. She's like, oh no, no.
Welcome to the white estate, Alexa.
Welcome to
Now
the
we
White
know why
House.
it's white.
It's like, is he seeing anyone else currently?
Is what?
Is Jacob White is Jacob White currently hosting other people at this time?
You can see through the Portellus and see Captios, Belania, and Clemens talking, like, through the Portellus.
Okay.
I'm getting extremely impatient at this point. Extremely.
Ford, who's like, 10 foot of steel, is like, she's getting impatient.
Okay.
She
let's
has
look at both.
he leans forward, a short temper. Ha, 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 ha.
Alexa will look at both the guards. She's like, look, I know we're not doing the 15 minutes. I have to be very straight with you. My compatriots are not as patient as I am. And I'm trying very hard to stop them from potentially killing both of you. So if there's anything that you can do to make it so that we can get past you so that they don't potentially go into an angry rampage, I would appreciate it.
The two guards look at each other. They nod. We understand. And they go, and they enter. I think they go to the side service entrance. Or as the people do, the gatehouse. Enter the gatehouse. And then they go on the other side of the Portellus. And they look at you.
Good. They just moved. Great. Okay. Ford, can you please open this gate?
Okay.
I feel like it's just like...
Ford.
Sounded like a fuse. Just
Yeah, it's okay.
Move
So
to the
Ford-
side. I want to watch this.
Yeah, so as Captius, the point that you're scheming with Clemens about raiding a library, you hear the metallic clunk of the of a Portellus, which big chains, a crank, just being lifted up and slowly raised about 8 feet upwards.
Do I see who's through it?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
see the two guards on the other side of the Portellus immediately moving away because, dear God, that's terrifying. And on the other side, you'd see Ford, again, gigantic warforged, opening up a Portellus. I don't know if you'd see Sin. She could like hide behind his calf. And Alexa.
So under my breath, I'm just like, shit, because I know it's.
Well, you hear that, Alexa, because you have like 18,000
Yeah, she's
passive
like,
perception.
And I just keep looking down at the book as if like we're just reading, because I'm sure
Oh, yeah.
Clemens read it too, and I'm like, this is much worse than I thought.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
like,
it's
he doesn't
quite
know
bad,
that I'm
like-
not referring to him. I'm referring to Alexa. I'm
Oh, yeah.
referring-
Clemens is equally concerned about this state of existence. At this point, he's just trying to play off being nerdy. He's like, what?
He was like, yeah, we're all fine here. Don't worry
Sweat's
about
just
you,
rolling
dwarf
down. It's like,
orange
oh
juice."
God, is this the place we die at for trying to raid a library? Just trying to save a life.
So is it high enough now
Oh.
that they can walk through?
Yeah, you could just walk through. You don't have to crouch at all.
So like Alexa just like
Walk
walks
straight
on through. Like,
Yep,
all
walk on
right.
through.
Follow.
And Alexa
Forward.
turns in like, that was not ideally how I wanted to do this.
I think it went rather well.
I don't think it did at all. And then seeing like that they're not alone, she'll just do like a quick message to Sin, like, please mind your temper. We're not alone. Be careful.
You know where we are, right?
I know. That's why I'm asking.
Forward, just like one hand goes the other side, then just drops it. Thump.
Like, thank you, Ford. I appreciate
Smoke.
you
Smoke.
helping.
What are the guards doing at this point?
Running.
Oh, okay.
Like they're going to higher ground, like the ramparts. You hear like the tung, 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 tung. You can expect to have crossbows down at the courtyard any moment.
Can Alexa see Yo-Yo?
Yes. Assuming that
Yo-Yo's just chilling on my shoulder.
Yep. So
Okay.
effectively, he's got like shoulder floof.
Okay.
Yo-Yo
So-
is just hanging out, like taking a nap.
Alexa will go straight towards Captios and like put her hand up, like, hi, my name is Alexa. It's nice to meet you. What is yours?
And I'm like, hi, I'm Captios. Nice to meet you too.
And he was looking at books before, right? So he was like
Yeah.
looking over books, and they were all.
So it's like me and Clemens are like looking over books. Lonnie is like a little bit farther away. And then you just approach. So you basically approach me and Clemens.
Okay. It's like that's a fascinating creature that you have on there. What is his name?
Oh, his name's Yo-Yo. And then I like
Hmm.
take him and I like hide him because she just came through in force.
Oh
And
yeah.
so I'm like, so I like grab him. I'm like holding on to him now.
And he like Yo-Yo like kind of wakes up like a cat would when you move it from sleeping. It's like,
And like Alexa goes immediately in to pet Yo-Yo.
and Yo-Yo would allow it.
Yeah, and then she kind of like looks closely to Yo-Yo, and then almost kind of like leans in a little bit and says something very quietly to Yo-Yo.
Okay.
Okay. At that point, I'm just like, because I'm like frozen, right? There's guards up top with like.
Oh
crossbows
yeah.
out.
You're like in the middle of a raid situation.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm sorry. What do you need from the White Estate? I just saw you enter in a really rude fashion.
Unfortunately, the guards were quite rude back, so that was really our only option in order to get in here. We're just here to procure some items.
Oh, well, I mean, if you're in a hurry, and then I just point to where, what's her name, Lissa went into.
Yeah, south.
Like-
Yeah.
I'm like, I believe Mr. White is that way.
Oh no, we don't have to disrupt him right now. We don't mind waiting out here. And Alexa starts like wandering away, and as you can see, she's starting to like kind of essentially case the area to get a feel for like where defenses are, exactly who is where, and like weak points and everything. Like she's just like casually just like walking around and like just looking. She's like, oh no, it's fine.
Yep. You go in full Sherlock mode, and you notice that what's interesting about the design is that it's as defensible from the outside as is the courtyard. Like being inside of a bear trap is where you currently are.
Hmm.
Can I still see the girl up in the top, the
Yes.
white hair with a?
You absolutely can. Like, and she's kind of freaking out a little bit, so more people will see her like scampering around.
That's fair. Now, Captios, right? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What do you do here?
And
And she's like has like a nice smile, like she's just being very, friendly.
I just work in the library. I'm not a guard. I'm not any of those things. I just look at the items that Mr. White brings me, and I just stack books.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that must be a lot of work. So is it a lot of like manual stuff, constantly dealing with? I mean, I'm assuming he has a large library. As you know, he procures many items.
Well, technically speaking, I don't have access to the more private libraries. But yeah, we get kind of access to the standard set of libraries.
Oh, okay. So, do you admit people into the libraries, or
No,
are you helping
no,
him
I
get
can't.
any of the items?
No, I can't do that. People bring me items. I just sit in the library, and I was telling my friend here that he wanted to get in too to look at some books, and I can't let him. And I
Clemens raises a hand like I'm that friend.
I'm like, this is Clemens. We went to magic school, well, the academy together in Crystallis.
He's very smart, Clemens says.
And I'm assuming Alexa would immediately know who he is.
Yep, instantaneously.
Wait,
She's like,
do
oh.
you know who Clemens is?
Yes.
She would, yeah. Like she'd be like,
Yeah.
She's like, oh, Clemens. You guys it looked like you were looking at an herbology book. So how is that going? I know there's been a couple of problems with the disease going on. Are you trying to help them out?
Yes, I am. Just you can roll insight because he's like very afraid of Alexa.
In the
It's
meantime,
like someone's caught like in the halls with that hall pass. Like I am going to the bathroom. Yeah. He's generally just very apprehensive towards her. Like, yes, I am.
Which is fair, because
I'm gonna while this is happening, I'm gonna look at Alexa and be like, so who are your two friends over there? What's the big one that just opened the door with no effort? And the small one.
That would be Ford. I would really just try to stay on much of his good side as you physically can. And Sin, who
Yes.
the same would stand for that
Fact.
statement. Just pretty much, just be very, I would just always advise staying on their good side.
I hear my name and I join them.
So you have this like giant club on your back, right?
Yes.
Wraith,
Yeah.
So obviously, I'm like
Terrifying.
a curious, I'm looking at this. I've seen weapons before. In all the textbooks, so I'm just like super excited. So now in cartoon shows where there's like someone standing and someone's around them, and it's just like he's like bouncing around, like looking.
Oh yes.
Like
full Dragon Prince mode. We got it.
Yeah, I run over. I don't run over, but I like walk over to Sin. I'm like admiring her club, and I'm like, what is this thing? This is a really cool weapon. Can I touch
You have
it?
5 seconds to get away from me.
Yeah, like
And I'm like,
Alexa's
oh, no.
like still
I'm gonna
looking
run
around
back.
things. She's like, I'd be very careful with how close you get to her. And
And
she
I
like
have-
keeps looking.
Clemens was like,
And I'm like, oh,
you're in
okay.
danger.
It's race, and I use it to kill people.
All right, so
Clemens like takes 2 steps back.
like
He hides behind a bush. He's just
and like Alex looks like, Sin, we need to not say that to people.
What am I supposed to say?
This is my weapon. Please stay away
And
from it.
Is that not what you use a weapon for? Is to kill people?
Ford just stomps up. Fact.
Okay, guys, I just
This guy gets it.
oh, you guys make traveling very difficult.
Ha ha
She just
ha
keeps
ha
looking.
ha.
You've been traveling with me for a very long time now, so
Yeah, but
know.
now you have a large person that supports all of your choices.
this is great.
So I go up to Ford and I put out my hand, and because I would know what a Warforged is, right?
You're a super smart being, and you're a librarian, so yeah.
So I go up and I'm like, "Hi, my name's Aptios. I've never met a Warforged before."
He goes like,
Like,
Nice to meet you.
Lifting him off the ground as he's doing it.
yeah. If you're short for a human, he's like 10 feet tall. So he like has to like almost crawl, like get to
God.
like.
Or you can just not do that.
No. I have manners, Sin.
Uh-huh.
And he just takes like the finger, he just kind of just shakes it with his pinky.
Jeez. While this
Very
is
nice to meet you
happening,
guys. What do you guys? So, what kind of items are you looking to procure? And I'm talking to Ford and Sin at this point because Alexa is still pacing.
I mean, at this point, you can't see Alexa anymore.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
And
exactly. So I'm
she
talking
has sat down and she's essentially warged into her raven because she's trying to get a closer look at who this is.
So I'm just talking to Ford and Sin then about like what items are you looking to procure?
Ford, stop looking at me like that.
He just starts spinning his head around.
Gems. Just gems. Nothing too crazy, but we need to see Jacob White pretty soon. Pretty soon.
Are you important around here?
Did he say that to me?
Yes,
Or-
the person's like,
Oh,
As he
I-
looks
I mean-
down.
I mean, I'm a librarian, so,
So
and libraries are very important. So
I have a lot
I
of
educate
respect
people.
for people that do the arcane arts, but librarians that say I read, I can read sometimes. Just
Oh,
slowly
well-
starts getting to stand up again. Takes a moment because he had to go really far down.
Books do make good Kindle, though.
Look,
they're just like,
so now there's banter. Like Ford looks as like, I'm writing a book. Let's put that out there. I could be an author in at least a year.
It's so easy
Really?
to write a book.
It's very easy to write a book. You put a bunch of words together, close the book, you're an author.
so
You
I'm
looking any
looking at
books
some
there, buddy?
photos
He looks
in
down
my-
at Captios.
Yeah, and I pull out of my like side thing. I've got like 5-6 books. I'm like, I'm reading all of these books. Because I get access to the more public libraries here on the estate. I get to read as much as I want.
I'm very sorry I asked. Looks it. At about this time, so there's Alexa. You're looking into who is up there. All right, so you're putting Nuru, like saying Nuru to go look at that.
Yep.
You definitely see a young, like the Mason kids' age, like 8 to 10, a tiefling girl with white hair who's watching you from the ramparts.
Okay.
Who's now like scampering around as like guards are going up there. So she's doesn't seem to notice you're a raven.
Yeah. And like that concerns Alexa because she is making assumptions based on what she knows about Jacob and how Sin is going to react to there being another child here.
Uh-huh.
She's like, okay, oh shit. All right, well, let's just.
Well, speaking about oh shit,
great,
Astro and Ozzy. So you guys heard in the distance the kerthunking before you see anything, and the dust cloud. You have to. There's a bit of a bend. So there's not a straight shot to the mansion, but you see the impact. It's Ozzy's walking with Astro. Home,
So you-
sweet home.
You said there might be a cure here, right?
Look, if anyone knows anything about cures and medicine and fancy potions and gems you can stab into people's foreheads that make them feel better, it's my dad.
Is your dad like you?
No, he's not blessed with this good luck.
I see. Well, hopefully he doesn't have as bad a temper as you do.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen Dad angry sometimes. I'd say that I'm mild-tempered in comparison. Just hides it behind his eyes. It's really creepy. He does. Ever seen a fish, like those fish eyes that are like... It's like that, only there's malice behind it. Like, you know he's going to find a gem to stab in your forehead, and then you're going to be completely healed from all your thoughts.
I'm worried.
Puts gems.
Oh, look, a Portellus that's down. Where are the guards? He starts yelling, Guards! Ozymandias has arrived. I will take your praise now.
Oh my god.
I'm just like,
Toss a coin to your Ozzy. There's like no response. Well, everyone hears that's outside the other part of the Portellus. But he's just...
is it usually like this?
No, normally by now they open the gates.
Hello?
This is
Anyone over there?
So, what is the group outside the Portellus or inside the Portellus?
We don't see them, right? But
No, you can
You
see
can
through a
hear them.
Portellus. Yeah, it's like a lattice. It's like a checker pattern.
Oh, got it.
It's not a solid
So I
object, it's
would-
opaque.
Would I have known that Ozzy works for?
By name, because you've only been an employee for like a couple weeks. So
Got
you
it.
know, definitely know of him. And the little white-haired kid won't shut up about him, so you definitely know of him.
So I'm gonna be like, it looks like there's more guests. we should really let them in here, huh? And I yell up to the guards, guards, there's guests. There's more guests.
You say guards, and suddenly you hear like the clinking of mechanical crossbows as they now line up the ramparts, like pointing down at the guests that are inside.
No, and then I'm pointing. I'm like, no, out there.
Yeah.
They're just.
Oh yeah. They're just.
Are you gonna tell these guards to put their crossbows down?
I'm like, well, they probably won't.
I'm a librarian.
We've been here for a week, but I guess I can try. And I start moving towards where I guess the ladder is to get up top.
Okay.
Sort of like the steps. Where are those steps?
So steps to get up top of the ramparts.
Oh, is that where Alexa is?
Yeah, it's near where Alexa is. All right, so you go up there. Meanwhile, Ozzy is like just holding this pose, like.
Or do you want to? I mean, I don't know. That might get a shot. Do you want to try to get the gate back open? That might get us. That seems like a bad idea.
And like at that point, after hearing all
I
this
live in
screaming,
bad ideas, Sin. So he's just like already walking that way.
All right, I'll just stand here waiting.
like Alexa pulled her raven back to her, and she's going over to them. Like, why are you guys letting in the yelling tiefling?
Why a tiefling?
Okay, super perception. So Ford's like thump, thump. They shoot him repeatedly. But fun thing about monks, you don't shoot them. So he's just like ting, 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 ting. Bah, catch, crack. Ting, ting, ting.
Do I hear this?
Yeah, you just see this gigantic warforged getting shot with crossbow bolts. Every now and then he'll grab one and just like toss it away.
Well, Alexa,
What exactly is that?
the best case scenario is
It's coming towards us, Ozzy.
He grabs his ball. I'm ready, Astro. Go full bear.
It's not how that works, Ozzy.
Well, do what you gotta do. Turn it on. Think happy thoughts.
Ford, be careful, please.
Oh, you're a big guy.
Is that a deer? What?
So he's absolutely has like a 4-point buck antlers on him. And he stands the Portellus and just looks all the way down at Astro and Ozzy. State your name.
Do you work here? Ozzy,
No. That's not how this. He looks down. Like that's not how this bit works. That's not how this bit works. Legitimately says that in character. It's like, no, that's not how this bit works. What is your name?
And Ford is saying this, right?
Ford is saying this to like Astro and Ozzy. Ozzy is just as confused as you are.
Alexa's gonna go up next to Ford because she's realizing like I should look and see what actually is going on here.
Seeing as you look like you worship a nature god, my name is Astro,
Excellent.
the lunar light.
Astro of Lunar Light. Fantastic. What is your quest?
I'm searching for a cure.
He leans in. Like you see an antler kind of get like half stuck into one of the Portellus as he gets closer.
And Alexa looks at him. She's like, "What tribe are you from?"
That's not the third question. God damn it. He just stands back like his antler, like it's a little cut in Portellus. That's not the third question, Alexa.
Ford, we have to be smart.
I
Look.
just walk up behind them. What the fuck? Just let them inside. What's
What?
the worst that could happen? They destroy the estate? Oh, whoop-de-fuck-de-doo.
Well, I can guarantee you that is not our goal, to destroy
Well, it
the
should be.
state.
Am I up top yet?
Yeah,
Or
you are
am I-
absolutely up top. You have a good view.
So I'm
Does-
like talking to the guards. I'm like, who is that?
Who, Ozzy?
Okay.
And they're like, that's Ozzy. That's Ozymandias.
And I'm like, then why are you not opening the door? Open
Because
the
we
door.
have a threat inside. We shot it like 8 times. Don't you have magic? Can you throw a book at it or something? Isn't that a magic missile? Just throw it.
Well, perhaps we can enter and clear the air. Doesn't seem like they're hostile.
You hear like
And
hear the guards bickering with Capdios up top on the ramparts.
Yeah. Just Just open the gate. Open the gate. It's
Why
obvious
is that?
right
How is that a good idea? Let more chaos in? We can't even contain the
Yes.
chaos we have in here.
You will endure more chaos if his father finds out that you're not letting him in.
One guard leans over the ramparts from his argument with Captios. So he's like, "Stay out of this!" And he just leans back.
While they're arguing, Alexa's taking this time to observe the two, Ozymandias. So can she see? I know he has his maul. Can she
Yes.
see anything? Oh, what would she notice off of Ozzy or anything?
Everything. She has a godly perception set. So the maul, the black hair, the horns, the eyes, the stature, about how old he is. You get close enough. What he had for breakfast.
The maul. I know
Eggs.
that. I know from the one shot that it was able to harness a dragon. Is there anything signifying any of that capability visually by looking at it?
Yes. So it's got runes in it, and they are glowing to a center porous, like if water would flow downwards to a center pool that grooves inwards to the center of the maul.
What language are the runes in, or can I read the runes
From
where I
a
am?
distance, yeah, so many damn languages, but
I
it is Dwarvish.
I do know Dwarvish. I am
Okay.
from Duodecim.
Okay, so it's loosely translates to Bane of Dragons.
Lexico is just right behind Sin. It's I know that you're high on your power, but you might be facing someone very much close to your equal once he comes in.
Meanwhile, Ozzy is not portraying any of that gravitas at all right now. He's just yelling at the guards to let him in.
So I look at the guards and I'm like, look, there are rules at this estate. One of the rules is that Ozzy can get let in whenever he wants. I imagine that's a rule.
That sounds. Seems legit. It's
It
a rule
seems
now.
That Ozzy's allowed in whenever he wants. His father is Jacob, right?
Yes.
Yeah. He's Mr. White's son, and I yell it I yell it out loud so Sin can hear that.
Yeah.
'Cause obviously, I don't know what's going on.
Oh God.
Oh no.
And then to make it worse, I was like, "That's right, Ozymandias, son of Jacob White. Let me in my goddamn house."
Oh, Alexa takes a deep breath, oh god. Oh no. Nope. It's not gonna be good. Okay.
By Cyric, let me in.
And so, do the guards open the gate, or?
Oh, at this point, they begrudgingly begin to open the portellus.
Oh my god.
And Alexa's backing up a little bit. She's like, this is not going to end well, whatever this is.
And from the ramparts, I'm like, Mr. Ozymandias White, a pleasure to meet you. My name's Captios, and then I'm gonna start heading back down.
It's just Ozymandias. Just walks in like it's.
And so, Captius has never met Ozymandias, correct? Because he just said, nice to meet you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, is that your sister?
Are you asking Ozzy that about
Yes.
Sin?
Oh, good.
So Ozzy's stops, looks at Sin.
Can I fucking help you?
Looks just kind of looks. It's about your height, and then looks back to Astro. No, that's not my sister.
Oh.
My sister wouldn't be that ugly. Walks back.
Oh, God.
That's just he's ready to bonk him in the head. Just be more respectful. Just
Bonk.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't have a piece of shit father either.
Oh, who's your father?
It's none of your business. Certainly not Jacob White.
Womp womp. So when you say none of your business, he goes to punch you.
Yep, there it is. There's.
I'm intercept.
That's fair. So he goes to punch you. So he goes to punch. Astro grabs his wrist, the equivalent of interception there.
I don't move for it. I don't move at all.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just stand there.
Come on, Ozzy.
This is my house, man. This is how we greet each other. The superior,
Wait,
it's the inferior. You gotta punch him in the face a few times.
I know how you greet people, and
I
it's with the
do.
horns,
We greet each
not-
other very well.
not
Look
with
how
your
much we
fist.
bonded since then. Come on, bruh.
Honestly, you're really just
Obnoxious.
Larger than life, I think, is what you're going for. Let's go.
Alexa
Fair.
kind of goes backwards a little bit over to Belania, and she's like, "You're Belania, correct? The singer?"
So she is just hanging out. In fact, I'll put her on the stairs because I think she'd be away from all this bullshit for a while.
Yep.
And she stops her scales. Just watching this is very entertaining. Just like, yeah. Do you want an
So-
autograph?
A little bit of a favor. I have a strong feeling that whatever is going to happen in that courtyard is going to be bad. Is there like a song you could play that might calm everyone? Like a nice, just something in the background, some peaceful music to bring down whatever's going to happen just a little bit.
I can, she says. She thinks about it. And it's like, it is a bit rude to play with people's emotions like that, but it seems the alternative.
I think the alternative is
Isn't
a
good.
bloodbath. Yeah. The
All
alternative
right.
here is a
So-
bloodbath.
God. She starts to sing. So, we'll center this on Captios. So I need a charisma saving throw from Sin, Astro, and Captios.
Good.
Wait, can I roll my portent first before I do that?
Yes, you should roll your portent first. So, these are your portents. So, Sin, you will be failing.
Mm-hmm.
Reaper, you'll be passing. Plus,
now what
I
I-
believe, based off this spell, you get advantage anyway. And
Now I
Captios, now I
roll-
need a charisma saving throw. Okay. And just know
Really
for
just
Portent, you
calming
have to
down
declare it
Sid.
before you roll. That's one of the only things there. It's a very powerful ability.
Yeah,
So,
no.
Captios and Sin, you're you Bob Marley the fuck out. You just start to calm down when you hear this music. Like, every little thing's gonna be alright. I wanna punch your face, but not today. Every little thing's gonna be alright, yeah. Except for, Astro, who does know that it's a calming song, so he can maintain any degree of emotions he wants to keep. But everyone else, let me check 4. That should be funny.
Just poor chill out. Like,
Oh yeah,
yep, he's
Oh, boy.
he's like
She
he is extra chill.
he's like laying down in the back somewhere. Like, yeah.
And let me check to see where Ozzy is with this.
Yeah, like I think the most
Also
for us-
chill.
oh, perfect. So,
So
really,
the
the
only person
people
that really
that need
resisted
to
is
hit,
Astro.
and that's fine. Astro seemed to be fine. So
Larger than life. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Glad
don't really.
things settle down a
Just too
bit.
much energy. I really.
I
Don't
could just
care.
go for a nice meal. It's been a nice long road.
You know,
Killed a bunch of good things.
I could
we
go
can- we
for
can
a
deal with
nice
this. We can deal with this later.
cure.
Like dumplings,
Dumplings.
Dumplings
Dumplings
sound
are
alright.
good.
right?
Right? Just the
This is a
meat-filled
whole new
ones.
side of you, Ozzy. What has happened?
I got hungry.
I should get you hungry more often.
Maybe I was in that state you get when you're really hungry, but then you get angry. Because I am angry a lot. Maybe I'm just constantly hungry.
So, how about, let's go see your dad.
So, Belania is still singing and all that shenanigans. Hey again. Thank you. So, to converge all the shenanigans, most people are chill right now. Alexa had a chat with Belania. Clemens is hiding in a bush.
It's just like Clemens is a bush.
The guards are still like keeping an eye on the internal situation with crossbow bolts. How do you guys want to proceed? Because currently Jacob is busy and you don't know where the hell he is.
Just
I guess going. Can we go inside? Are we gonna get shot if we go inside, or?
Probably.
You probably, but I mean,
Like
Ozzy
the-
would.
Wait, the guards don't go through that like calming.
There's a radius that spell.
Oh god.
So they hear it. They're a little outside the we'll call it the blast radius of calm, but they're a little chiller than before. They're not as itchy trigger finger with the crossbow bolts.
Mm.
And like Alexa kind of takes this opportunity of a chilled Ozzy, which she feels like is a rare occurrence to ever happen. She's like,
Male sin.
It's
More
like-
obnoxious.
she's like, Ozzy, I see that you have great power.
My friends call me Ozzy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Ozymandias, is that correct?
You can call me Ozymandias, yes.
All right. It seems that you have great power, and to be the son of, Jacob White, I'm sure that has a lot of responsibility. Was he having you do things for him recently?
It's very weird to have this conversation with you. I mean, if you're gonna kiss my ass, you should kind of get on your knees first. It's closer to the.
Oh, so you're closer to the traditional tiefling than I usually
What do you mean
am.
traditional?
apologize.
So it's like he's chill. It's like, what do you mean traditional tiefling? What's a traditional tiefling?
Like dumbass horns.
Dumb
Like
as
yours?
horns
Nope.
tieflings.
Sin? No.
What?
What is that?
I'm just speaking the truth.
Ford's like, fact.
It seems that you've received much praise from your father, and it's
It's
definitely
because
led
I'm amazing. This guy can attest. Astro, herald my amazingness.
Ozzy is very strong,
to.
but he doesn't
Nope,
have the
we'll
best
stop there.
personality.
You can ignore everything after butt, as my father told me. Everything with after butt, just all lies. Just that first statement is what we're going to focus on.
And also kind of like, now I do wonder if all that amazingness is from him or from his fascinating mall there. And she does like a polite smile at it, like a slight sense.
Want to go 3 rounds and find out?
I do not.
After my dumplings.
Yes, let's go procure that food, and perhaps we can work something out, Ozzy. Find that thing we talked about.
Ah, yes. Gives Astrogold a slap on the back. Fraternal brothers that they've become in their journey back. That thing. Yep.
And Alexa just like very matter of factly states like you actually probably would have a lot to speak with Clemens, considering you probably are looking after the same disease.
And then he stops.
At this
Who are you talking to with that, out of curiosity? Ozzy or Astro?
She's just saying it out loud.
Well, I mean,
To see who
Ozzy
it
says,
stops.
who the fuck is Clemens? And Clemens is like,
Well, at this point, I'm over by Clemens, like
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
pull him out.
Clemens is like hiding behind the bush. He's like, I don't know what's going on.
Astro's just like, wait, what?
Cactus?
Clemens, it's fine now. Everyone stop punching each other. You can come out. And I'm
That's because she cast the calm emotions.
like, yeah, but everyone's calm. The way that spell works is now everyone will be calm.
Until
like-
it wears off, and then it's gonna be like, whoosh.
He's not wrong.
Can we? Maybe we should be just within running distance of the whoosh.
And I'm like,
I don't know if you've been hitting the training yards since our academy days, but I'm not that. And he points to Ford.
and I'm like, all right, fine, stay back here. And I like walk out.
He's like,
and
I will.
And I go up to Ozymandias, and I'm like, Mr. Ozymandias, sir, very nice to meet you. I'm the one that opened up the gate for you downstairs or upstairs.
Ozzy looks at Captios, and Ozzy isn't exactly tall either, but Captios is shorter. He's like, okay, what do you want? A hug? Prize? A pat on the back?
At this point, I'm just super awkward. I'm like,
Thank you,
a hug would be good.
Captios.
A hug would be good.
A hug would
Like,
be
I
good.
blurt it out.
Oh, he goes and he gives Captios a hug, but it's not like a nice hug. It's like I won't let you know how strong I am hug. You just crunch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like
Yo-yo jumped off my.
yeah, it just sounds painful for everyone watching. Like a rib probably popped in one of those.
So,
Bruce.
Captios, what exactly is going on out here?
Well, this Warforged behind you, Ford. They said their names, right? Yeah, when I entered.
At least yeah. So far, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure everyone said their names.
This Warforged Ford, he just forced open the gate, and then these other two, the tiefling Sin and this woman Alexa, just kind of they all just walked in, and then it was crazy. It was just commotion and just full chaos.
They haven't fought back?
Well, the guards are just up top. They tried to shoot, obviously, the Warforged, and then I pull out a book, and I like open to a page about Warforged, and I'm like, but see, like
I have
it
no
does
idea what
nothing.
this is.
It does nothing.
He looks like a nature being. He's
Yeah,
probably
Ford just
blessed
like kind of
by
like
Sylvanas.
stomps on off and also looks the book too.
Also, Buck, you got to restart Zoom.
I do. So please continue as I restart Zoom.
So,
And I'm like, I don't know how to explain that.
I throw a rocket forward, and so it just dings off his. Deers don't make that sound. Just disclaimer. That's not a deer.
Not unless you're made of full metal. Full metal deer.
Warforged are really strong. They're almost invincible in battle.
God, I like this guy.
okay. So
He's a writer. He reads books, and he thinks I'm awesome.
You're talking
okay.
to Ford right now.
Sin, can we keep him?
That's a
Okay.
liability I don't feel responsible for.
No.
Ozzy, could you command the guards to settle down?
Ozzy looks like, oh yeah. Hey you! And they look down. Fuck off! They fuck off. Now you have less crossbows on you, like 100% less crossbows.
Nice. Thanks.
Right. Hopefully, we can get on speaking terms now.
We've been speaking.
Well,
Like we have
without the
terms.
looming threat of arrows raining down on your skulls.
Can I ask, what is Astro wearing?
He's wearing this green vest and these brown slacks and these brown boots as well, with a strap around to this large backpack.
Anything that shows Bear Tribe?
No,
Okay,
just normal, everyday adventure clothing.
gotcha. Okay. She's just observing all of you. It's fine.
So-
just taking notes.
I see you didn't attack anyone here, so why are you all here?
We're
Oh,
here
that's
to pick up items that were sent to Jacob White by mistake.
See. What are
And
they?
yeah.
That's none of your business.
Oh, well, I'm just gonna help you out. I know the boy right there.
Ozzy
Yeah.
raised a
Related.
hand. Like I was like, yeah, maybe it is our business if it's our merchandise. Mm-hmm.
It's your.
Yeah, should have thought that through, huh? If you have something you want, it's kind of our business. We do business, buy and
But
sell
it's
things.
not your business.
It
It's
is my
your
business if it's
Oh.
our
It's
stuff.
not.
It
It's
totally
your
is.
father's business.
Well, my father's business is my business because I'm in the business.
And Alexa just like smiles through to Ash and she's like, I appreciate your offer. However, this is something that does need to be spoken with Mr. White himself.
So the irony of Sin taunting Ozzy is now he's like really defensive about it being his business.
Yeah.
So he
Well-
just kind of he walks off, begins to
But
walk off.
I do stand by, if you are looking for a cure of some sort, Clemens would be a good reach. He did herbology, and like this is, and she wasn't nearby at all when they're having
He's
this
walking
conversation.
off. He's like,
But she's like
First I'm
Astro,
gonna
Clemens studied
snack.
herbology, and it looks like he had some books on some cures. You might want to look into it.
So I'm like, because I'm like right here, I'm basically listening to this, and I'm like, oh shit, she's actually pretty good. How did she like guess all that stuff? And then I look at Sin, and I'm like,
Who's Clement?
Clemens raised a hand from like way back, sitting next to Balania. He's like, I'm Clemens,
Then come over here.
but you're so dangerous.
What?
It's fine. Kind of.
I'm friends with the boss, though. Structure.
I don't
Oh, yes. I see. He just kind of does like, tries like, I understand what you're talking about, but fails miserably at it and just looks like a goof.
while
Yeah.
this is happening, I'm talking to Sin, and I'm like, you should really be nice to Mr. Osmandius. There's certain gatekeepers to Mr. White, and he doesn't want you to see Mr. White. You may not see him.
So
Meanwhile,
the woman-
Ozzy's like gone to go see Mr.
And like
Yeah.
Alexa's listening to him, is like, you haven't been here very long, have you, Captios?
No, I've only been here for about a week.
Yeah, it shows. It's fine.
I don't want to offend, but if you've been here only a week and you haven't met the band's son, which I feel like is maybe a loose term, are you very aware with how the hierarchy or how the system works in
Well,
this?
Well, I do
estate?
want to mention that, he's been gone since I came here. He's been off on an adventure somewhere.
Yes.
So I couldn't have met him until just now.
My question still stands.
Oh, and then I pull out a book, and I'm like, yeah, but see, and it's like the rules and regulations of the White Estate. It's
We
literally
had to
like
sign when he started working there. The
Oh,
acceptable use
do you mind
policy.
if I take a look?
I'm like, no, go ahead. I love sharing books, and I like hand you. It's just like it's literally just like it's literally like a user guide. Like if you are on the White Estate, like this
The
is
acceptable use policy of being on the
Yeah,
White Estate,
exactly.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. She's looking specifically through the book for people in the estate, either the girl or Ozzy, and how they're supposed to deal with them.
Fair enough. Roll investigation.
As she's doing that, I look up to him and I say, "Is there a section in here at all about how he keeps children and abuses them?"
Sin,
What?
not
Just
now.
asking. I feel like that's something you should put in your policy, right?
And Alexa just sends a message like, when I'm trying to stealthily figure out information, please do not blatantly ask the question I'm trying to find out.
So it is mentioned that Ozymandias and Luna Hope are to be treated with a lot of privilege,
Okay.
and obviously Dick Jacob is absolute. Like, terms of termination are very severe.
And does it mention anyone else other than those two, or are those the only two mentioned?
Those are
in
the only
book?
two that are mentioned currently.
Okay.
while this is happening, I'm like, well, I don't know anything about children, and I'm just like stuttering, right? Because I'm like,
Well,
I know
you.
that I know that this is what came back, but I'm like, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about children because I haven't heard anything about.
Oh, so you haven't met Luna yet? And she says, like, I don't know if he had knowledge that I was in there, but she says, like, so you haven't met Luna yet, and this is your first time meeting Ozzy, I see.
Well, you
And
have met
would
Luna.
I have
Hope.
met
She's the
Luna by
little,
this
she's the
point,
little
or at
girl.
least seen her?
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
very shy. It's like you would have seen her around. She
Yeah.
doesn't really talk to you yet. She likes
I was-
books, so you would have run into her in the library.
Well, she comes to the library often, but she's very shy, and I've spoken a little, like a couple words to her, but she just nods and quietly, but she's very nice. She's always taking out books.
And she's his daughter.
That's what the manual you have in your hand says.
Okay. And she just keeps reading. Like, she's just looking through, trying to figure out, like, items, like where are certain areas that things are kept that they can't go, that they have to be careful of. Just, like, trying to, like, read through the rules, but trying to, like, read further into it to get information. Like, okay. And it's going.
What?
That type. That's close to the mic.
Gotcha. Yeah, so she's just looking for where things are kept, and really, as a librarian, what does he actually have access to, if anything, other than the books?
Really, I only have access to the book.
But yeah,
Yeah,
so
they
she's
can't
like,
compartmentalize that piece.
yeah,
You have
okay.
access to need-to-know basis, and you only need what you need to know.
Yeah.
So you like books, huh? Which it appears you attended the academy with Clemens, and she's like just asking as she's like reading through. Just like,
Why the White Estate?
Well, I had two options. I basically could have been a librarian at the academy, which to some extent is a nowhere job. You're basically just a librarian forever. And then another option was to go do the same kind of stuff, but just kind of like a museum curator.
so to my knowledge, there's not a librarian study at the academy. What house were you in?
You mean like what do you mean? I'm with Hart. Okay.
Oh, okay. And you majored in, or you focused on?
I focused. I was a magician. I was a wizard.
Oh, gotcha. So you decided to learn magic. That's very interesting, especially in Aurora. There's different ways of learning magic as you're going through. With that, I imagine that a librarian wouldn't have been the path that you would have chosen. It's interesting that you found your way here to be a librarian.
Well, if I work hard enough, in some amount of time, I can become like a curator of items. Like I can be the one that's accepting items and distributing them and learning more about them, almost like a researcher. But everyone starts somewhere.
You would have thought with your education, you would have started maybe a little bit higher. It seems like you're very skilled.
That's not how it works on the White Estate. He's got a lot of wizards working for it.
So then why the White Estate?
Because I have the option to go, and now I'm just
Forward
like the question. Yeah, now I'm just like because I have the option to go up, and I'm like almost
he's in the Wong Estate.
Because now she's just asking like the same kinds of questions over again. So I'm just like,
Ding.
Well, like so basically the reason she's asking is because there are better like she knows how things work. There were better opportunities other than the White Estate that he would have had. So that's why she's trying to figure out, like he's saying that the White Estate, because he's outside of a librarian, she can tell that's not true. She's like, I know there's other options you would have had. So his line of statements isn't lining up for her.
That's not necessarily true, because if you're from like a lower Crystallis, like even if you go to the academy, you're limited in what you can do. So you might know that, I think. Like you could probably get them from lower Crystallis, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think just for her, it's not lining up for her logic. But if he's gonna hold to it's because he had more opportunities, she'll just be like, okay, like, and she'll at the end of that line of questioning, but something's not lining up to her. Because being a wizard and being a librarian, you went to go study using magic. Something's not lining up for her.
I mean, maybe. I just remember when we had this conversation, it was just like in lower Crystallis, if you're from there, even if you go to the academy, you're still like prejudiced against. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I obviously joined the Candles, because you're less prejudiced there. But like my options, even coming out of the academy, were pretty much in this line of things. Like even at the academy, I would have become a researcher or something eventually, but it would have taken longer. It's like academics versus professional.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. She's still holding to her suspicions, but okay.
Fair.
She's still got them. She's like, and I don't mean to overstep my bounds here, but if you are the librarian, why are you out in the courtyard?
Well, I was gonna go ask Mr. White if I would be up for promotion at some point soon. I know I've only been here a week, but like to your point, the stuff I'm doing, I could be doing more. I know I could be doing more. And sometimes he makes exceptions.
So he makes the people that work for him wait in the courtyard for him as well?
Yeah. Well, because what's her name? Well, there's a one of the Targaryens is in there with him. So, I have to wait in line just like everyone else. Right?
Ah, yes, Lissa. Yes, I did notice that she was here. Do you have any idea of what she's here to see him for?
No idea, but she showed up with Bologna.
Blondie,
Yes.
who's just candidly singing the calm your
Mhm.
shit song.
Anyways, and then I just walk back. I'm like, give me back the manual when you're done with it. And I just walk over to Clemens and Astor, and I'm like,
And they're having a candid conversation about like medicine.
hi, my name's Capios. What you said your name is Astra?
Astro.
Astro.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
It's
I'm a
nice to
librarian on
meet
the-
you as well. I'm speaking to Clemens about something rather important. It seems he may be onto something. Although, wondering if maybe perhaps Jacob may already have some of these items.
So
I do
Clemens offers
wonder-
up. We were just before everything happened.
Mhm.
Captos here was going to go help look in the library to see if these ingredients and reactions I was theorizing exist somewhere in his estate. They might be items, and if he's looking for trade, we have land that I think would be better suited to be given up if we can find a cure. I think that
Well,
Jacob-
if you find a cure, then I'm sure you'll be paid back tenfold to the lands.
he kind of like roll insight.
Okay. Let's see.
Also, is Yo-Yo...
Yo's just on my
Still-
shoulder.
So
Okay.
he
I
kind of
just can't
says
move him.
last like
Gotcha.
I'm sure that Crystallis would grant us the lands back, and he's obviously lying.
Why? Just
Why?
It's so he knows he's a bad liar. He's like, the city politics are complicated. They're not based in the best interests of the people that live there always.
I see.
But
So
that shouldn't stop us from doing the right thing. If my land is going to help us get a cure, then it's an easy decision in my books.
yes. Once the information is out, there's not much they can do to hide this information. Right?
The cure, yes, but if I have to go trade my land to Jacob to get the items I need to make the cure, it's already traded.
I need that cure, so
Yeah.
I'm grateful if you're willing to do such a trade.
Like I said, I'm a shitty liar, but I stand by that. In my books, there's no question. It's easy trade.
Okay.
You can always farm other land. You can't place a life that easily.
Yes. And Captios, was it? Do you have
Yeah.
anything to offer?
Well, we were gonna go check Mr. White's libraries that I have access to see if we could find something in any of the books about a previous disease like this or anything.
Yes. So far, I'm just going to show my notes to Ozzy of what I know about the disease so far.
To Clemens, because Ozzy's whooped, he's yeeted.
I mean, not Ozzy.
Clemens.
Clemens' friend, Captios. Sorry.
Yep.
Still learning the name.
Yep. So
Forgive me.
Astro, Clemens, and Captios are in study group currently. What is Alexis, Sin, and Ford doing? And then
Alexa's
about
gonna
this.
work on them getting their plan together, because
all right, you've got a brief moment to get your plan together, because then things are going to change.
oh man. So like Alexa will look to Sin and Ford, like, okay. So we have a couple problems that we need to be aware of. The first is, to Jacob White, you're both are still considered his property.
Details.
Right.
Other is there is another child on this property. She looks like she's about, I'd say, 8 years old, young tiefling. I don't know if they were procured the same way that you were, Sin, but we just need to be aware that there are children here, and as pompous as Ozymandias is, he may have been procured the same way. So there's
Right.
more people here than we originally thought. Can
So then
you...
we kill Jacob White, and then
Nope.
we just let everybody go.
Yep. Sin,
What other option?
I need you to keep your temper down. Can you do that for me, please?
I will try. You are aware of who this man is, right? Like, I think I've discussed this with you before.
I understand, but do you also
It's like
see
resist the
the
calm emotions.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh man, this is like really a weird feeling right now.
It's like, I also need you to be aware of the situation we're in. We're very much fish in a barrel right now.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Yep.
Ford, can you help contain her in case she goes crazy? Please?
Alexa, you know as well as I do, knowing can contain sin.
I know.
I really like you, Ford. I thought you should.
I really like you, sin.
She's like, it was just a hope. We just got a lot of people here, and I just don't want them to get hurt by brash accents.
The longer they stay here, the more they're going to get hurt.
They're people just like we are.
Yeah, and they need to get the fuck out of here and away from that man.
They had a choice to work here, Alexa. Like, they have a choice to fight. They have a choice to die.
Not everyone here works here. I know
Really?
that we see Jacob Waite a certain way, but they don't. Right now, he's a hope for them.
My hope when I was under Jacob White was praying to God that somebody would come in here storming, not here, but storming the other estate and killing him and having us get away from him. That's my hope. I'm pretty sure anybody here's hope is not.
Sin, please be pragmatic.
And on the
If
word
you would-
pragmatic, because Astro, the crew, we'll call it the smart crew, sans Alexa, smart crew is going to find Ozzy. Ozzy is in the dining hall to the south, and now I'll do a map flip because why the hell not?
Ooh,
Can I run to the bathroom really quick?
You can.
Okay.
this
I'll be
time.
All right, I'm gonna do the same. So
Does everyone want a 5? We're almost coming on time though.
I don't think we get a choice.
I don't think we get a choice.
It's like
When nature calls, you answer that person. You answer the doorbell, you greet them kindly, you give them a cup of tea. You ask if they want biscuits.
while they're doing that, what is this room?
What is that room? Storeroom.
Yeah.
That's so everything has a function. You can step inside of it if you'd like. I don't think your character is going to go too deep into the estate.
No.
But that's where if you were to take like a carriage in, like a cart, that's where they'd offload the goods. Storeroom.
And then this, I'm assuming it's the beginning of the estate.
This is the first floor of the estate, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, she wouldn't go like straight up, be like, hey, I'm in your estate now.
No, but I assume that your bird has been flying around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's been casing the area to try to figure out what's going on.
Yep.
How many people roughly would you say work at this estate?
Between 30 and 50, most of them soldiers.
Yep.
And he is well guarded. It's almost as though he has enemies.
Almost
Oh,
as if
yeah,
he has
man.
enemies.
Jacob White having enemies? No. Never.
So we'll hold back first to Captius get back as we
Sorry.
will have Alyssa making an appearance.
Ah. A wild Lissa appears.
A wild Alyssa appears.
Diddly-doo.
Captios, in all his excitement about the cure and the disease, completely forgot his main objective of like watching Alyssa.
Or watching Alexa.
Alexa, yeah.
I mean, that's the wonderful of chaos, right? Like things
Yep.
get jumbled up. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face, and it doesn't survive contact with the enemy. All right, so as Astro, Captios, Clemens are making their way to follow up, like where the hell Ozzy went, because he's been gone for a little bit, everyone will then see that there is a Dragonborn that steps out. And the way to explain how Lissa acts is very regal. Like when a queen steps into a room, they have a sort of gravitas to them. They have a sort of presence. And she steps out. She seems majestic. Beyonce, be proud. She just walks on out.
Good.
And she is immediately met with like Astro, Clemens, and Captios. She just kind of...
So she has like that natural born leader feel to it.
Yes.
I'd
Like,
probably give her like a bear tribe, like mother greeting of just.
And she does like a very brief like curtsy, like a very courtly response. She does not acknowledge Clemens. Who Clemens? If you roll, give me a perception check. Captios, give me a perception check. Astro.
Perception.
Well, I would just know from historical reasons, right?
Yeah, you would, but this is more
Yeah.
like you'll
gotcha.
know, but Clemens is doing a thing. Yeah.
That
So although you don't know, you know their history.
Got it.
You not see, you know. Whereas Astro does not know, but sees that like Clemens is very like uncomfortable around Lissa. Like he kind of like even moves like away a bit, and Lissa does not truly acknowledge Clemens beyond the required "I see your face." And then looks to Captios, who was there when she arrived. Looks to Captios like, Go ahead.
Yeah, guys.
I'll say I'm
gonna
gonna
say-
take my leave.
I bow and I say, Madam Targaryen, very nice to see you.
She. Nice to see you again, young Captios, is it?
That is correct, ma'am. Or that is correct, Your Highness.
Yeah.
But I'm like saying
Just
it
ma'am,
kind
just
of-
ma'am, just ma'am will do. We are not no longer a member of the royal families. Headmaster Targaryen would also suffice, although you're not in the academy. How are your studies doing now that you've graduated?
It's been good, ma'am. I've been working for the past week on the estate here as a librarian, hoping to become an arcane researcher.
And then she just nods her head, and someone who's been around more courtly things, especially like Aladrin, knows that this is just the minimum required small talk for people below her station. So Astra would pick up on that because she immediately stops the topic and looks to the Aladrin in front of her. A pleasure. I will not keep you gentlemen away from your business.
It's a pleasure. Have a wonderful day, mother.
And to you. And she walks. She has that "I am awesome" walk as she goes towards the center where the Warforge, the Tiefling, and the candle. Belania like skips up because they were together. And she looks to Belania, and Belania is like scampers on over. They have a brief conversation. Like, "Are you ready?" Like, "Yeah, I'm ready." Okay. She kind of looks over her shoulder to where like Clemens is, and Lissa tugs away. Like, "Let's get going."
And then Alexa will just like briefly stop her to do the polite small talk of, Lissa Targaryen. I hope Alberta and Iolanthe Targaryen are well.
As well as can be considered, unless the Cannels have something different to report. And you can tell that she's prodding.
Unfortunately, not to my knowledge, but I do hope that your visit with Jacob White was productive.
And I hope it will remain off of your reports.
It will.
And Lissa looks to Sin.
what
This is Sin Thatcher and Ford. I don't think Ford actually gave them his last name ever. Just like,
No, just "I am Ford." And then looks up. It's like, "You're a big one." He looks back down as two NPCs talk to each other. It's like, if you've got D&D bingo, check that one off. And Ford looks down. Or you're just small.
Ford, please. Some respect.
All right. So Lissa continues on, and the two appear to leave.
No, I am curious, like when she leaves, does it appear that her meeting went well or poorly?
Based off of your Sherlock perception abilities, it appears the meeting did not go well. That she heard something she did not want to hear.
Gotcha.
She seems very very poised, but someone like Alexa will be able to point out that it is definitely a mask of that she is disappointed.
Okay. And she's just like noting it, not to send to the candles, but just like she wants to figure it out first, like why
So
would she
that woman,
come see?
that woman knows of you and the candles.
Yes,
Like-
she is a Targaryen. It's one of the major families in Crystallis. Since we are typically stationed out of there, they
Oh,
are
yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
usually aware of most of the candles since they are frequently investigated.
So what's she doing here? You don't know, do you?
Didn't go well, but I'm not sure why she's here. And with Belania, I can only assume. What are the reports of how Iolanthe is doing in Alberta? Like, what are the reports that she's heard from the candles?
Well, Alberta is currently having difficulties because she was in Xanthriel during all this. So there's a precarious situation there with a Silver Dragonborn and an Elvish
Xanthriel,
state. After they invaded Nexus, which
outside
means
the
the
Alliance.
Crystallis hybrid family is in invading states' care.
Okay.
As far as Io, you tell me, how's Io doing?
It was more of like, are they doing anything in Crystallis, like trying to expand certain areas or look into certain things? But I think Alexa might assume that she came here for something having to do with Alberta and how to get her
Family-related
out.
issues.
Yeah, and get her out of the Xanthriel estate, if possible. That's all she can assume at this
It's an
point.
interesting theory.
I mean, out of character, I have a stronger idea, but in character.
Fair. So, to go with Astro, Clemens, Captios. One of these days, you won't be Blastoise. Captios, you go. The three of you can go ahead and roll on into seats as there is time to talk now. Boop. Ozzy leans over, like out a window, like legitimately out a flipping window, and is looking at the other three. They're now just out in the courtyard. So do you want to talk to my dad or not?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Then you should kind of get over here, as Valania's calming spell is like over there.
Like, all right, come on, sitting forward. We better go.
Forward, come on.
Doot to stomp. He
So
has to
slow.
wait outside because he's huge.
He's like, I cannot walk through your puny doors.
Sorry, buddy, you're gonna miss the show.
I got front row seats.
Is he like looking through a window?
Yes.
Just like,
It's stealth
That's
mode. That's
He's being so sneaky. He's doing so good.
oh no, everyone's in the room.
everyone's in the room together. What? We don't have like 3 different scenes. Shenanigans. All right, so
Sorry, I had to get that out.
okay.
Yeah, you doing good? You doing
Jacob
good?
is currently seated at the head of the table. There is food on said table. Looks like the place that Lissa was once at has, chairs pulled out. That plate is empty. Jacob sits there. He is surrounded by guards. And you do notice that like Luna Hope's kind of peeking out from that tower. And anyone who's got a passive perception above a 15 will also notice that. 15 or above, I should say.
Let me double check.
I exist in passive perception. Everything.
And as everyone except for Ford rolls on in, Jacob noticed the motley crew that has graced his dining hall. He says, "Welcome. It's so nice to see so many different faces in my state today. kind of looks at Sin. Just
I don't make fun.
Ah,
of my
yes,
friends.
hello. Jacob, was it?
Jacob White. And you are?
I'm a friend of your son. I helped him with something recently, and he told me you might be able to help me find a particular cure to something.
That might be true. Does the friend of my son happen to have a name?
My name's Astro, the Lunar Light.
Oh, Astro of Lunar Night. That sounds very elvish. What? I can't quite place the location though. What tribe are you from?
You wouldn't know if I told you.
Oh, I'm a very learned man. Surprise me.
Are you familiar with any of the northern tribes?
Indeed, I am.
I'm from the Bear tribe.
Oh, very noble tribe that is. I am very honored. Is there anything I can get for your delicate practicalities?
Well, there's a particular disease we're dealing with up there that I'm looking for a cure. My friend here, Clemens, says there's certain ingredients that might point us towards said cure.
Clemens raises a hand. He's like, that's me. Then he puts it down because he realizes it's a serious business meeting. It's like, I have notes. It's very serious disease. It's affecting bones. It's affecting flesh, blood. It's the mind, the crops. Just it's affecting. It's in this book. He's very nervously.
Yes, the disease is blood-borne and erodes muscle tissue and eventually destroys the organs from the inside.
How gruesome. Well, how can I help you alleviate such a malicious affliction?
Well, if you have the cure already, that'd be rather helpful.
Oh, I don't know if I have a cure for this. I'm not too intimate with that disease. Is it? Perhaps your notes will help me localize it. Captios, could you be so kind as to take these notes and index them against some of our known diseases? See if we have a cure in stock.
Absolutely, Mr. White. I might need access to some of your other libraries on the estate.
Let's start with our normal libraries first, my ambitious young protege. And when those come out empty, please scamper on back and we'll talk about unleashing the other libraries.
At this point, Alexa can clearly see Sin like fucking feel like it's like she's like clenching her fists, like her entire arms are like going white, like just like you can tell she's just trying so hard to listen to Alexa, but it's a challenge.
And while she's doing that, like Alexa will just like essentially hold Sin's hand. Just be like as like a calming presence, like calm.
Crunch.
Calm.
This is
Yeah,
my casting hand.
You're gonna, oh man, you're gonna.
It's okay. While you're like, if you do like any kind of pressure, like you won't see it on Alexa's face at all. If you like crunch into her hand, she's like maintaining like a happy, like, okay, we are here to get an item.
If for some reason you don't have the cure at hand, perhaps demon blood or dragon blood you have in stock?
Well, and then Ozzy's like, yeah, drenched in the doubt. That dragon blood. So it looks like, well, those are some rare materials. You might have them in one of our stocks, not local. Is there a particular amount of vials and a particular type of dragon of the blood that you're looking for?
Clemens
looks like, well, if we had blood from the silver or maybe the gold, if we had green, that would work, but I would have to first change the properties of it, but it would work. And then Jacob's looking at him like, what? We'll get a list of the ones that we have in stock for you of all the varieties. Will the more lesser like the drakes of the world work, or do they have to be one of the main dragons? And he is alluding to the dragon lore that I think that probably only Astro is going to be aware of, and maybe Alexa. And that's the idea of potency of the cure. Like, it would be very potent, but probably not necessary.
How potent does it need to be, Clemens? I assume you need the strong stuff.
Look, people are dying. We need the strong stuff. We need the good stuff.
Well, there you have it, Jacob. Perhaps some of the more potent dragon blood that you have.
I see. I will personally take up to checking our stocks if that is quite an exotic material that you're looking for. But there is a matter of what you have to offer for these goods and services.
Well, I can offer you several things, but Clemens, before you get to your part, I did help your son procure a rather interesting thing.
And
without my help, he wouldn't be able to get it.
Jacob looks over to Ozzy. Is that true? So you can see like Ozzy. Yeah, he was definitely paid, but I think we owe him a little bit more than just the money we gave him. So good guy Ozzy comes out for a moment. It's like we should prioritize finding this thing he's looking for. He not that good at killing dragons and other people, but he's good people. You want him on your side, Dad. Looks at the rest of them like the rest of you are like, yeah, optional.
And Clemens, you did say you had something to offer as well. Perhaps this would give you a little bit more incentive, Jacob, to hurry up with the process?
Clemens closes his book. The remaining lands of von Wolfengeist as well is up.
Like, while Alexa's listening to this, she's like, ooh, like knowing that's a tough ask. Like, tough ask of him.
And so Jacob's like, well, good Lord, that's a lot of land. It's like, are you sure? You sure we don't want to consult an elder member of your family? Oh, I'm sorry about that. I guess that would be you, wouldn't it?
It's a dick move. It's like...
Well, that puts you in complete rights to give up your estates, assuming that you've consulted with your advisors. Wouldn't want to cheat you out of something that you've had for such a long time. Wouldn't be fair.
Perhaps we could get something in writing then. If Clemens finds the cure, then you can have his land. Consider it a win-win.
I think it's a matter of out of character. It's a matter of like getting materials to get the cure first.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the lands would give you the materials you need to perhaps find a cure. I could gladly put in a good word with the Magiocracy to get you something back. I wouldn't want to leave you with nothing. But we will put that into consideration for your collateral, as well as services rendered. Good Astra Luna. And then he looks to the others that are present. So, Captos, appears we have some indexing to do as well as I. Is there anything I can do for you? Looks to Alexa.
I apologize. I was waiting for you to finish your prior business. I'm here to pick up something that I was informed was left to you for me to get.
Oh, could you be a touch more specific? Because we do lots of business.
The candle specifically left with you the Crystallis crystals that I had purchased.
Ah, yes. One of our rare materials that was in transit to Nexus, I do believe. Let me see here. And he goes and snaps off to Captios. Captios, would you be so kind to get me the ledger?
I say, yes, sir, absolutely. And I go over, just out of curiosity, Buck. So she said the Crystallis crystals. Would I know what those are just from like all the
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's like the idea of like enriched uranium. It's
got it.
Magical crystal of magical boom boom.
But this is also something that the candles sent here for her, so they are aware of that she is coming here to get them.
Yep.
Do the candles know why she's getting them?
No.
Okay. I wouldn't be able to tell because it just looks like a standard Warforged, or would I know that a Crystallis crystal would help the Warforged?
Well, you would know because you're such a Subuki that it would help a Warforge. It's effectively saying Alexa's getting something to make a weapon of mass destruction. Like, it could level a good, like, quarter, if done right, a quarter of Crystallis. It's very expensive, very potent magic. Like, they use them to create war weapons, like the ballistas of magic.
Got it. So I'm gonna, I guess, hand him the ledger. It's like somewhere, or is it outside?
Yep, no, you get the ledger. So you get the ledger, you know where it is, you kind of grab it, and he flips it. I want to be sure here, since I recall this specifically, it was 4 crystals, is that correct?
It was 6, wasn't it?
They were expensive. It was one for everybody.
One for
Yeah.
so 4.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that is correct.
All right. And I see here 1, 2, 3, all 4 procured and sent to Nexus. I'm afraid there's not much I can do. They are paid, tended, and transported, waiting for you in Nexus.
I was advised that they were rerouted back here.
Well, you close the book. I'm afraid you were misinformed.
That typically does not happen frequently
It does, though,
in my
happen.
organization. Can I insight or anything in him if he's actually telling the truth or
Sure, go ahead and
hiding
insight.
something? It's like,
I mean,
it's Jacob White. He's hiding everything.
yeah, as like, roll. The answer's going to be yes, unless you roll a 1, in which case it's no. Oh, yeah, he's hiding something. It's Jacob White. If you feel like he's been hiding something this entire time.
It's like, well, do you know when they'll be rerouted back here? I highly doubt that my organization would send me on a wild goose chase to get something of such high value.
It has been known to happen. I can send a raven, and I can have one that's being delivered to Nexus, be traveled all the way back here, free of charge. I would hate to insult the great organization with this information in any way.
Oh, I'm sure. And like she's like full edge, like this is full BS. Like all this is lies.
So because you're a smart being, you also know that by that time Ford will probably be dead.
Great. Like unfortunately, we do not have that amount of time.
I see. Perhaps you'd like to acquire another one. Perhaps you have what was our going rate? 100,000 gold.
No. Sin says out loud, very loudly.
Well, I do not see there being a problem unless the crystals that you have are currently spoken for, with you having the items returned to you since they were, wrongly sent to the incorrect location, and just providing us with replacement crystals so that when yours come, you can still have the same amount and you're not losing anything.
Roll persuasion. 26, nat 20.
Damn, girl!
Hey,
Damn!
put it in that heavy lifting.
You make an excellent point. At the end of the day, it all comes out to the end. He looks out to his guard and like, do me a favor. Please fetch me one of the crystals from our stocks downstairs. The guard goes off. It looks to Alexa. It would be horrible, however, if we didn't get the right item in place, or if something didn't get transferred back, which is the risk that I am taking here with my good nature. Perhaps you could hear me out on a similar turn, one I feel that would be quite beneficial to our noble friend here and yourself.
I will hear you out.
Well, as you may have just been informed, there's a bit of a pandemic issue a bit out to the west. Lots of people are dying gruesomely from the counts of these two. I have reason to believe it has something to do with some very resilient dragons.
Of course, it's the fucking dragons.
And then he looks to Astro as though he is familiar with bear traps. Like, green ones at that.
We had heard of. I apologize if out of character. Are we aware of the experimentations done on the green dragon?
As
from Slayers?
The candles would be, yeah.
Candles, okay. Yeah, it's like
so both.
Wait, what is this?
That might be too new. Well, he's got photographic memory, so he might actually know.
Yeah, I mean, she's about to bring it up, but he's like, I know that there were some experimentations done on specifically green dragons. Do you believe that they are still occurring?
I don't believe if they're occurring or not. I think that by that information, if such dragons were to get out into the populace and grow as growing things do, that the damage they could do might manifest in disease, plague.
That, and I do pardon if I overstep, but with your son's weapon, that seems like something that he is keenly adept to doing.
Oh, yes, boy. You're getting ahead of yourself, dear Candle. What I'm proposing is that you join one of many hunts. I do not feel that every single one will be successful, but I think you could agree that they all needs to be in the end, and is lucrative. That is if you would like to help out Arhor'ha.
No, we're not fucking working for this man, Alexa.
Sin.
All right. So, just out of curiosity, how obvious would it be if I cast a detect thoughts on Sin?
No one can tell that you're casting detect thoughts out of the somatic motions.
It's also verbal though, because I think so he'd
verbal,
say something, but we wouldn't know
like
what it was.
all three.
Right, so you would cast the spell with the verbal part of it. It's all three, so you would be doing motions. They would notice that, but they won't know what spell you casted. For all you know, you're casting detect magic. People don't know that you're casting. Yeah, people don't know that you're casting that spell until you probe their mind.
All right. At that moment, when I hear Sin say that, because I've heard her outburst before, I want to cast detect thoughts on, because you were like no earlier, right? So I want to cast detect thoughts on Sin.
Okay.
At that moment.
That means everyone will see like a wizard's casting magic.
I'm gonna.
Oh, interesting.
But that's about it. Like you're casting something.
And Alexa will stop. Like, I understand that you're asking things, but I don't appreciate that you're having your workers attempt to cast magic. I don't know if it's to make us more malleable, but I don't appreciate it that while you're trying to propose a situation.
Oh no, I'm not doing that at all. I give my employees a degree of freedom, and you have to excuse him. He's a very curious folk. I believe he's just making sure that you don't have any weapons that would do harm here. There's nothing against a simple detect magic spell, especially considering the anger in your friend's eyes right there. You could agree that my livelihood is kind of important in his man's own home.
I don't think I could really blame her for feeling that way, but I think you understand why.
I think that's a topic
stand
for a
up,
different time.
put my bag on the table, and I'm just gonna turn around to Sin and Alexa. Don't know what the full story is here, but instead of working for Jacob, you could always work for me.
I unfortunately only work for one company, but I can assist people. Like, she makes that very clear. Like, she would like at no point be like working for a person. She's like, I only work for one company. But your situation does seem dire.
So do I get anything off of Sin?
Probably
Detect thoughts, and that's something you'll have to get from Sin, because it's just what are the surface thoughts? Like I'm gonna punch this dude, or I wonder how dumplings taste today.
So I have one intelligence.
You don't get to resist once he starts diving into your brain.
Okay, okay. So like service thoughts to be like, I want to fucking beat the shit out of this dude. I want to like throw something at his face. You keep hearing the name Solus over and over and over again in her head.
Okay, cool. And I'm gonna stop there because I know it seems like Alexa is more onto me than I'd like it to be.
Plus, it's 60 seconds, so it's only 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of soulless murder. I'm going to punch him.
Yeah. Like,
Listen, I don't intend for you to work underneath me, but as partners. Just trying to find a cure here, and I'm sure we'll come across this crystal you need.
That unfortunately is not something that you come across. A very large amount of money was spent to purchase them. I
don't think Jacob's just going to give them to you as it stands now.
So is Jacob proposing that they do this job and then he'll give her the crystal?
He is being very slimy about it, but
Yep.
yeah, like he might give you a forward advance on it, but you're effectively buying a new crystal.
Yeah.
We already bought them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Alexa, no. No. We already gave this man his fucking money.
We didn't even give it to him. We gave it to other people.
Did you not get this money, Jacob?
Let me check the ledger here.
Perhaps there's some confusion with your ledger, Jacob. And
That is quite possible, which is why I'm also willing to provide an advance with the crystal I have here today. In a box appears. You do understand how rare these things are, though, I assume, based off of the value of them. You'll have to apologize, he opens the box, when I say that my last one, it's like this big, is not exactly the same quality. Now, I will gladly trade this one for that one, if you are in dire need of it right now.
Alexa will go back. She'll like, please give me a moment to think before we make a decision. And she'll go to the back, like over to Ford. And she'll be like, I'm assuming that he is completely lying about a number of things, but unfortunately, right now, without killing everyone, our only option is to use that crystal. Will that help you?
It's like, well, I might just be a big dumbass warforged, Alexa, but I think that might only buy me a few weeks more. Like, the one we were talking about was like...
Yeah, I know.
Fuck.
She'll come back in. And that is the only Crystallis crystal that you have after misplacing the ones that you procured.
Let's not throw shade. I am getting you everything I can do. That's the only one I have at my estate.
do you have one nearby that's bigger than that?
I have one that's at Nexus that I will reroute back, but that must travel.
For those couple weeks, like out of character, would the small crystal buy them time to get the other crystals?
It potentially could, yeah. Like the travel time back from Nexus. Yeah. But at that point, you don't own that crystal because he's traded for the small one.
But he owes us 4.
And he sent them.
You're like buying this one and you keep the other 4.
That's basically a lot of whether you're looking at it, yeah.
So basically, they got screwed.
Yes.
like essentially, they got screwed, and they're gonna have to get another Crystallis crystal.
Yeah, he's basically swindling you off of buying another crystal.
Alexa will look at me like, I apologize. Will you allow me some time just to speak with the authorities about this matter, as it seems that there was a large mishap that could potentially cause a lot of people their lives. And she'll just step, like, she won't allow him to, like, talk again. She'll just step out, and she'll start writing a letter to the crystals, advising them that he at no point redirected the crystals, that they misjudged their allowance of character to give it to Jacob White, and that the use of the crystals will now no longer be in case, and he is essentially swindling Candles out of their money. Like, just advising them of what's happening.
And while that's happening, people are welcome to roll insight on Jacob.
I will do that.
Everybody?
Anyone who'd like to, because it'll
Yeah.
be a very individual insight.
Yeah, I caught on to some things, so I'd like to see if maybe
Insight. As effectively Alexa threatens him, he doesn't seem worried at all. Like, the FBI just walked in and said, I have all the evidence I need to take you down. He's like, okay. Do it.
At this point I'm gonna be a little worried because I'm just like, if that didn't phase him, then well,
Keep in mind, Alexa is under investigation.
She doesn't know that though.
She
She's
does not know
pissed.
that. He might know that.
True.
You mean Jacob?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and so while I'm assuming there's this awkward silence, like Jacob is just drinking his wine quietly, like as though it's like someone else outside is tying a noose around their own neck. At that point, like the insight for Sin and Astro would kick in,
so
and of course Captius is previous because he's the one doing the investigating.
so perhaps I can get something in writing from you, Jacob.
What would you like?
Signature.
What would you like in writing?
Just a signature of our agreement here that you'll be helping procure those ingredients. I'm sure Clemens would like something to be signed off between you two about the land and.
Absolutely. Well, because it's something in writing with my seal on it, it will take some time to draft up. Would you like to be staying here for the time that takes?
Why does it take so long for that?
For something in writing that's binding involving land? Ah, well, it has to be very official if it's in writing. Wouldn't want a miswritten agreement to get out. That's how bad things happen to people.
I'm just gonna look at Clemens to see maybe how he feels about
I
this.
mean, Clemens feels like he's like way as a sheet. Like, I was not prepared for this.
So I'm gonna go up to Clemens and be like, Clemens, have you thought about, like, whisper in his ear, basically, has he thought about how much of his land is worth, like, the money? Like, it's obviously, Jacob White's gonna try to swindle Clemens.
Yeah.
So there's obviously like some like proportional amount of his land that he can give up.
So you whisper that, and like you can see like Clemens is like he's way as a sheet, so he's like walking into a shark tank. But when you say that, like he clenches his fists and he slams the table. And says, people are dying. Who cares? Just land.
Then, Captios, perhaps you can help your friend to arrange something, and you can work the numbers out with him. And I fully understand how you feel, Clemens, but Astro can't say it.
Yeah, but it's like
he can't say it because it's just like then everything's fucked.
So that Clemens just looks at Astro like he doesn't need to finish the sentence. He understands the shitty situation.
It's business is. It needs to be done right so that we can ensure that the cure is done right as well. We don't want to, get cut short in the middle of everything.
Well, there are dragons out there, right? That's one of the ingredients. Why don't we just start there? No land has to happen. Passing hands. We can go get it.
What of the demon blood?
Well, I'll cross that bridge when I get there.
Well, it may be too late if we wait for us to cross that bridge later.
So, do we wait? Do we move right now? Do we spend time doing paperwork while people are dying? What are you suggesting, Astro?
Perhaps we can have someone else do the paperwork while we do the nitty-gritty out in the field.
Okay. Who do we trust to do paperwork? Do you happen to know a guy?
I'll do the paperwork.
Fantastic.
He's your friend, right?
He looks at Captus like, "Yep, you're right. Do paperwork. Can you make me a good contract?" And then he's like, "Hold, wait. Do you work for him though, right? Isn't that a conflict of interest?"
Well, I could technically, I guess, work for you guys for some period of time.
Jacob is just staring. Captus.
I mean, this is way more interesting than what I've been doing for the past week, which is
That's how you
literally
lose your job.
Yes.
But I have to check first because obviously he knows.
You're doing it right in front of your boss, just so that you know.
I would assume your boss would have you forfeit your job if you.
Oh, but like, I'm trying to figure out what Alexa's gonna do, because Alexa's gonna come
Alexa's
with you guys,
outside.
right?
So at this point, the noose is done, so no one has stopped her. Letters. You're done with your letter, Alexa.
Okay.
Do you want to roll insight?
Yes. Always.
Pandasite? Oh! Yeah. It dawns on you that if no one has
220s,
come to
man,
stop you or freak out, something's wrong.
So probably she would have stopped writing her letter
Yeah.
midway, be like,
Mhm.
and kind of like stop and be like, this, realizing that this is her only option. There's no like pull.
Perhaps we can have an outside force weigh in. I'm just gonna look at Alexa like I'm running out of options here.
Alexa will come in. She's like, "What do you need from the dragons?"
You seem like a smart lass. Perhaps you can help with Clemens here. We're trying to do a business transaction here to get some of the ingredients for the cure.
What ingredients do you require? I heard there was dragon blood. Unfortunately, the metallic kind are going to be almost near impossible unless you want to use dragonborn type
We
blood.
require something a little bit more than just a lesser dragon's blood. So,
What you mentioned, silver.
I'm under the
Gold
impression we need probably green dragon blood or something that we could reverse engineer, make
So,
something with healing properties.
Vine. To my knowledge, there was the last sighting of him up near Outpost 6, which I know that Jacob White is probably very familiar with, seeing as he had a station there. Is that where you wanted us to investigate?
Asking Jacob?
Yes.
Not at all. No. I'm asking you to look out into some sightings that exist out in the wilderness.
I'm sorry. Sin steps forward to the table.
Yep.
Are you guys? As she looks at everybody, are you guys fucking stupid? Did nobody here just witness what the fuck this man just did in front of all of us? Literally swindled me and my friends here out of a crystal. And you think you could just walk out into the wilderness, slay some fucking dragon for this man, and come back and he's just gonna give you what you want? Do you think that's how this fucking man works?
What do you suggest, Sin?
suggest,
Alexa's like very calm, just like knowing what the answer is going to be. But she's
what
just
do
like,
I suggest? I suggest I take this fucking knife on this table and I slit his fucking throat. That's what I suggest.
You know what I would also suggest? He could just resurrect himself again.
Let's
It'll
not.
accomplish nothing.
I give Alexa the dirtiest look.
But like Alexa's just like calm. She's like, I'm aware.
So, Alexa, you
Mhm.
notice that this little thing, like when you say that, like rushes out, and he's like a little thing, like go behind, like Jacob doesn't. He's threatened to like go kill her dad.
Yeah. Alexa tries to stop Sin. She's like, I'm sorry, Luna Hope. We don't mean to threaten your father.
Luna Hope? Her
Sin.
father?
Sin.
He's not even a fucking tiefling.
Let's relax, please.
No, don't fucking no. I take Raph and I slam it down on the table to where I like
cracks in half. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just burnt.
Oh, here we go.
Jacob's like he grabs his wine before it slides down and off.
Alexa grabs like hard on Sin's like bicep, like grabs it and like sends a very quick message. She's like, "We are not in a winning situation here. If you do this, it will be the end of everyone here."
You do not want to be a rabbit in a hornet's nest.
But it was like a message, so like you don't hear it out loud. It's just like in her head, like you need to stop because like Alexa's very aware that they are not in the situation that she originally thought she was in. She's like, you need to stop that now.
I told you way ahead of time before we even got to this fucking place, the kind of person that he is. And all these people are playing into his game because that's what he does, isn't it, Jacob? That's what you do, right? You manipulate people. You play games.
Do you honestly think they would do this if they had any other option?
That's the point.
Yes.
That's what he does. He manipulates you when you don't have any other options.
Yes. But you know what we have right now? No other options.
It appears as though you're out of options too. Otherwise you wouldn't be here yourself. I'm sure you have people you care about. Both of you.
Yeah, I fucking did. And you know what happened to them? He fucking killed them. He killed them over and over and over and over and over again.
Sin.
He's a fucking murderer.
Yes.
He's probably using this dude over here. She points to Ozzy. And he's probably using this little tiefling girl here.
She like looks all scared.
Yeah.
How does Ozzy look right now?
Ozzy is
he scared?
No, he's not scared at all. He's actually kind of excited. He pushed out from the chair. He's like standing like, oh, we're gonna fight.
He's like probably ready to fight.
He's ready to just like rumble with
yeah.
Sin. He's just waiting for her to like just try something. He's got the like, oh, I'd love to see you try.
How does Luna look?
She's terrified.
Good.
Like every time she raises her voice, she like shakes. Just like what you'd expect like a little quiet girl to act in a situation where someone bashes down a table and threatens to kill somebody in her own home.
Ozzy, do you know anything about this?
No.
I know that I have a very angry guest who's about to get her ass kicked.
Please.
Oh, come on then. Oh, you a big all these big talk. Oh, I'm supposed these things. People are murderers. You're a murderer.
Like Alexa like stands between the two, like none of this conversation is going to help anything.
Ozzy, it's Ozzy, isn't it? It's Ozzy.
Sin is it?
Yeah.
Glad that we got that covered.
Congratulations. Yeah, how does it feel to know that your father's a fucking bitch who hides behind meat shield because he can't fucking fight on his own? He uses you, he's using you and everybody else at this table as leverage for his own fucking personal reasons. You're being used.
I'm being used? No, I'm using him. It's a convenient excuse to get the power I need, and I've got plenty of it. And he puts the maul along his shoulder.
That fucking little thing, please.
Burn that twig that you're wielding.
Alexa very much stands between, but like, Sin, stop. Please?
No.
Please stop. Please. And like she's like it like she's saying it very calmly, but when she's looking at Sin, like you can see there is like desperation in her eyes, which does not show very frequently. Like she is concerned.
At this point I raise my hand and I'm like, actually, I'm not getting taken advantage of. I'm actually getting paid for my job.
Captios, I don't think you're
just
helping
raises
the
his
situation
glass
at all.
to Captios.
Can I just grab him by and slam him down onto the table? I'm sorry.
I mean, if he wants to, otherwise you need to do rolls.
Oh shit. Not like too hard. Just like
just hard enough.
Just enough to be to prove your anger.
Yes.
It's up to Captios. Otherwise, do a test of athletics.
Oh, I was just gonna say as she walks over to me, I'm just gonna cast grease.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. You're walking on with malicious intent. Now there's grease on the ground. So
do I
like,
see it? I mean,
Well, it's
Probably
Jacob
not.
will-
If you're
everyone who's
angrily
standing, which the table is broken, so pretty much everybody
yeah.
is going to be slipping around doing a dexterity saving throw on Grease, while Jacob drinks wine and watches you flail on ice.
I would've
Mhm.
fucking.
So
dex
what's your DC? I'm assuming it's like 15 for Captios.
Yeah, it's 15.
All right, everyone can just go. I'll roll for Ozzy.
What if I'm still like sitting? Do I-
If you were presenting yourself as calm, then you can still be sitting. Like Clemens has no advantage to standing right now, so he's fine.
I'm like half sitting, half standing. I'm just.
Oh, I fell. I got a 10, so I'm like on the ground. Like,
I'll just.
So it's
so
it's
really, it's
10
just Alexa.
So it's a 10-foot radius, so Ozzy actually wouldn't be affected.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Wow.
great. So Alexa's just like sitting on her ass, like,
It's like, please flop.
perfect. Like, great. This is what I need. Yep. And
I
she's
think-
like, this is probably all hard.
So as that happens, and Sin, well, that means that Sin would be able to go over
Yep.
and slam Captios.
But I'm like, your friend's on the
Blam!
ground over there.
I don't think she cares.
Now
And,
Captios
like,
is on the
Alexa's
ground.
saying that out loud, like, I don't
Now
think
I'm
she
on the
cares.
ground.
Now
Great.
Captios is on the ground. Jacob
So-
says, as things begin to escalate, can we take a moment to gather our wits and our emotions and continue the business transaction that we're looking to do? If you don't wish to have business, then simply pay for your damages and leave. You need an object. I'm going to find an object for you. There is services of which you can do. All this is very unnecessary.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm
Alexa
being
just-
quite serious.
Alexa just is like, we accept.
Alexa.
Sin, stop. And like, it's like no longer like a negotiating thing. Like she's like sitting on the ground and she's like, stop right now.
Captios, who's on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it appears as though some of us are at an impasse. Let's do what we can here, and
Would you like to sleep on it? Let the cooler heads
I don't think sleeping on it is going to change some of their minds. Let's try to meet at a middle ground here as best as we can.
Wait, so out of character, what he's asking for right now is all of us go. No, so he's asking basically that Sin and Alexa go hunt the dragons.
No, he's saying that he has a job that involves hunting dragons.
But okay, got it. And then
Right.
what is his thing with Astro and Clemens?
That Astro may take said job because he needs money for goods and
Yeah.
services for a cure.
Got it.
That
And if
may not
everyone
involve
takes-
selling all of Clemens' lands to go fucking
Right.
buy it.
And okay, cool, perfect.
The same thing is true with Sin and Alexa, but obviously a bit more complicated.
Yeah.
Right.
They're looking for a crystal, same thing, instead of cure.
Clemens, you will not have to forfeit your land just yet. Jacob, procure the demon blood, and then we will make the exchange. But for now, you will go on your hunt. And I believe Alexa requires a crystal from you.
Indeed. So,
You still owe her 4.
would you like me to reroute the ones that have been sent to Nexus already, Alexa? Or just the one?
You seem to be a very resourceful man, Jacob. Perhaps you don't even have to go that far. You can get crystals that are closer by.
So he looks at Astro like it's business. And then looks to Alexa.
Alexa, how many crystals do you actually need?
I need one, but larger than the one that he is providing.
Okay, then perhaps we can make a transaction of... Now listen here, Jacob. Perhaps you can get more crystals for yourself if you simply give the one she desires. You won't owe her all 4.
It's an interesting proposition. Would you like that, Alexa? Would you like to trade all 4 of the ones in Nexus? And while I take the risk of getting them returned to me, I find 1 crystal.
Nice and big.
Nice and big. Same one. I feel that if I ask for 4 to be returned with as dangerous as the roads to Nexus are these days, I'm sure 1 will return to me. Maybe 2, which would definitely recoup the losses.
If you provide me this smaller one first, can you get me another one of the ones that you were supposed to provide me? You were
Depends
supposed
what
to
we're
give me
talking about
4.
in exchange. You want to purchase them? I
I
can.
would like to receive the items that I purchased. I will settle for the small one that you're providing and one of the size that you were supposed to give me.
So he puts his glass down, which slides down. My patience is wearing very thin in negotiation, so I will just go ahead and mark together a ledger of what it takes for transports and acceptable losses that go along the trade roads, and whatever returns is what you will get at the current time. Or, what I'm suggesting is I give you this right here as a sign of good faith, which is waning very much. You can see with my broken furniture.
Please.
That I will send a raven to Nexus for this poorly routed mistake of a transaction to return here and the travel it takes.
There's no insurance for that, though.
There
What
is
if-
absolutely no insurance, and I am taking quite a bit of risk for a very expensive object that might not make it back due to banditry.
Fine. Like, Alexa has no hopes of him actually bringing it back. Like, and she's very aware of it. And so she just agrees. She's like, okay.
What exactly are you agreeing to, Alexa? I would like to hear it.
For your 1 crystal in good faith, and for you to reroute the crystals that were incorrectly sent to Nexus to come back here, and for me to get whatever returns.
That's a deal. And they hand you the box with the small Crystallis crystal.
I will be... Please advise these people of what you'd like them to do. At this time, I think it is smartest if I remove the direct threats to you.
I
from
greatly
your
appreciate
area.
that. Captius, believe your
Yes.
services are better procured amongst these people. Perhaps you should join them in the hunt. And you can tell that the perhaps is not really an option.
Yes, sir, Mr. White. Absolutely.
Excellent. If, as Astro here has mentioned, Clemens needs help with any sort of underwriting and the contract for his land, please do assist with that as well, as objectively as possible.
Of course.
Like at this, like Alexa's standing up, like trying to be very careful in the grease.
Roll
Like-
decks for fun.
Like, let me just try to function as a human. Dex
You
save,
could
right?
You
Yeah.
could just slide away. Just
I
you
mean,
made it.
Yeah.
On the well, she had to stand at some point. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can,
like I just stand and then I walk, like sending forward. Please join me outside, and she starts walking out
I mean,
because she can't. She doesn't want to be in like the presence of it, like because her emotions are getting the better of her. She does not like to be around people when that happens.
Ford just tosses out a chain for because he could have done that for Alexa too, but
Yeah.
she's a man of her own things. Like, does Sin want to grab it and skate across?
God, it looks so. That's the dumbest fucking exit I've ever.
She's like, "Excuse me." She just like
She's like-
across the greens. I shall be
Yeah.
taking my
Let
leave
it go. She's just-
Yeah, I'd rather that than actually slip. So I'll take the chain.
All right, Ford just drags you to the other side. Okay, so it looks like you have a sidebar you need to complete.
Sidebar?
Yeah, like Alexa, Ford, and Sin evidently to have a conversation. That's what Alexa just said.
Where did
Yeah,
you
like-
go?
What?
Over
here, like here,
Oh, okay, there you go.
over here.
Okay.
Yeah, because like Alexa, like, at that point, does not want to be in there at all, like in the actual his estate anywhere near. She's like, I would rather
So,
sleep
Jacob,
outside than be here.
for this hunt, I hope Ozzy will be joining me.
Jacob looks to Ozzy. Well, I had hoped that you would lead up a separate hunt to increase the chances of our success. Ozzy, what say you? Would you prefer to join his band or head up your own? And Ozzy looks at Astro. He's like, oh, I'd like to go with him. Nay, I am going with them. I'd like to see them stop me. Jacob looks to Astro. Well, there goes your question. It appears my beloved son wishes to join you in your hunt if you would have him.
I nod.
Two of my finest, a bright-eyed scribe and a mauler of dragons. I feel as though Aurora's safer already. Clemens is like, I'm here too. I'm also going with you. I need to get the
I would hope
stuff
so.
for the cure. And then
Yes.
Jacob's like, quite.
Well then,
All right.
we have this merry band together then. We shall see
And I
where
go,
this path leads us.
What's up,
awesome.
Captios?
Onwards, Captios and his merry men. And I walk out and wait for people outside.
Ozzy's like, we're not calling ourselves that. All right, so how are you resolving your sidebar?
So for them, they actually, Alexa was trying to get them to leave the estate. So are they able to leave the estate, or is it?
Yeah, they'll let you leave the estate.
Okay.
Like at a certain point, they're gonna need to give you directions to where the dragons dar be.
Right, but she figures that they'll find them.
Yeah.
Like she's not. Is Belania and Lissa
so
there?
interestingly enough, Belania has waited. Lissa has left on horseback.
Okay. And then, like, Alyssa kind of like thrown off by Belania still being there because she assumed she'd be on. Like, oh, were you waiting for someone?
She looks over to Alexa. Things seemed heated.
Well, Jacob White is unfortunately very true to his name and has cheated many people out of items they should have had because he can.
It's a very unfortunate truth of the world with people that have power.
Yes, and even when you think you have power, it's fascinating the people that can still manage to keep it, that do not deserve it.
She looks over to Alexa for a moment, and then just like really close to her, and then just gives her a hug.
Oh,
She's like, "It's gonna be okay."
thank you. Well, were you waiting? I'm assuming for Clemens. It appears that if you are traveling with him, you may be traveling with us as well.
And she looks like out to where like Lissa left. I want to know more that's happening outside the cities, and this seems like a good place to start.
It is. I look forward to get to knowing you better. Do you mind just for a little bit moment with my comrades, Belania?
Sure.
And like she like steps aside, like to try to like not make Belania move, but like letting her be aware, like I need to have private time.
Yeah. So Belania just goes there and practices one of her songs.
And then Alexa waits like over there, like kind of as far as she can go away from like people, like probably like over here somewhere to have like
Oh,
Sin
God,
and Ford
really?
come over.
Oh God. Okay.
We're like go. Okay.
Oh yeah. Go in the distance. All right. So you straight up
'Cause
like
she-
hide away from.
Because she needs to have a sidebar that has a lot of very important information in it that other people should not be hearing.
Okay.
So that's why she's like, we need to go not near them. And this is as quietly as she can, just to make life easier. At any point she's saying anything that's confidential, it's being messaged.
Okay.
So that like people outside can't be like, oh, I think I heard them say this. But she pulls Sin over and is like, you need to be very careful of Ozymandias. I know he is a teenager and that you are very strong. But his weapon, while seeming very unassuming, would potentially have the power to kill a dragon with one swing.
Probably.
Whether it's an item that he made himself or was given to him by Jacob, it is almost as, if not as strong as your weapon.
So then we get him away from the weapon and then kill him.
I don't think that is the answer to this.
Is
Regardless,
there any answer to any of this that allows me to take my club and bash someone's face in, Alexa? Is there any option that you will give me to let me do what I want to do?
not right now, not immediately, but I can find a solution that will give you that option. I know I'm not happy about this situation. You're not happy about this situation. But something's wrong. The statements I said to him should have had more weight, and they don't, which means we no longer have the power that we did, whether it's with me, whether it's with you. We don't have the pull. You kill him, we will all die, and he will just get resurrected, and it'll continue. I know you want to kill him, but it's just not going to do anything. And that meeting should have shown you it will not do anything.
There has to be something. There has to be. I can
There
do whatever I did with the creature in the gate.
There will be something. We just have to be smart. And then she gets the box out and she hands it to Ford, and she's like, I know this will only give you a couple weeks. I am putting no stock in what Jacob Boyd is doing to procure other items, but I do have another way that I can try to get something. I'm just hoping I can get it in time. What do we need to do to make this let you live a little bit longer?
Ford says in a very uncomplicated way. I've come you this far. What's a few more weeks? Are you messaging with Ford right now?
Yes.
So it's mental. It's like he says, but no matter what happens, you're gonna sentence me to potential undeath. Better look after Sin.
And she like looks as much into his eyes as she can from like down there, like I promise, I will.
And then he says out loud, let's go bash some things in. Here dragons have a lot of bashy bits.
They do. If you look, at least it might not be exactly the target you're looking for, but we may be able to save people who are dying. That's something.
We can have the scribe write a book about it, how we're going to take a good dragon tooth and jam it through Jacob's neck.
Yes, that...
He didn't say how we're going to deliver it. We can deliver it right to his forehead.
Yes, if he has a son who's carrying around something that was potentially imbued with dragon magic, I imagine there are far more dubious things he's doing than healing.
He has to be experimenting or some shit. You know, that's why he's keeping Ozzy around or something. I don't know. Because clearly, if he can break a dragon or whatever the frick you're telling me he's doing, then I mean, he threw me into a furnace. Apparently, I wasn't fucking good enough.
Not true, Sin. Not true. That's the opposite of this, by the way, Sin. It's not true.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
It has had a Warforged explain it for a second.
We'll figure out a way. But and then like Alexa takes a moment to think. And then she stops and she like looks at Sin, and this is all in message, so like Ford can't hear it. Like, if something's wrong, it could be with the candles, and they don't know about you. So while I know your instinct is to kill, you have to be very careful with how much power you show.
You haven't told them about
No.
me.
No. At this point, if they knew about you, the smartest thing would be to kill you.
So Ford is watching these facial expressions like.
Just
I
like
think it is.
Face.
He has
I
like
say it
no
out
facial
loud.
expression, so it's really the same face.
I say it out loud, not messaged. Why? Because the breaker thing? That I have no idea what that even fucking means?
And what do you think happens when you learn what it means?
I don't.
If you have, like trying to put in terms, like, say you have a black dragon baby right in front of you.
At this point, there's some yelling by the gates. People are ready to skedoot. Translating
Like-
XRP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Astro's just
That's
yelling
fair.
out of frustration. He's not like trying to get Ozzy to come out. He's just. "Ah!"
I'm just super excited. Out of curiosity, when I went to get my stuff, is the messages we write to the candles, are those magical? Like, are they automatic, or do I have to like deliver them somehow?
Usually you have to send a raven.
You have to send a raven. Or live in
Yeah.
it, put it in a dead drop, one of the two.
A what?
Dead drop. Like an empty stump that candles know to check like mailboxes.
Got it. Okay, so there wouldn't be one near here.
There would be. It's close to Crystallis. There'd be a dead drop. But you could also use a raven, like postal mail.
Cool. So, where do you want me to write what I sent to the candles about this encounter?
I think that's up to you. With
It's up to
however
you.
you
You
think
have-
you
No, like
send it.
where do you want me to write it?
Oh, like you can send it to him, DM or whisper it to him.
Yeah. Your best bet to keep it all like copacetic is just throw it out into Discord. Which I know we went an hour over, so
We did.
I think
Yeah,
now's a
like-
good time to sunset the scene. Everyone's got some brewing emotions. You didn't kill Jacob. Jacob drank wine. He gave you a mission to go slay some dragons.
Jacob's just the worst.
He's the worst. He gave you a smaller Crystallis crystal, and he is rerouting back the crystals from Nexus, which is a place occupied in a war state.
Mhm.
So,
Oh no,
bullshitting
Alexis,
how many of them come back.
Yeah, Alexa's gonna try to get to the shadow market is her next option, but she wants to do it not near people.
Fair.
Yeah, like that's her next option because she got her stuff back from trash, all of her savings.
True. And there's something to consider that if they do get delivered, does trash just take your crystals?
Also true.
Yes. So there's business dealings where if it's delivered, there's the whole entire thing. Or it could be completely bullshitting and swimmingly. With Jacob, it really could go both ways. I think the bottom line to get harped on is that you don't have those crystals right now. You're trying to get them.
And you need them.
Yes.
And that's kind of her thing. She's like, well, I'm going to have to go other means then. Guess
Yes.
that's what I'm
Of which you have something that's buying you some time. He's getting another crystal for you. You're doing work for him, much to Sin's quite legitimate anger. You've picked up one more NPC than I thought you would, so you have a rather merry band. And on that note, I will go ahead and close out. For those that are watching, thank you very much. Big shout out to Kent, who gave us a bit of bits and some cheer. Thank you, Kent.
Yeah, bits.
Thanks, Ken.
Oh,
Thanks, Panda. As usual, support is greatly appreciated. And Baka for early with the Fireside if you're still out there and lurking. Cool deal, bro. We're going to go ahead and swing over to Discord for some after talk. So,
Woo.
dropping down Zoom. Later, guys.
I
Bye.
later.
And I'm officially undeafened.
Yeah.
And
I'm
we still
unmuted.
still be in Streamland. I do acknowledge the extra time, and I do appreciate the extra time provided, because it was juicy. Some
It's
juicy,
very angering.
juicy RP you guys had.
Being in pain physically does not help in these situations.
Nope. I will say that you handled a tense negotiations while under strict physical pain quite well.
Thank you. It's just like, I hate all of this. I would like to scream. Like, at one point, I was like, could I let Sin just kill him? Is that an option? I'm like, no, it's not smart. It's not the smart option.
I mean, it could give me an entire week to figure out what your next plot is, but...
But if something's wrong when she goes to write something and, like, he's fine with it, that means that there's something wrong, and if they kill him, it's only going to make things worse.
Oh, yeah. Effectively,
So she's
giving,
like... More fuel.
Captius is gonna just write, oh yeah, Alexa's devil friend just murdered Jacob White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the end for you two.
Yeah.
Like, at that point, the Clyde squad pops in.
Yeah.
Then it's just like a chase. Like, you're just constantly dashing the entire...
Yeah, the season changes from I hunt dragons to I am hunted by assassins.
Oh, that's be sad for Clyde, because Clyde likes Alexa.
Yep. It would be very sad, but that's the life of an assassin.
True.
You don't get to pick your target. It's not personal.
Yeah.
So, we're short one, but we can go ahead and kick off. Welcome to After Chat. As we talk about the session, we had a Fireside, and we had a 3-hour session afterwards. We anticipated 2. Again, I was saying I'm grateful for the extra time you guys gave to it, but it was just very, very juicy. We'll go with favorite moments, going down the list with Alexa. What was your favorite moment from the session?
Favorite moment? I would say, actually, the when... Anytime really Sin and Ozzy tried to face off, and then when Polania just caused like the calm the fuck down spell, and they're like, okay, we're fine, we're chill. Ford got extra chill.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. The meat ones are really good. Filled with meat.
But yeah, anytime they had like the rage teenager moments.
So the Ozzy and Sin rage mode dynamic.
And now you get to have many sessions of that, Sin. Just you get to be near him at all times.
Fantastic.
I would point out that was the pivot, because originally Ozzy was not going to join you and doing his own hunt.
Oh.
Yep.
What made you
A player.
Because Astro asked.
Yeah, Astro asked, and Astro built a good relationship with Ozzy.
Got you. Mm.
And Ozzy's like, yeah. Cool. And plus, the amount of taunting that Sin did with Ozzy, he would love for an opportunity to just rub it in her face that he's better than her.
Yes, imagine them coming up to a dragon and he kills it before she does. And
like he would straight up like trip her just so he can get the killing blow. Like, oh well, that's 1 for me and none for you. Technically, it's 2 if you count the white one.
Oh, fuck this guy.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Fuck this guy in particular.
So. Favorite moments, Alexa's was the Sin and Ozzy dynamic, and Balania's calm the fuck down. I did not play too much into Balania because I realized that with the amount of interactions we were running into, we were going to go over on time. So I kind of calmed down some of the Clemens and Balania stuff. That said, Reaper, some of your favorite moments from the session.
Ooh. I was sweating.
That's fair.
There's a lot of just tense and cruel realizations for Astro there. I think probably the best / most development moments was just interacting with Jacob of just, I'm just a piece of salmon next to a shark. I'm fucked. It's like there's no winning, so it's just like fuck.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna go. It's like I'm gonna slay the dragon. It's like hello and snack.
just trying to make the best out of the worst situation possible. It's all Astro could do at the moment. Is he was this close to just blowing up, but he's just like, if I
I think
do
everyone's
that,
at that point. I'm just like,
He's-
I would like to kill you now, please. Thank
it's
you.
like, but he held down because it's just like there's too much to lose at this point if I just start yelling.
Oh yeah, things are already escalating when Sin just started yelling like, Is this the
Yeah,
moment we
and
see the
then
punches?
and then Sin just started saying so many things that's new to Astro, and he's just like, "What the fuck is going on in this
Yeah.
place?"
Yeah.
It's like there's some obvious things of just Ozzy. How's this guy your fucking dad? He's human. Nani? And like there's a lot of things that aren't adding up to Astro, so he's just like, okay, and then it's like he's not scared that they're cracking down on him. Yeah, this guy clearly has his fucking hands in the system, and just yeah,
Aw.
we just, if we want to survive, we just need to get the hell out of here.
Because essentially,
Yeah,
Alexa at a certain point, she's like, I have agreed. I want to get out of here now. Please let me leave.
yeah, and then Astro's just like trying to help ease the situation with Alexa and Sin a bit, just trying to get you guys something, because it's like, if I don't, I get nothing. Everything goes to shit. And then yeah, there's a lot of, I'm interested to a lot of the potential development after this session. I feel like there's a lot of meat to just
Oh, yeah.
delve into.
Oh, yeah.
Just and then I'm curious if that can have any impact on Ozzy, but we'll see. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack this session. A lot of emotions, a lot of just.
Well, you kept it. You walked in knowing your Shark Tank. You left out with something to do and a small Crystallis crystal.
Yeah,
So-
I think the best thing we got out of that was information. Not also, we didn't like bind anything too hard, so it's like, yeah, we'll go do that. But I could just very well just keep the blood and not say shit about it, you know.
But you get an Aussie with you.
And Captios.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Captios, he's the wild card, as Astro has no
Yeah.
idea. He's
Yeah.
like,
Him
Astro's
sending
like,
Captios was definitely not like, oh, I see that you want to do other things in your life. It's like, okay.
I'm like, whose side is Captios on?
Yeah, he's playing like
Mm.
3 different fields right now.
I was just like juggling different ideas of how Astro feels about Captios. He's like, Nani? And it's like, and then Jacob's like, get the fuck out of here. The serious face, just, I saw what you were doing, nigga. Just, none of that. Get out. But yeah, that was interesting.
How about you?
how's-
How about you, Pac?
Yeah. How's Captios taking all this?
Yeah, I don't know if I
The
like,
wild card.
I thought the whole thing was a lot of fun. I agree with Alexa that this is going to get interesting because, like, what happened this session? Alexa shows up with like a Warforged and like this tiefling with a giant club.
Yeah, she sort of looks like she's usurping the world with those two things.
Right. And like she's in there and she's like arguing for crystals. And I get the candles purchased them for her, is that correct?
So she sent money to get them through her contacts. And so the crystals, yeah, they bought them and they were going to be sent to her when she was supposed to be in Nexus as a double agent.
Yeah, and to loose translate, yeah, exactly, a double agent. That it effectively on the ledger looks like Alexa made a purchase for 4 nuclear weapons to be sent to the enemy, the elves.
Yeah. But then she left before they got there because they had to kind of move quickly.
Mhm.
And so she had to get themselves out of Nexus before things could be figured out.
Hmm.
I was gonna say, well, Jacob's not nice. He's not giving me my nuke. So mean. I paid for my nuke.
Yeah, I'm
Mini
curious
nuke
how
for now.
Yeah.
the candles are gonna take everything that Cap doesn't right. Like, she shows up with these two people. One of them just keeps talking about how she just wants to kill Jacob over and over again.
Over and over.
Over and over again. Just nonstop wants to kill Jacob.
Alexa says, like, no, which is great. But then she's like, man, I really need these nuclear weapons. So I'm going to do something for Jacob for a small nuclear weapon. It's like, the candles going to be like, what the fuck is going on? So it's going to be very interesting.
That was the crux of Jacob drinking wine. Like, yes, play this out. Please do.
Right, because out of character, he knows I'm a candle, right? I guess.
Yes, he absolutely knows you're a candle.
Yeah, if he has his greasy hands inside Candle, he knows. He knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Right, so that's going to be really, like, it's understandable, like, why he would just be trying to bait everyone. Because he knows there's a candle in the room that's going to report all of this back. Like, I'm going to report back.
The sweet, super helpful, energetic little kiddo. It's like, yeah, I'm short and I'm spunky. No one suspects me as I write you up for high treason.
High treason.
Yeah, meanwhile, like, Alexa's getting it not to do any damage, but to save a life. She's just like, I'm just trying to save Ford here.
Save
Yeah.
life.
Yeah, so my favorite moment was probably when Ford just opened the gate and like no one could do anything.
The gates are open.
Yeah, Ford's a fun bean to play. Sin, what was your favorite moment?
When I broke the table, when Ford opened the front gate, when I squared off with Ozzy, and then didn't. Could have killed him.
Yeah, I'm sure he feels the same way.
Yeah, I know. There's a couple times that could have happened. Yeah, just kind of figuring out where everybody is in the world right now with this party, and yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of moments I didn't like. in character.
About to say, like, well, we'll strive to do better.
Yeah, it was really hard to not fucking kill him. But like, I'm like seeing the room. There's like he's around a whole bunch of guards. He has Ozzy, with that weapon thing, and there's just a lot of people. And as much as I would like to, it's just fuck. It's not like I can just tap into this breaker power and like whatever happens in Averta's power thingy. Like it's just like I don't know how to control those things. So it's not like if I were to just attack them, like I would, I just don't feel like I'm strong enough. I really don't. Clearly outnumbered, and also I really don't want to piss off Alexa, which is funny about all of this.
I don't want to make my sister angry at me.
Which she appreciates that because, well, so like deductive reasoning, it's kind of like what I'm thinking of. Having Jacob send his librarian with them to do a dragon hunt.
Yes.
Weird, right?
Bit weird.
A weird choice.
Bit weird.
Okay.
But he also needs to write up the paperwork with Clemens.
True. It also feels like he's just sending his librarian to go die.
Not wrong. Like, there's more than one angle that he's going with. Like, if I put enough chips on this roulette table, I'm going to win something.
Right. Also, though, that, like, this librarian is, like, one of the newest employees on the... Like, Jacob doesn't give a shit about me.
Jacob, to be fair, doesn't give a shit about many people except for Jacob.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, if I was just truly a librarian, he could just be like,
Bless you.
yo, this guy just spilled grease all over my floor. Like fucking just go with these people.
Oh, yeah, he made some interesting concessions, too. People are up in here, like, causing my guards to go buck wild crazy, breaking my furniture.
Good.
demanding fairness. They're like, okay, well, sunk cost, get out of my house, go kill a dragon.
Killing a dragon.
I think that's what really sets Sin off because, like, literally 5 seconds ago from that conversation, he had just blatantly, like, fucked me and Alexa over with the crystal. And you guys are like, oh, yeah, let's go on this job you gave us and come back and do all this deadly stuff so we can give you this materials. And, yeah, like are you guys dumb? And you literally just watched him con us. And yet, like, you're going to sign, okay, well, whatever. All right.
So from at least Alexa's thought, she's like, if I'm doing a job for him, I can figure out how he works. So
Yeah,
make
sure.
use of it. Yeah. Like make use of this time to get information. Like that's like the only silver lining she can find. And she's like, I have to do something with this.
Right.
Yeah. Astro's out of options, and he's like, well, if I'm dealing with a shark, I'll just pretend to be a flounder and see where this goes.
Interesting.
Sometimes it's better to go with the current to figure out how you can counter the current.
Yeah.
Because fighting Jacob is just gonna... yeah.
On terms of negotiation, yeah, it's like level 20 fighter. That's his field.
It's like, oh, well, we're fighting on his territory.
Let's go on this beach. I want a fair fight on this beach. Can you get down here? Can you get on this beach for me real quick? Okay, thank you.
I see
that's
you
just like exactly what he does too, because like even if I wanted to attack him, like that would totally ruin the negotiations to any kind of thing towards the crystal. So like if I fuck that up,
you basically kill Ford, yeah.
Right, exactly. So like I literally couldn't do anything, and that pisses her off even more because that's just what he does. That's just what he does.
Yes, he uses leverage. He is a negotiator. He is a bit of an ass with a southern accent that says, "I just want the best thing for everyone at my table." Mostly me, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
It'll definitely be interesting to see what Alyssa Targaryen was talking to him about.
Interesting, yeah. In the heat of things, there were a few interesting threads on the table. One being what Lissa was talking to him about, or why Melania was there.
I kind of have thoughts that it might be about. Oh, did I just forget the name of the place? Oh no.
Hearthholm?
Hearthholm. Because I know at one point Iolanthe learned about it. So, like, out of character, I have a feeling it has to do something with Hearthholm.
Yeah.
But in character, she's assuming it has to do something with Alberta and getting her out of Xanthril.
Yes. Well, it will pop up as a sort of emergent activity in Season 9, depending on how much oxygen exists to explore said plots.
Yeah.
Yo, is it also suspect that Clemens is just like, yeah, I'll give up all my land for the fucking cure? Or is that like no one's that fucking nice?
That's the idea. That's what everyone looks at. That's the problem everyone has with Clemens. That exact statement. But he, like, as far as he's concerned, like, he is that nice.
Yeah, like,
but it sounds, because he's so nice, it sounds suspicious. Like, what do you really want from me? Like, I want to help you? No, what do you really want from me? He is a young Snape. Is he an ally? Does he want good things? Is he a bad guy in disguise? He's the bean. So I'm gonna change the format up a little bit, as opposed to, like, what's the best? Any questions you have for the DM, Alexa?
So Luna
Hope. Many characters in this 3-hour scene. Luna Hope was one of them.
And because, like, there's something off, and I can't put my finger on it, because Sin was held in a different area, and I doubt at any point she considered him her dad.
No.
But, like, they think he's their dad.
Oh, well.
Yep.
Ozzy
does.
Yes.
Yeah, Ozzy thinks that he's his dad. But, like, how?
Does he actually, or does he just, like, think he's his adopted dad?
Yeah, I mean, you guys having like gone into that mind state that Adi says, "This is my dad.
Mhm.
My
True,
powerful,
like,
has resources, can do things for me, and
Yeah,
I can use
exactly.
him. I'm sure he's trying to use me, but I'll use him more. Benevolent benefactor.
Like, is Ozzy and Luna related?
As far as a question,
No, just thoughts.
okay, yeah, I can't answer that one, unfortunately. Although I'd say if you look at their heritage, like phenomes, I think they're called, like physical traits, they are very different in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's just like I don't think I have like direct questions. It's just thoughts.
Okay.
What is Jacob White's obsession with tieflings?
It's a good question.
Don't make that noise ever again. No.
Not like this.
Not
He
like
wants
we fucking
tiefling
woo.
We woo.
God.
So it was kind of alluded to earlier. It's the current standing community theory is he's a collector of things, and the idea of collecting the power of a builder and a breaker as part of his Pokemon collection.
And like another idea, like kind of that concept is typically when we've seen a breaker, they've had black hair, and when we've seen a builder, they've had white hair. And so he has two tieflings, one with black hair and one with white hair. The black hair is typically the breakers. So like the fact that he said, "And now you're broken," is kind of a thought of he's a breaker.
Dude, he's totally a breaker.
Yeah. And then Luna might be a builder. They're typically more, unless you're talking about Gig, but more timid.
But like tieflings specifically have a higher knack for these things?
Well, and to go back to that, typically not Gig. Gig was like L. He was very timid when he came in.
Oh, that's true. He was before the world changed him because they tried to kill him.
Well, and Builder and Breaker came from Gigareth, and Gigareth has infernal nature, so it makes sense for a tiefling.
Got
it goes back to that the immortal devil, the infernal, the devil v demon, so that the devil piece of it, kind of all circles back to Gigareth. Bleep bloop. Well, I'll go with any question for them / topics then. Any resounding ones, Alexa? Nah, I will roll on down the list.
I think I'm good right now. Yeah, go to the next.
Sure, person. Reaper. Any topics of discussion / questions for After Talk?
Concerns.
Concerns is a valid topic. Yeah.
Many concerns. I gave some information to Jacob that I wasn't comfortable with giving.
That's how he gets you.
Yeah, it's like, this is gonna lead to trouble. But maybe I can help before that happens. Topics. Come back to me.
Come back to you. All right.
Well, I thought of one as we're going through. So, like, we know that we're going to go after a dragon.
Yes.
Or a sighting of a dragon.
Yes.
What do we think that we're actually going to face? Or everyone knows that Jacob has like ulterior motives. What do we think his motives might be? Because so for instance, like the last one shot, he had Ozymandias get that power of that dragon, essentially.
Yeah, he's clearly collecting that power, so it's just like, Jacob, other tieflings, kill dragons!
Well, so it makes an interesting kind of like, I don't know if it's a moral quandary, because I'm not quite sure how Astro feels about it, but you're the only one that really knows what happened when Ozzy faced up against a dragon last time. And you saw the level of power that it gave him. So how do you feel knowing that you're going to go against another dragon and Ozzy may potentially get more power, or that power could be given to someone else?
I guess Astro would be uncomfortable about that, although he sees as an opportunity to maybe influence Ozzy a bit more, because regardless of where Ozzy goes, he's going to be killing dragons. If he has that much power already without, Astro having to do anything, he might as well play a role in affecting Ozzy's head a bit, so that he
Do you-
doesn't just.
Do you think he'd be successful? Like the rough part I hit was with how malleable Ozzy is, which I don't think he's very. Like, I think he's very malleable to Jacob.
Yeah,
Do you
I think
I don't agree with that. Only because if you think about how Ozzy started Cold Coffins, he was bossy and brash and did all sorts of things. But by the end of it, it was enough that Ozzy, instead of doing his own thing, opted to go with Astro. That's
True.
a change.
Mm-hmm. So I'm definitely affecting Ozzy a little bit. This little chip.
As much as
Chips?
you can affect a very headstrong, stubborn, short-tempered tiefling. Sound familiar,
What?
Alexa?
That's not a difficult thing at all. It's fine.
Yeah, it'll be difficult. Just chipping at the
Meanwhile,
cracks where I
Ozzy
can.
and Sarah are like, let me live my life. I just want to smash things.
Yeah.
On the outer thing of just more grand scheme of things, it's also, yeah, Ozzy, come with us. You're the chip. We have you. You're with us. We could probably use him as leverage.
Mm-hmm. If
To the collector.
if he does if Jacob really is going that I collected my Pokemon, he gave you his lead Pokemon to go out killing dragons with you.
Yeah.
It's rather bold of him to do, considering that Sin's right there, and I see Jacob seeing Sin as like a failed attempt to what he's currently doing now. Like I
Maybe
see it
Sin
as,
isn't a failed attempt though.
Yeah, maybe he sent her to Avernus specifically to get the power that she has. All of these are possible.
I fucking hate you.
Like maybe when smashing Solus didn't trigger her, maybe needing to be closer to hell did.
Mm.
Mm.
Curious.
Because I always felt like he was trying to just redo what he was originally trying to do with Solus and Sin, but with Hope and
Well,
Ozzy.
it kind of goes back to if you see his thought process with the gems, with the Crystallis crystals, he doesn't gamble. He hedges his bets when he's capable of doing so. He does so in a way that he comes out on top.
Yeah, to put it blandly, is Jacob doesn't make bets that he knows he can't win.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just if I'm making a bet here, it's because I know something that you don't, and also Ozzy seems to be, is more loyal to Jacob's cause than you are at the moment. And then the question bears to ask, what does Jacob want?
Dum bum bum.
Is he just a collector? Or does he want more power for himself?
Well, if we go with the notion that we all think that he's a dragon himself, and he's sending us out to go kill dragons, and basically using Ozzy to absorb them in a way, the power, and bring him back home to dad. Like maybe he's just trying to triumph the other dragons for some reason.
Because what they want is power and
Yep. Much like when you think about
territory.
what Astro was talking about, black and green dragons fought. Like
Mhm.
they value. You can always ask, is this valid dragon behaviors? Like, does it get them more power in the forms of like strength, magic, or wealth? Then yeah, they'll do it.
Right.
They might do it for noble reasons. They might do it for selfish reasons, but they still do it.
Okay, so if we unweave under the assumption that Jacob is a dragon, then he already has wealth. He already has influence.
He also needs power.
What's left? Power. Now we know the basics of builders and breakers. Now we can theorize.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right, so
Now, like if you had a dragon that basically just took over like that, both power, wealth, influence, like how would that stand against the celestials and like the infernal side of the thing? if that were to happen. Like, because that would make things rather unbalanced, I would think.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it definitely skew things in Jacob or the dragon's favor.
My burning question now is, does Gig know Jacob's doing this, and did Gig give Sin Wraith in order to kind of counter what Jacob's up to?
That
Thoughts?
that would boil down to, does Gig know about what Jacob's doing?
Right.
Probably
right,
always. I feel like Gig knows
Yeah.
about everything.
I think he does. Yeah.
Well, I have to ask the yo-yo question, and do you think the Celestials do? Because currently they're all represented in this party.
That's true.
Although they haven't communicated to me yet.
I think we Panger as well, but the idea of Astro and the Asimir piece, absolutely. Like, there's a few different pieces together. 2 tieflings, 2 celestials, at least having a tie back to that power source.
Mm-hmm.
No dragons though.
No dragons. The only tie to dragons is Ozzy's weapon.
So it kind of
which-
it seems like a roundabout way of like infernals and celestials coming together in order to take down the dragon threat of Arhor'ha.
Wouldn't that be
Mhm.
weird?
That would be weird, considering how yeah.
I mean,
You're saying, I wonder if they'd be worried if the dragons are amassing power, but isn't it really the devils and the celestials that are instigating it in this instance? Because they're the ones going out and killing them. But Buck thoughts. Any other questions / topics? Like, Pac, you got some good ones typically. What's up?
No, I'm like,
He's like, I'm glad you passed me the ball. It'll clack me right in the side of the face.
well, it's just like this has become so much more. What's the word I'm looking for? Like
Awesome.
epic than Captios's like world that he lives in, right? Like Captios is worried about like, what am I going to send to the candles? And like everyone else is worried about like dragons and crystals.
Yeah, that's how a start of a great adventure works. There, you're like, cool. I've got this cool thing. You're like, oh god, this world is so big.
Well, it's not. I mean, this is just me talking out of character, though. Like, these are not thoughts that Sin is
no,
actually
for
having.
sure.
Yeah. But I think
Yeah,
that some of the things that were said in character are alluding to, and Captios
Yeah.
is he's got 20 fucking intelligence and a photographic memory. He's a keen bean.
Yeah.
Oh, are you feeling better with Captios investigating Alexa?
I think so. I mean, I think this first letter is going to be like, basically like open the floodgates, right? Because in my mind now, when I'm Captios, I'm like, look, I could tell her. I'm basically going to tell her that, look, I sent, like, even if I get found out, I can be like, I sent this letter. Because if she decides to let me go, or something happens to me or whatever, like, the candles are just going to send someone else. And eventually, if she keeps doing that, they're going to send Clyde. So, like, she really has no choice but to, like, at some point, let someone in and understand what she's dealing with to some extent. That's kind of how Captios is thinking now.
Very Disco Elysium. I like that thought process. There's more to this plot than meets the eye. It's complicated.
yeah,
Right.
I have some theories. but Astro would never figure it out because he's cunning, but he's not smart. Oh,
See, Alexa's just like very perceptive. Like she will just like hear everything.
I can hear your soul.
It's a very
The one thing
balanced
that'll
party
be-
in that too. It's very well represented
Yeah.
across the board.
Yeah.
I'm dumb as that. What are you talking
But
about?
you're also one of the strongest fighters in Arhor'ha.
Yeah, well, but now there's Ozzy.
Again, one of.
We gotta kill him, you guys. Oh man, damn, darn.
For me, it'll definitely be interesting to see if the Alexa Captios becomes like a Sherlock Watson sort of thing, where like, you know how when Sherlock's there, he's like, there's a dead body in the ground. He tells Watson to like go look at it, like check to see like how long it's been dead, et cetera, et cetera. I wonder if that's like how this slowly starts to play out.
Mhm.
Maybe. Mm-hmm.
No one
But it
truly
could also
knows
be
how the
that, like-
relationship shall grow in season 9 as they seek their souls.
But like, maybe I'll just keep casting grease on Sin as she's walking, and like, she keeps falling.
Well,
She
you
keeps
have
rolling.
a rough patch of Alexa knows dispel magic, and at some point she's seeing that you're constantly trying to provoke someone, she'll just dispel it. Like
Sure.
at what point would she just be like, "Stop it!
That's better.
I don't know what you're doing, but stop it."
No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm just saying, like, it's that would if I was a real troll, I'd do that. But like, that's not.
Yes.
Yeah, out in the
Truly.
wilderness with these bunch of strangers that Sin just destroyed a table. I'm just gonna troll her. That's good for my health.
That might be like an Aussie move, but that's not a Captios.
Oh yeah, Ozzy would absolutely do that.
Ozzy would pay Captios to put grease unsuspectingly.
Oh, I mean, like, air quotes, like, pay. He would probably, like, just intimidate the hell out of him.
Stare angrily at.
It's like,
until
you
he
want to
does
cast... So, I'm working on my persuasion skills. Yeah? You're going to cast grease on Sin. But you're going to cast grease on Sin.
Oh God.
No, Ozzy's more direct. He wouldn't go through other people to pick his fights for him. He would just punch Sin, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Dante, however, he would absolutely trick Captios into doing something like that, or try to.
So, do you guys have an idea if Jacob, or like, is the running theory that if Jacob's a dragon, do you know like what kind of dragon? Is he an iconic dragon? That's just this is the form he's taken.
Probably,
Yeah.
and probably
Okay.
a white dragon because white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would a white dragon send his minion to kill another white dragon?
Interesting, huh?
Yee.
Yeet.
Also a thought, yeah.
Maybe he's just so smart he wants to take that thought process off the trail.
Maybe.
Any other thoughts, topics, concerns? For
What if
Avatar?
Yo-Yo's actually Dante all along?
So, as a very side note, Alexa knows Yo-Yo
As a different name, but yeah.
as a different name.
Mm.
So, like, she whispered something to Yo-Yo because she knows the cat.
Did you whisper, "I shall free you from your prison"?
No, but it does put some implications on the situation because she knows what also Yo-Yo signifies. So, like, there's some interesting things that I don't think you realize are going through her head because of your cat.
Yeah, and that's why your cat
Is-
doesn't act like a typical familiar.
Is that
Oh,
why?
So this is like a plot thing that you've done. Like it's
Yeah.
not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh,
got
yeah.
it. Okay.
Oh God, my familiar's real.
It's Dante! Wow! Nani?
Is that why Alexa was so hesitant today? Is that one of the reasons?
Well, it's more of Yo-Yo it's usually a good sign, and it also means that someone is endorsing Captios that she trusts.
Ah.
Mhm.
So it's one of those,
You
like,
drink
she's
the
not-
holy waters and not puke bile. Good job.
But also, it's also a reason why she's like asking about like your learning, and then you're there with Jacob Boyd. Like she knows there's something. She can't put her finger on
Oh,
it,
I see. Got it.
but she knows there's something,
Gotcha.
and that's why she was like trying to go down that thing. Because you're like, well, like it would make sense. I'm like, no, like just be aware that she's aware there's something going on, but she's not sure
That
what yet.
Captios doesn't know that. Okay, cool. Because that like helps, right? For at least when I'm playing the character. Because
Mhm.
then I won't just like constantly be getting bored of the conversations we're having and just leaving. I mean, maybe my character does that. Who knows?
Maybe he does just like leave. But like there's reason she's asking things, and she won't, even if she finds out that you're investigating her, she won't try to kill you. She probably won't try to abandon you. She'll just keep you near her, keep your enemies close.
Yeah.
And she'll just keep you around, but she'll just make sure that there's no way you can find out anything that's going on if there's things she's trying to keep from you. But she won't, yeah, like she's not a killer.
She won't murder you. In
But
your
like
bedroom.
she's smart. Like having Sin try to kill Jacob White would be a horrible choice. in every
Yeah.
single way with that situation.
It was so. Oh my god, that was.
I know,
really-
trust me. I also wanted to kill him.
It's like really.
I mean, is there a show of hands someone that did not want to kill him?
Yeah, Captius didn't really care about killing him.
Yeah, you go. So one. Captius is okay with him not being dead.
For now, until you
For now, yeah.
get played.
I mean, I just don't. All I hear is like he's collecting kids, and I see like two people that seem to really love him, his kids, and I'm like, okay.
Oh, that horrible person adopting children.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How dare you adopt children? You adopting.
You adopt it. All right. Well, we're rounding about 5.5 hours, so I'll close it out here. I'm gonna cut down stream. Right, meow.
Cut it
and-
down.